Simon & Schuster Audio presents The True Love Experiment by Christina Lauren. Read by Jonathan Cole and Cindy Kay.
Prologue. Fizzy. I was born the first of 3 children, but I joke that I'm like that first pancake. A smattering of laughter ripples across the assembled crowd, and I smile. You know what I mean? A little messy, slightly undercooked, but still tastes good. The laughter intensifies, but mixed in now are a few body catcalls, and I burst out laughing in realization. See, and that wasn't even meant to sound saucy. Look at me trying to be professional, and I'm still a mess. I glance over my shoulder and grin at Dr. Leila Nguyen, the provost of UC San Diego's Revelle College and my former creative writing professor. I guess that's what you get for inviting a romance author to give the commencement address. Beside Dr. Nguyen sits another person struggling to smother a smile. Dr. River Pena, close friend, hot genius, and unconfirmed vampire, is also a special guest today. I guess he's receiving yet another honorary degree for being some type of sexy prodigy. He looks like he belongs up here. Stiff collar, perfectly pressed suit pants visible below the hem of his full doctoral regalia, shiny dress shoes, and an air of austerity I've never been able to master. Right now, I can see the knowing amusement light up his smug, thickly lashed eyes. When I first received the invitation to speak at this ceremony, River immediately slapped a $20 bill down onto the table between us and declared, "This is going to go completely sideways, Fizzy. Convince me otherwise." I'm sure he and my best friend, Jess, his wife, expected that I would get up on stage and deliver the vagina monologues to the academic masses, or pull out a banana and remind everyone while I rolled a condom onto it that safe sex is still important in this here year of our Lord Harry Styles. But I swear I can play the part of a button-down literary type when the situation calls for it. At the very least, I thought I'd make it further than one line into my speech before dropping a double entendre, and that one wasn't even intentional. I turn back to the sea of black, blue, and yellow-clad grads that stretches far across Remack Field and experience a wave of vicarious, breathless anticipation for all these youngsters taking flight. So many opportunities ahead. So much student loan stress, but also so much great sex. My younger sister is a neurosurgeon, I tell them. My little brother? Yeah, he's the youngest partner in his firm's history. One of my best friends, sitting right behind me, is a world-famous geneticist. There's genuine applause for biotech's It Boy. And once it dies back down, I go in for the kill. But you know what? Despite all their accomplishments, none of them wrote a book called Cloaked Lust, so I think we all know who the real success story is here. Smiling at a fresh wave of cheers, I continue. So listen, giving this kind of speech is a big deal. Most people invited to send off a group of young superstars like yourselves will list concrete ways to find your place in an ever-changing culture, or encourage you to amplify your impact by reducing your carbon footprint. They would tell you to go out and change the world. And of course, yes, do that. I support those ambitions. Global citizen, good. Eco-terrorist, bad. But Dr. Nguyen didn't invite an inspiring climate scientist or charismatic and acceptably neutral politician. She invited me, Felicity Chen, author of books full of love and accountability and sex positivity. And frankly, the only professional advice I'm qualified to give about being eco-conscious is to support your local library. Another muted wave of laughter. In fact, the only thing I care about, the one thing that matters most in the world to me, is that when every single one of you gets to the end of this crazy ride, you look back and can truly say you were happy. It is a perfect day, bright and blue. Eucalyptus trees sway at the edge of the field, and if you breathe in at just the right moment, on the perfect gust of warm San Diego breeze, you can smell the ocean less than a mile away. Despite that, my stomach feels a little tilty at this next part of my speech. I've spent a majority of my adult years defending my profession, and the last thing I want to do is sound defensive. I'm standing up here in my own cap and gown with a lecture that I typed up and printed out so I wouldn't start winging it, derailing the whole thing with penis jokes exactly the way River expects me to. I want them to hear the sincerity in my words. I'm going to tell you to live your life like it's a romance novel. I hold up a hand when those smiling graduates begin to titter. But I don't blame them for thinking it's a joke, that I'm being coy. Listen. I pause for effect, waiting for the laughter to subside and curiosity to take over. Romance isn't gratuitous bodice ripping. It can be, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in the end, romance isn't about the fantasy of being wealthy or beautiful or even being tied to the bed. More laughter, but I have their attention now. It's about elevating stories of joy above stories of pain. It's about seeing yourself as the main character in a very interesting or maybe even quiet life that is entirely yours to control. It is, my friends, the fantasy of significance. I pause again, just like I practiced, because all these babies have been raised under the dreary cloud of the patriarchy, and I consider it my mission on Earth to smash that with a proverbial hammer. The truth that we all deserve significance needs time to sink in. But the pause stretches longer than I'd planned, because I didn't expect my own thesis to hit me like a thunderbolt to the center of my chest. I have lived my entire adult life like it's a romance novel. I've embraced adventure and ambition. I've been open to love. I enjoy sex. I support the women in my life. I actively think of ways to make the world around me a better place. I'm surrounded by family and close friends. But my own significance is primarily as the sidekick bestie, the devoted daughter, the one-night stand they'll never forget. The real meat of my story, the romance plot, including love and happiness, is one gaping hole. I'm tired of first dates, and I suddenly feel so weary I could lie down right here at the podium. I'm aware, in a jarring gust, that I have lost my joy. I stare out at the sea of faces pointed at me, their eyes wide and attentive, and I want to admit the worst bit. I've never made it past the first act of my own story. I don't know what it feels like to be consistently significant. How can I tell these fresh baby adults to go out there with optimism because everything will be okay? The world seems intent on beating us down, and I don't remember the last time I was genuinely happy. Everything I'm telling them, every single hopeful word of this speech, feels like a lie. Somehow I managed to put the glowing fizzy mask on and tell these kids that the best thing they can do for their future is to pick the right community. I tell them that if they approach their future with the optimism of the world's boyfriend, Ted Lasso, things will turn out okay. I tell them that if they put in the work, if they allow that there will be blind curves and ups and downs, if they allow themselves to be vulnerable and loved and honest with the people who mean something to them, things really will turn out okay. And when I step away from the podium and take my seat beside River, he presses something into my palm. You nailed it. I stare down at the crisp $20 bill and then discreetly hand it back to him, plastering a big grin on my face. Aware that we're still facing an audience of thousands, I say, but what if it's all bullshit? 1. Fizzy. Approximately 1 year later. If you aren't in a deep daydream about the hot bartender, then you have no good excuse for not reacting to what I just said. I blink up across the table at my best friend, Jess, and realize I've been essentially hypnotizing myself by stirring the olive in my martini around and around and around. Shit, I'm sorry, I spaced out. Tell me again? No. She lifts her wine glass primly. Now you must guess. Guess what you have planned for your trip to Costa Rica? She nods, taking a sip. I stare flatly at her. She and her husband, the aforementioned River Peña, seem to be connected constantly by a vibrating, sexy laser beam. The answer here is very obvious. Sex on every flat surface of the hotel room. A given. Running with wildcats? Jess stills with her glass partway to her lips. It's interesting that you would go there as your second guess. No. A treehouse picnic. She's immediately repulsed. Eating with spiders? Hard pass. Surfing on the backs of turtles? Deeply unethical. Guiltily, I wince over at her. Even my Jess Fizzy banter well has run dry. Okay, I got nothing. She studies me for a beat before saying, "Sloths. We're going to a sloth sanctuary." I let out a gasp of jealousy and drum up some real energy to effuse over how amazing this trip will be. But Jess just reaches across the bar table and rests her hand over mine, quieting me. "Fizzy?" I look down at my half-finished martini to avoid her concerned maternal gaze. Jess's mom face has a way of immediately making me feel the need to handwrite an apology, no matter what I've just been caught doing. "Jessica," I mumble in response. "What's happening right now?" "What do you mean?" I ask, knowing exactly what she means. "The whole vibe." She holds up her wine glass with her free hand. "I ordered wine from Chota Vineyards, and you didn't make a joke about short, chubby grapes." I grimace. "I didn't even catch it." I admit that was a wasted opportunity. "The bartender has been staring at you since we got here, and you haven't airdropped him your contact info." I shrug. He has lines shaved into his eyebrow. As these words leave my lips, our eyes meet in shock. Jess's voice is a dramatic whisper. "Are you actually being picky?" I finish in a gasp. Her smile softens the worry lingering in her eyes. There she is. With one final squeeze to my fingers, she releases my hand, leaning back. "Rough day?" "Just a lot of thinking," I admit. Or overthinking. "You saw Kim today, I take it?" Kim, my therapist for the past 10 months, and the woman who I hope will help me crack the code to writing, dating, feeling like myself again. Kim, who hears all my angst about love and relationships and inspiration, because I really, truly do not want to drop the depth of my stress in Jess's lab. She and River are still relative newlyweds. Or my sister Alice's lab. She's pregnant and already fed up with her overprotective obstetrician husband. Or my mother's lab. She's already overly invested in my relationship status. I don't want to send her to therapy too. In the past, when I felt discontentment like this, I knew it would ebb with time. Life has ups and downs. Happiness isn't a constant or a given. But this feeling has lasted nearly a year. It's a cynicism that now seems permanently carved into my outlook. I used to spend my life writing love stories and carrying the boundless optimism that my own love story would begin on the next page. But what if that optimism has left me for good? What if I've run out of pages? "I did see Kim," I say, "and she gave me homework." I pull a little moleskin notebook from my purse and wave it limply. For years, these colorful journals were my constant companions. I took one everywhere I went, writing book plots, snippets of funny conversations, images that would pop into my head at random times. I called them my idea notebooks and used to scribble things down 20, 30, 40 times a day. These scribbles were my deep well of ideas. For a few months after my romance brain came to a screeching halt in front of 1,000 fresh college grads, I continued carrying one around, in hopes inspiration would strike. But eventually, seeing it there in my purse stressed me out. So I left them in my home office, collecting dust with my laptop and desktop. Kim told me I need to start carrying notebooks again, I tell Jess. That I'm ready for the gentle pressure of having one with me, and even writing a single sentence or drawing a doodle in it will help. She takes a second to absorb this. The phrase, "even writing a single sentence," hangs between us. "I knew you'd been in a slump," she says, "but I don't think I realized how bad it was." Well, it doesn't happen all at once. For a while I wrote, but it wasn't very good. And then I started to worry it was actually pretty terrible. And that made me think I'd lost my spark. And then thinking I'd lost my spark made me think maybe it was because I'd stopped believing in love. Her frown deepens, and I press on. It isn't like I woke up one day and thought, "Wow, love is a lie." I stabbed the olive in my drink, then used the toothpick to point in her direction. Obviously, you're proof that it's not. But at what point do I acknowledge that maybe my love life isn't going to be what I think it is? Fizz, I think I may have aged out of the majors. What? That is... She blinks, her argument dying on her tongue. Well, that actually is a very good metaphor. It's the classic chicken and egg dilemma. Has the writer's block killed my romance boner, or has losing my romance boner killed my actual boner? There are a lot of boners in this situation. If only. And once you're single for so long, you aren't even sure whether you're suitable for a relationship anymore. It's not like you've wanted to be in one, she reminds me. I don't know who Felicity Chen is if she's not treating dating like it's an extreme sport. I point at her again, energized. Exactly! That's another fear I have. What if I've depleted the local resources? Local resources? I joke that I've dated every single man in San Diego County, and inadvertently some of the married ones, but I don't really think it's that far off from the truth. Jess scoffs into her wine. Come on. Remember Leon? The guy I met when he spilled a huge tray of Greek salad on my foot in the Whole Foods parking lot? She nods, swallowing a sip. The guy from Santa Fe? And remember Nathan, who I met on a blind date? She squints. I think I remember hearing that name. They're brothers. Twins. Moved out here together to be closer to family. I went out with them 2 weeks apart. Jess claps a hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. When Nathan walked into the restaurant and approached the table, I said, "Oh my God, what are you doing here?" Her laugh breaks free. I'm sure he and Leon get that all the time, though. Sure, but then I went out with a guy last month named Hector. I pause to underscore the weight of what I'm going to say next. He's the cousin the twins moved here to be closer to. To her credit, this laugh is more of a groan. This shit used to be funny. It used to crack us both up, and dating like this was a blast. The adventures of Fizzy used to give me unending inspiration. Even if a date went terribly, I could still play it for comedy, or even just a tiny spark of an idea for dialogue. But at this point, I have 6 books partially written that get just past the meet cute, and then nothing. There's a roadblock on the way to the I love you now, a no access sign in my brain. I'm starting to understand why. Because when I see Jess light up every time River walks into the room, I must admit that I've never shared that kind of reverberating joy with anyone. It's made it increasingly difficult to write about love authentically. I'm not sure I even know what real love feels like. Jess's phone vibrates on the table. It's Juno, she says, meaning her 10-year-old daughter, my second-in-line bestie, and one of the most charming small humans I've ever met. Kids are mostly a mystery to me, but Juno somehow translates in my brain like an adult would. Probably because she's smarter than I am. I motion for Jess to take the call, just as my gaze locks with that of a man across the bar. He's gorgeous, in such an easy and immediate way. Messy dark hair falling into a pair of light, penetrating eyes. Jaws so sharp he could slice my clothes off as he kisses down my body. Suit coat tossed over a chair. Dress shirt stretched across broad shoulders and unbuttoned at the neck. He's got the disheveled appearance of a man who's had a shitty day, and the famished look in his gaze that says he'd use me to forget all about it. Men who deliver that kind of eye contact used to be my catnip. Past Fizzy would already be halfway across the room. But present Fizzy is decidedly meh. Is my internal horny barometer really broken? I tap it with a mental reflex hammer, imagining pulling that hot CEO from his bar stool and dragging him by that open collar into the hallway. Nothing. Look at his mouth. So full, so cocky. Still nothing. I tear my attention away and turn back to Jess as she ends her call. Everything okay? Coordinating dance and soccer, she says with a shrug. I'd elaborate, but we'd both be asleep by sentence 2. But back to Hector, the cousin of... I didn't sleep with any of them, I blurred. I haven't slept with anyone in a year. I did the math a couple of days ago. It feels weird to say it out loud. It must be weird to hear it, too, because Jess gapes at me. Wow. Lots of people don't have sex for a year, I protest. Is it really that shocking? For you, yes, Fizzy. Are you kidding? I watched porn the other night, and there was barely a clench. I looked down at my lap. I think my pants feelings are broken. Her concern intensifies. Fizz, honey, last week, I considered going jogging in flip-flops just to remind myself how sex sounds. Jess's forehead creases in worry, and I deflect immediately. The answer here is obvious. It's time for bangs. There's a tiny beat where I can see her considering battling this redirect. But thankfully, she hops on this new train. We have a strict agreement that no crisis bangs will be approved. I'm sorry, it's a no from the best friend committee. But imagine how youthful I'll look, quirky and up for anything. No. I growl and turn my attention to the side, to the bar television, where the previous sports ball contest has ended and the local news is reeling through the headlines. I point to the screen. Your husband's face is on TV. She sips her wine, staring up a two-dimensional river. That will never stop being weird. The husband part or the TV part? She laughs. TV. And I see it all over her face. The husband part feels as natural as breathing. That's because science, specifically River's own invention, a DNA test that categorizes couples into base, silver, gold, platinum, titanium, and diamond love matches, according to all kinds of complicated genetic patterns and personality tests, essentially told them they're as compatible as is humanly possible. And I'm more than happy to take the credit. Jess wasn't even going to try the test that matched them, the DNA duo, until I shoved an early version of it into her hands. Where are my rightfully earned karma points for that? River turned his decade-long research on genetic patterns and romantic compatibility into the app and billion-dollar company Genetic Ally. Now, Genetic Ally is biotech's and the online dating industry's gold star darling. River's company has been all over the news since it launched. It's a lot of blah-blah yabbing hand when he gets really sciencey about it, but it really has changed the way people find love. Since the DNA duo launched about 3 years ago, it's even overtaken Tinder in number of users. Some analysts expect its stock to surpass Facebook's now that the associated social media feed app, Paired, has launched. Everyone knows someone who's been matched through Genetic Ally. All this is amazing, but for someone like River, who prefers to spend his days facing a fume hood rather than leading investor meetings or fielding questions from reporters, I think the frenzy has been a drag. But as the nightly news is reminding us, Genetic Ally isn't River's problem for much longer. The company is being acquired. When does the deal close? I ask. Jess swallows a sip of wine, eyes still on the television. Expected Monday morning. I really can't fathom this. The Genetic Ally board has accepted an offer, and there are all kinds of sub-rights deals happening that I don't even understand. What I do comprehend is that they're going to be so rich, Jess is absolutely paying for drinks tonight. How are you feeling about it? She laughs. I feel completely unprepared for what life looks like from now on. I stare at her, deciphering the simplicity of the sentence. And then I reach across the table and take her hand, fog clearing. Her right wrist has the other half of my drunken, misspelled Fleetwood Mac tattoo. Thunder only happens, and when it's raining, forever binding us together. I love you, I say, serious now. And I'm here to help you spend your giraffe money. I'd rather have an alpaca. Dream bigger, Peña. Get 2 alpacas. Jess grins at me, and her smile fades. She squeezes my hand. You know the old Fizzy will come back, right? She asks. I think you're just facing a transition, and figuring that out will take time. I glance across the bar at the disheveled Hawkeye again. I search my blood for some vibration, or even the mildest flutter. Nothing. Tearing my eyes away, I exhale slowly. I hope you're right.
2. Connor. Some bloke on a podcast once philosophized that the perfect day comprises 10 hours of caffeine and 4 hours of alcohol. I might agree with the caffeine bit, but the mediocre beer in front of me feels more like liquid sadness than escape. Oddly fitting for the day I've had. Pivoting over to reality television might be fun, my mate Ash says distractedly, eyes glued to the basketball game on the TV above the bar. It's sort of like what you do now, just sexier. Ash, I say, grimacing as I rub my temples. I make short docuseries on marine mammals. And dating shows are short docuseries on land mammals. He grins at his own cheekiness, looking at me and nodding. Am I right? I groan, and we fall silent again, turning our attention back up to where the Warriors are obliterating the Clippers. Rarely have I had such a horrendous day at work. Having started from the bottom, in the shark tank of big Hollywood, I know I have it good, working for San Diego's comparably tiny production company, North Star Media. There are the obvious frustrations that accompany working at a small shop. Limited budgets, the uphill battle of distribution, and the simple fact of being 120 miles away from Los Angeles among them. But I also have autonomy in my projects. Or did, until today, when my boss, one Blaine Harrison Byron, a man whose office decor includes a huge slab of graffitied concrete, a life-sized statue of a naked woman, and the newest addition, a gleaming saddle, told me the company was making a major pivot from socially conscious programming to reality television. Is it possible for a man named Blaine Harrison Byron to not be a giant, pretentious wanker? I see the fair point to be made, that a man named Connor Frederick Prince III should not be so quick to cast stones, but I didn't just sideswipe the lives of my entire staff on a whim, so I'm standing firm. Let's talk it out, Ash says, when a commercial for Jack in the Box comes on. What does your boss say, specifically? I close my eyes, working to recall Blaine's exact wording. He said we're too small to be socially conscious. Out loud? Out loud, I confirm. He said that people don't want to sit down after a hard day's work and feel bad about the zip-locked sandwich they took for lunch, or how much water is wasted to make the electricity to charge their iPhone. Ash's jaw drops. Wow. He said he wants me to go after the female demographic. I sip my beer and set it down, staring at the table. He said Bravo was the #1 rated cable network in prime time among women ages 18 to 49 because of their 2 top reality franchises, and that demographic spends the most. Ergo, the executives are going after premium ad revenue. They've already got one of my colleagues, Trent, working on some mashup of The Amazing Race and American Gladiators they're calling Smash Course, and they want me to spearhead a reality dating show. So, like women competing to get some oiled-up hunk to choose them, Ash says. Right. Half-naked Gen Zers locked in a big house together trying to get laid. Yes, but hot women marrying some average dude they've never seen. Ash, there is no bloody way I am doing that. He laughs. Put your British manners away. Pretend you're American. When he sets his beer down again, I notice his shirt is misbuttoned. Ashkan Maleki can be counted on to be untied, unzipped, or otherwise disheveled at least 50% of the time. It's endearing, but I have no idea how he survives in a room full of unfiltered 6-year-olds every day. Every job has downsides. We just have to keep at it. I met Ash when my daughter Stevie was in 1st grade, and he took over her class halfway through the year. It also turned out we went to the same gym and kept running into each other. We immediately hit it off, but hanging out felt a little like secretly dating my kid's teacher. Thankfully, when the school year ended, Stevie moved on to another grade, and my friendship with Ash stuck. You love being a teacher, I say. Most days. The kids are great, he clarifies. It's their parents who are a mess. I give him a humorously dark look. Ash grins as he pops a fry into his mouth. Nah, you and Nat were fine. I usually got the kid gossip from Stevie, but nothing too bad. He leans in and lowers his voice. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff kids tell me. Some of these parents are nuts. I had one physically threaten me when their son lost the school's spelling bee. They were worried about his academic career. What career? He's 6. The word was thwart. I can barely spell that now. Exactly. His attention is drawn to the TV again when the crowd around us collectively curses at something happening in the game, and my work malaise returns. When Natalia and I divorced 8 years ago, we agreed on shared custody of our daughter. This means Stevie, now 10 years old, spends the weekdays at her mum's place and the weekends and most school holidays at mine. It's not usually a problem, but because of this evening's disaster meeting with Blaine, I missed my pickup window. At some point, I'd done the Southern California mental calculation of time of day times motorway construction to the power of It's Friday and told Nat to just carry on the evening without me. She had to take Stevie to run errands and wouldn't be home for a few hours. Now, not only is my career in the toilet, I'm missing out on time with my favorite girl, too. Restless, I glance around the bar, my eyes wandering back to the two women I saw earlier. One of them's got her back to me, but the other, the one I made eye contact with shortly after I got here, is so gorgeous I can't stop stealing looks at her. Petite and willowy, with inky black hair that gleams in the light above their table, she's in a form-fitting black dress, legs crossed, and one thin spiked heel resting on the leg of her bar stool. Everything about her screams cool, which is an odd way for a grown man to describe another adult, but it's true. She's animated while she speaks, making her friend laugh often. I should stop staring, but it's nice to be distracted by a beautiful woman rather than obsessing about work. If I were wired differently, maybe I'd walk over and see if we could distract each other somewhere else for the night. But I'm jerked from my daydreaming when Ash's hand absently paws at my collar in reaction to something on the screen. What the... Ash! Get it! Get it! He shouts. His expression crashes. No! He slumps back into his chair. I just lost $5. He reaches into his pocket for his phone. 5 whole American dollars, I ask, grinning. You'd better watch that gambling habit. I don't know how she does it, but Ella is a shark and never loses. You lost to your wife. He looks up from where he's typing her a message. I'm considering taking her to Vegas. Well, definitely do it before the baby is born. Pregnant ladies love smoky casinos. He ignores this and slides his phone onto the table. Let's get back to your job crisis so I can go home. I know this will hurt your do-gooder soul, but I think you need to bite the bullet and do the reality show Blaine wants. Spend the rest of the year making candy, or whatever he called it, and if it's successful, you'll have leverage to make what you want after that. I begin to protest, and he holds up a hand. I know you hate this. I know your work matters to you. Thanks to you, I haven't thrown away a gum wrapper or used a plastic water bottle in 2 years. I'm going to be using cloth diapers, man. I must be a lot of fun at parties. Ash steeples his fingers under his chin. I say this because I know how much you want to stick to your principles here. You want to make stuff that matters. But I also know you can't lose this job. You only missed a few hours with Stevie tonight. Imagine what you'd miss if you had to move back to LA. I turn my gaze down to my beer. The thought alone makes my stomach twist. Yeah, so do it and move on. I'm not sure it's that easy. Come on, we're smart guys. Bounce some sexy show ideas off me. I press my fingers to my temples, trying to will $1 million idea into existence. That's the problem. I don't have any. I'm certain the world doesn't need another one of these things. Well, while the world may not need another, it certainly wants it. Ella watches every single one. What you need is a new angle. He turns to glance around the bar, and when he does, I see the dry cleaning tag still attached to his collar. Has it been like this all day? With a sigh, I reach over and pluck it off. Ah, he says, examining it before placing it on the table and looking back to the TV. I follow his attention to where the game has finished and the nightly news is on. It's too loud in the bar to hear the voiceover, but the captions inform me that Genetic Ally, the biggest dating app in the world right now, has been bought by Roche Pharmaceuticals. Holy shit, Ash murmurs, then narrows his eyes to read something on the screen. That is an absurd amount of money. My jaw is on the floor. No kidding. Remembering something, I look over at Ash. Genetic Ally. Isn't that how you and Ella met? He nods. We're a gold match. A couple to our right has just taken their seats. The vibe between them is heavy with disappointment. A bad first date. They glance at each other only when they think the other isn't looking, and an accidental brush of hands leads to bursting apologies, but no shy smiles. No spark. It's presumptuous of me, but I could walk over there right now and tell them they've got no chemistry, No chance. Couldn't we all? I'm not overly familiar with Genetic Ally, but I know they developed a system that matches people for compatibility based on signatures in their DNA. I'd give this couple a 0. Lifting my chin, I say to Ash, think they're a gold match? He glances over and watches for a handful of seconds before raising his drink to his lips. Nope, no way. I look back up at the TV, and an idea tickles the edge of my brain. I'll have to make a few calls. Maybe having time to kill will be a good thing after all. 3. Connor. 2 hours later, I pull up in front of Natalia's house. It's a beautiful place. I should know, I co-signed the loan. The realtor called it Spanish Colonial Revival, with white stucco walls, a low-pitched tile roof, and a gated courtyard. Nat always goes all out decorating for Halloween. But where there was once a tricycle in the yard and pastel chalk animals scribbled on the sidewalk, now there's a 10-speed and a row of potted orchids leading up to the front door. Natalia took up gardening after our divorce. Post-divorce, she's thriving, and so are the orchids. Waiting for me on the front step is Stevie's chocolate-brown labradoodle, Baxter. We are absolutely those parents who got their kid a consolation divorce dog. He barks cheerily to alert the house that an intruder has entered the premises, and, tail still wagging, promptly rolls over for belly rubs. All that money for puppy camp, and you are still a terrible guard dog, I say, bending to pet him. Where is everybody? Where's Stevie? Can you go fetch her? The door is slightly open, and Baxter nudges it with his nose and goes upstairs. Hello, I call out. It's cool and quiet inside. Stevie's homework is spread out on the coffee table, and a basket of folded laundry sits on the couch. The walls are filled with photographs, some of Stevie and Natalia, a few with me. We've taken photos of Stevie in the same location and in the same pose on her birthday every year, and seeing them grouped together is like a time-lapse of her childhood. She's tall for a 10-year-old and rail-thin. She has her mum's olive complexion and dark hair, but her eyes, my eyes, are as green as they've ever been. Footsteps pound on the stairs, and a second later, a body collides into mine, skinny arms wrapping around my waist. Baxter is right behind her. Finally, Stevie says into my stomach. I bend, pressing a kiss to her hair. Sorry, boss. Meeting ran late. Did you have fun with your mum? She flops onto the couch dramatically. We drove everywhere. We went to the dry cleaners, and to drop some things off at the post office for Abuelita, and then to Mum's nail appointment. I forgot my book, so she let me watch videos on my phone, and we ordered Chinese food. Guilt, my constant weekend-only parent companion, raises its ugly head. I'm sorry, Sass. It's okay. I got my nails painted. She holds up a hand and wiggles her pink-tipped fingers. Stevie will pick pink everything if given the opportunity. And I know you're super important at your job. I sit on the coffee table facing her. There were some things that couldn't wait until Monday. I bet they were a really big deal, she says slyly. You have the best ideas and make the best documentaries. I'm suspicious. Much like her mother, Stevie is a master negotiator. The problem is that I rarely know we're negotiating until I've already agreed to something. What's the angle? No angle. You're just really cool, that's all. She pauses. But I almost forgot. She sits up, miraculously rejuvenated. Wonderland is coming here. Wonderland, Stevie's current obsession, is a pop group that's taken over every chart and award show in the country. For birthdays, Christmas, and every minor holiday involving a basket, treat, or wrapped parcel, Stevie has asked for Wonderland merchandise. The members' faces are on so many of her t-shirts, I could spot them in a crowd without any trouble. Coming here as in for a concert? Yes, could we go, please? She takes both my hands in hers and makes her eyes as wide as moons. It could be for my birthday. Your birthday was in January. It's May. She says, recalibrating. If I get straight A's? You already get straight A's. Her wry expression says it clearly. Exactly. A sucker, I am. I pull out my phone. Okay, where are they playing? Stevie's vibrating intensity dials up. The open air. Calm down, I say gently. I'm only looking. Did you talk to your mom about this? She said it's fine if you take me. Of course she did. When the site loads, a giant banner fills the top of the page. Wonderland, the Forbidden Game Tour. A title like Forbidden Game leaves me with many questions. Stevie rolls her eyes. Dad? I scroll down to the San Diego dates and spot the red sold out flag over the buy link. I turn the screen to show her, and she immediately deflates. I'm sorry, Sass. Maybe next time round. Besides, it doesn't even start till 8, and you're dead asleep by 8:30. Her bottom lip juts out, and I bend to meet her eyes. We'll check if it's streaming, and maybe we can watch together. She's disappointed, but rallies anyway. Can we get tour shirts and order pizza? Absolutely. Now go fetch your stuff so we can go. She leaps off the couch, long, coltish limbs propelling her to the stairs. I swear she's taller than when I saw her on Sunday. The dog races behind her. Where is your mum, by the way? I call after her. She was outside. Insu is building a shed in the garden, and she's watching. She looks down at me from the top of the stairs. He's really strong. I've noticed. Insu is Natalia's boyfriend. He's 26, so there's that. It took us a few years to iron out the kinks of divorced co-parenthood, but the care and respect we show each other now is better than when we were married. Watching Nat fall in love again eased a weight I hadn't fully realized I was carrying. Having that person practically be a teenager, a slight exaggeration, but I'm the single one here, so let me have this, is a flavor of joy I couldn't have anticipated. Stevie's footsteps sound overhead, and then she falls silent, presumably throwing things into a bag. In the quiet, I pace the living room, and my mind rolls back to my work dilemma. I could make some hybrid of eco-conscious and reality programming, but the truth is that I don't really want to bump up against my documentary colleagues in this setting. It's taken me years to build the credibility I have, and I suspect one adventure race through the jungle will squash all of it in a single go. Besides, Blaine wants something salacious and sexy, and nothing in my current repertoire could be described as such. I'll have to think outside my current box. Dating shows have been done ad nauseum, so a new show would need a hook to make it stand out above the rest. I'm an amateur in a very well-traversed space, but the more I sit with it, the more I keep coming back to the idea I had at the bar after hearing the genetic ally news. My gut says there's something there, but I'm still missing a piece. I find myself in front of one of Nat's many bookcases. Without question, Stevie got her fangirl genes from her mother. But where my daughter loses her mind over pop stars, Natalia is an avid romance reader. Upon inspection, I register that the shelf before me has over 24 books, all by the same author. I pull one free. Ravenous on the High Seas by Felicity Chen. The cover features two beautiful people wrapped up in each other on the deck of what appears to be a pirate ship. It's a great photograph, sweeping, sexy, atmospheric, and when I open the cover, there's an even more detailed version inside. I glance at the summary. A lost heir, a sword-wielding heroine, a country on the brink of war, and hidden treasure that could save them all. When I flip open the back cover, I freeze. The author photo staring back at me is the gorgeous woman from the bar. Over at the family computer, I enter the password and type Felicity Chen into the search bar. The screen instantly populates with results. Publication interviews, fan edits, social media accounts, retail sites, and her publisher's page. I click on one of the news hits and see a commencement address at UCSD Revelle College. By the time footsteps sound on the wood floor behind me, I've watched the commencement address and half a dozen short interview clips, read 3 Entertainment Weekly reviews of her work, and scrolled through much of her Instagram feed. Felicity Chen is funny, charismatic, smart, and great in front of a crowd. She would be a natural on TV. Natalia is suspicious. Why is my favorite author's face all over that screen? I spin in the chair to face my ex. What do you know about her? Felicity's bio is frustratingly lacking in personal details. Wikipedia isn't any more helpful. Is she single? If you date her and break her in some way and I don't get her next book, I may have to kill you. I don't want to date her, Nat. Do you want to date anyone? You don't have to live like a monk, you know. This again. The thing with Stevie walking... I stick 2 fingers in my mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Yellow card, Garcia. Nat bursts out laughing. This little troublemaker knows I'm legitimately scarred after 4-year-old Stevie walked in on me going fully at it with a date's ankles on my shoulders. It was the first and last time I had someone over while Stevie was staying at my place, and I'm not sure I'll ever recover. I swear I am only waiting for the day that memory surfaces and my daughter can never look me in the eye again. Sorry, Nat says, not sounding sorry at all. Just put a bell on her door. Works like a charm. I hook a thumb over my shoulder at the computer monitor. Can we focus? Her eyes drift past me to Felicity's face on the screen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's single. She's talked about dating in past interviews. Why? I want her for a show. Nat's eyebrows drift upward. Like a documentary on romance and feminism or something? I laugh. No. What's the laugh about? She asks, scowling. Careful, I think. Nat has busted me in the past for giving her shit about the kind of books she reads. I don't want to step on a landmine here when I need her help. Sorry, no. It's just that I might be making a dating show. Her eyes widen. What? What is North Star's brand? Sitcoms and Lifetime movies to environmental documentaries and now dating shows? It's Blaine, I say by way of explanation. And Natalia requires nothing more. Blaine bounces from one thing to another, depending on who's currently got his ear. And right now, understandably, it's the executives holding the purse strings. Odds are good I was hired because a now ex-wife was worried about marine mammals. And nothing set in stone, just exploring some options. I don't want both of us worrying about this, so I changed the subject. How's Insu? Wonderful, she says, draping herself across the couch in the exact way our daughter would. He's taking me to dinner tomorrow night for our anniversary. Oh, cool. Did he get his driver's license? I grin at her. They grow up so fast. In truth, I like Insu. He's far more mature than I was at that age. He adores Natalia, and Stevie likes him too. But I'm not going to pass up a chance to take the piss a bit. You know he's only 7 years younger than you. Which would also make him 8 years younger than you. I hope you're locking up the drinks cupboard. A cushion connects with the side of my head, just as Stevie makes it downstairs with her things, Baxter, and his own weekend bag in tow. Ready to go, Sass? Yep. I sent you a link to the tour t-shirts, Stevie says. You don't want to wait because they might sell out. I reach for my phone again. Yes, Captain. Would this happen to be Wonderland related? Nat asks. Sadly, the concert was sold out, but we'll get some goodies to soothe the ache. Nat gives me a little, what a relief, huh? Look over the top of Stevie's head as she hugs her goodbye. And for a handful of seconds, regret cuts sharply through me. I'm sure I miss 1,000 of these ordinary and sweet moments every day. I could have lived this life with the two of them. It would have been platonic and passionless, yes, but stable and loving. I'd assumed there had to be something more out there, but really, it's not like my love life is any more electric than it was when we were married. But it's too late to start over again, and the truth is, I'll miss all of this, and far more, if I don't figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do about work.
4. Fizzy. The first time I ever met a producer to discuss adapting one of my books into a film, I was so excited I barely slept the night before. I spent hours picking out what I would wear. I told every person I knew that my book was being adapted into a movie. I gave myself 5 hours to drive the 124 miles to Los Angeles, and then paid $40 to park so I'd have a place to wait because I'd arrived 3 hours early. I sat there and thought about what I might wear on the red carpet. Who might be cast as the hero? and how it would feel to see him on the screen for the very first time. I walked in with big smiles and big plans and big hopes. That collaboration didn't go anywhere, and neither did the next meeting or the next, and the meetings that were productive were about projects that eventually languished in pre-development for years. I had to learn the hard way that everyone in Hollywood is excited about a project until it's time for the wallets to open. Now I know this song and dance. The meeting my film agent set up for me this morning at the unknown to me North Star Media doesn't even register as a blip with my adrenals. North Star's administrative assistant is a sweet 20-something cutie pie who offers me coffee and a donut from a pink mom-and-pop shop box on her desk when I arrive. I consider answering a few DMs while I wait, but what my readers want is an update on the book, and I've got nothing for them. So I put my phone away and busy myself with a donut instead. Looking around, I must admit that the vibe in this small San Diego production company is much beachier and chill than all the glossy, glass-walled, or intentionally industrial bluster of LA. But when the dude I'm meeting steps out of his office, I'm reminded that Hollywood is Hollywood, even in San Diego. I think I know him from somewhere, but I can't place where. This is not a man who would hang out in any of my favorite coffee shops or bars. His hair is so perfectly coiffed that from a distance it looks like a Lego hair block. I'm distracted by his height, so I don't catch his name, but I smile as if I did. White gleaming teeth, glimmering eyes that would get the sparkle sound effect in a cartoon, and muscles bunchy and flexing under his white dress shirt. He is hot in a very obvious way. If I were writing this book, I'd immediately cast him as hot millionaire executive. Sadly, my mental Rolodex tells me 3 important things about this hero archetype. He will talk a lot about whatever sport he played in college. He is, at best, a performative feminist. And relatedly, he does not enjoy going down on women. But I follow him into his office anyway, because if I stay in the waiting area, I'll eat a second donut. Hot millionaire executive's office is tidy and sparse. Unlike many other film executives' workspaces, it doesn't have a framed collection of signed rare comic books, a coffee table book about vintage sneakers, or a vanity wall of film posters. He has a few framed black and white photographs of what looks like the Central California coastline, some other framed photos facing away from me on his desk, and then nothing but clean walls and surfaces. The hot, boring man gestures that I should sit in one of the expensive leather chairs grouped around a low wood coffee table, and I really do try to fall effortlessly into the seat, but the rip in my jeans hits at the worst place in my knee. And the second I sit, it makes an audible tearing sound. A moment passes where I can see him debating whether he should react to it. He seems to decide against it, smiling instead. I add, nice smile, to his character description. Thanks for coming in today, Felicity. Oh, a Brit. I feel the first tiny pants flutter in ages and update my mental archetype Rolodex. Born and raised in Blackpool. I don't know where that is, but it sounds piratey. He laughs at this, a low rumbling sound. Northwestern England. I nod, looking around, trying to figure out how a man looking like that left his pirate hometown, ended up in an office this bland, and eventually found his way to my books. What a journey. When my eyes return to his face, I can't shake the feeling that we've met before. Do we know each other? He hesitates, mouth briefly forming one word before it takes a different shape. I don't believe so, but my ex-wife is a huge fan. An indelicate laugh rips out of me. I'm gonna say that's the weirdest compliment I've ever received. Even his wince seems too perfect to be real. Sorry. I guess that's a strange way of saying I was impressed by you. Natalia has discerning tastes, and she owns every one of your books. I feel an eyebrow point sharply skyward. She's made a fan out of me, too, he admits, and, oh no, now he's gone too far. It would be so refreshing if one of these dudes would just say, I haven't read your books, and I like to mock the genre with my bros, but romance has the largest readership in publishing, and I want to make money off it. I smile, flashing my teeth. Time to catch him in a lie. Which book is your favorite? I know you probably expected me to say Ranger's Castle or At the End of the Road because of the action in both of them, but I'm going to say Base Pad. Ah, so his adorable assistant is good at the Google. That must be why I'm here. Base paired it is. Hot Brit spreads his hands magnanimously. It's a clever idea, Felicity, and the timing was great. Or maybe he's not so good at the Google. Anyone who knows me either personally or professionally knows that the only people who call me Felicity are my former school teachers, and even then only on the first day of class or when I was in trouble. Anyway, despite his patronizing tone, he's right. The timing was great. I wrote Base Paired just as Genetic Ally launched the DNA Duo app, and its publication dovetailed perfectly with the rising hype of the technology. That book, about two sworn enemies who turn out to be a diamond match, spent a long time on the bestseller list. But after a small production company failed to sell a series, I got the rights back last month. Listen, Ted, Connor, I'm going to be honest, I say, rolling past this because, frankly, his name doesn't much matter. The rights are available, and I'm not opposed to working with someone to adapt it into a film or a series. But this project is special to me for a lot of reasons, and I'm wary of... He holds up a giant man hand. Sorry to interrupt. It's just, that's not why I asked for a meeting. I'm immediately confused, and maybe a little annoyed with myself for skimming my agent's email. What? I'm not interested in adapting Base Paired. Hot Brick shakes his head. I'm curious whether you're open to being cast as the lead in an upcoming show. At this, I frown, concerned. I'm an author. Yes. I felt like we were on the same page for a minute. I wave a finger back and forth between us. But that question took us to different genres. He laughs, and not only does it seem to come from some sexy depth in his chest, it also reveals a small dimple, low on one cheek. Tall, British, and dimpled? Never trust a cliché. We'd like to offer you the role of the central character in an upcoming reality dating show. I stare blankly at him. Me? Yes. A dating show? Yes. One where I'm dating? Yes. Is this a joke? I'm immediately suspicious. And then it clicks. I went on a couple of dates last year with a community theater director who insisted he had lots of connections in the feature world. Maybe I shouldn't have been so obvious in my disbelief. Did Stephen put you up to this? Stephen. I don't remember his last name, I admit. But picture the hot guitar-playing college heartthrob archetype, then add 20 years to his jawline. Hot Brit frowns. I don't. No. There's no Stephen involved in this. Oh, of course. Billy. He used to work at Paramount. I mime muscles. Gym rat, shaves everything. He shakes his head, bewildered. It's coming from Evan. I slap the arm of the leather chair. God damn it, of course. I look at Hot Brit. He loved a practical joke. I broke up with him because he had a Bart Simpson tattoo low. And I mean really low on his hip. And I couldn't go down on him without thinking, cowabunga, dude. It was a mood killer. We got into this big argument at the end, but he still reminded me to turn my clocks back an hour that night for daylight savings. I laugh. I basically told him his terrible tattoo ruined our sex life, and he was like, wow, that's a bummer, but also don't oversleep. I turned my attention back to Hot Brit. So now that I'm thinking about it, he might be too nice to have done this. You can tell me if it's not coming from any of these men, he says slowly. I'm developing this very real show, and you are the first person I've approached for it. I am utterly speechless. But are any of these men your current boyfriends? He asks. I'm never sure when to use that term, I admit, rolling past the thin film of disapproval in his voice. Is a boyfriend someone you have sex with more than once? Can you have a one-night boyfriend? A weekend boyfriend? Or is it necessary to have the boyfriend-girlfriend talk after a specified amount of time spent dating? Regardless, no, none of those men are current boyfriends by any definition. Hot Brick clears his throat, reaching forward to straighten a book on the coffee table. Okay. I watch him, biting a smile. Would you like to hear the show premise? He asks, once he seems to have finished clutching his pearls. I'm willing to let him run through the entire ruse if he's so well prepared. Knock yourself out, Colin. He takes a beat before speaking. And when I look at him, I see flat disappointment in his gaze. I don't know what I did, but I'm delighted anyway. If I could get paid for disappointing white men in suits, I would be a gazillionaire. Regrouping, he begins. I've always been fascinated with the idea of arranged marriages. Oh boy. In that most in the modern day are quite successful. Okay, this is not where I thought he was going with that. When we let people who know us well choose our partner, they generally do a pretty good job. But then, I also had the thought the other day that most of us have seen so many portrayals of love, in person, on screen, in literature, that we should be good at identifying real emotion, don't you think? I shrug. Actually, I'm amazed at the often limited capacity of emotional intelligence in adults. What if we put you in a house with 12 men? Well, now I'm definitely listening. Who are each trying to win your heart. Keep talking. But instead of you choosing who gets to stay in the competition each week, we'll have the audience live vote over the 24 hours after the episode airs on who stays and who goes. The eliminated contestant or contestants will find out at the start of the next episode. So you let the audience vote on who they want me to end up with? I have no say? He tilts his head from side to side. Yes and no. The audience will have to gauge your reactions, but I'm hoping there'll be some great options in there because here's what I think could make it really interesting. We'll cast the contestants based on your DNA duo compatibility scores. I assume you're familiar with it? It feels like my heart stops. That's River's technology. Oh, I'm familiar. Some scores will be low, some will be higher, he says. But we'll make sure there's at least one gold match or better in the cast. The twist is to see who can better find your soulmate, technology or the audience. I struggle to hide my shock. You're serious? Hot Brit nods. Your books are international bestsellers, Felicity. You have readers in every age and socioeconomic demographic. And your biggest fans are right in the heart of the reality TV audience. This overlap could be very advantageous for your book sales as well as our ratings. I stare out the window. I was wrong. It isn't satisfying to have him be so forthcoming that the bottom line is why I'm here. He wants me because my brand, Happy Romance, would play well with audiences. This man would have no way of knowing I'm no longer happily romantic. But given his industry, he'd tell me that doesn't matter as long as I can put on a good show. It all makes me feel even more pessimistic about love. I know a lot of these dating shows are manufactured or cynical, he continues, oddly reading my mind. But I think this could be different, because it's you. I'm drawn to you, and we've only just met. Viewers will feel the same. Your readers will want you to find love. This one is like an arrow to the heart. My sweet readers do want me to find love, and it appears to be the one thing I cannot give them. Well, that and a new book. Hot Brit leans in, green eyes earnest and soft. I truly believe that women want to watch other women find happiness. As I blink back over to him, something cools in my blood. That seems like such a nice thing to say. So why does it sound ironic when you say it? He looks taken aback for a second, his expression crashing. No, I truly mean it. I push to stand. Thanks for making the time. I'm not interested.
5. Connor. Felicity leaves so abruptly, the whiplash slaps my thoughts against my cranium, and I simply stare after her, mute. I was 50-50 on whether a woman as stunning and successful as she is would be into the idea of starring in a reality show, but by no means did I expect the offer to outright piss her off. If I can't even pitch this show without getting it horribly and mysteriously wrong, what hope is there that I'll be able to make it a success? The fuck just happened? I ask the empty doorway just a moment before a head pops into view, and my boss flashes a set of bright white veneers at me. Got a sec? I glance at my watch. I need to be upstairs with Shaz in 5. Blaine steps in, sliding a hand into a pocket and jiggling some change. Just got off the line with Bill, he tells me. Bill Masters is the CFO, and one of the few people Blaine is afraid of. The C-suite really wants to make this dating show happen. He pauses for dramatic effect, half of his mouth lifting in a cocky grin. They're giving you $1.5 million. Dollars? No, Connor. Hookers. Yes, of course, dollars. The meaning of what he said finally penetrates, they're giving me $1.5 million for this, but won't give me $40K for my biodiversity doc? He pulls a whistling breath in through his nose, drawing it out like his patience is a dangerously cracking top layer of ice. Like I said, kid, we all really want this to happen. By the way, Bob in programming must know where a body is buried because your time slot will be prime time on ABC. And then he amends. Saturdays. There is literally nothing prime time about a Saturday night time slot. Reading my expression, Blaine says, listen, with this timeline, we're lucky we didn't land on Friday. There was some scuffle with their new procedural, and we got to them before they filled the slot. Now, give me some good news. I heard you were meeting with a possible lead. I was, I say, lifting my chin to indicate that she's gone. She wasn't interested. Not enough money? He's incredulous. To Blaine, that would be the only logical reason someone would turn this down. Some people are too dumb to see an opportunity when it's right in front of them. We didn't even make it to the money part. Wasn't the right fit, I guess. The reality that she's blown me off is settling in, and I'm more disappointed than I would have expected. For a minute, while she was sitting across from me, I couldn't believe the wild kismet that the woman I spotted at the bar last week would end up in my office. And of course, I realized how nice it would be to be able to work with a sexy, successful romance author for once, rather than a group of sun-ravaged, disheartened scientists. It's your job to find the right fit, he says sharply. I was hoping to find someone uniquely beloved by the demographic, I explain, trying to redirect away from his irritation and towards something productive. But maybe I was thinking too far outside the box. I might have to go a different route. Just go the regular route. Legs, boobs, lips. Ah, Blaine. A generation of walking lawsuits. I clear my throat in response. Female-shaped and willing. He doubles down. That's all we need. Keep me updated. Blaine raps a knuckle on my desk. I got a jet. And just as quickly as he appeared, he's gone. This fucking day, I say to the empty doorway, and only a split second later, another head pops into view, scaring the shit out of me. Jesus Christ. My producing colleague, Trent Choi, extends an arm, showing me his watch. We have that meeting with Shaz in 3. Poor Trent. He is without question the only person who gets to meetings on time around here. Right, I say. I was just chatting with Blaine. Oh? He quickly glances back over his shoulder. Do you have a second? Of course. Stepping in, Trent closes my door until only a small slice of hallway is visible. I'm starting to freak out that if Smash Course doesn't work, I won't have a job. I grimace at him in commiseration. What did Blaine say? That if this show doesn't work, I'm out of a job. Seems like you've got a good read on the situation. He winces, and I try to soften it. If it makes you feel better, I'm in the same boat. He's got me doing a dating show. At least those are successful. Who even watches extreme sports challenges? Literally everyone, Trent. This poor, bookish wanker. I'm going to be on the road for 6 weeks, he complains. 6 weeks on a bus with sweaty, testosterone-fueled weekend warriors who want to kill each other, and then I have to come back and edit the footage to make it look like a good time. Oh, sorry, mate. I gently slap his shoulder. I do get his angst. These shows certainly get attention, but I don't know if it's the kind of attention we're prepared to take on. If my dating show sucks, I'm fucked. And if it doesn't suck, I'm not sure how smoothly I can pivot back to the kind of programming I care about. I guess there's some consolation that I'm not the only person stuck bottom feeding. I'm sure it will be fine. One thing at a time, eh? Right now, I've got to find someone, I hold up air quotes, female-shaped and willing, and just get through this.
6. Fizzy. There's always a risk of misinterpreting something when hearing the tail end of a conversation. But in this case, there's no room for a mistake. Find someone female-shaped and willing and just get through this. I'd returned for a parking validation, but I immediately forget again as 3 simultaneous explosions take place inside my skull. The first is over the wording, which is so terrible that Hot Brit immediately stops being a hero in any form and is now only a villain over whom I must triumph. The second realization is that he's going to make this show no matter what I do. He will use River's app to spread this garbage, and he will happily paint the central woman as desperate to find her soulmate, like she isn't completely fine all on her own, because reality television executives have not updated their view of women in 40 years. The third explosion is the most powerful. For as much as I now dislike this man, I cannot ignore that he's offered to hand me the mic. How many times have I idly wondered why, if men want to know what women want, they don't just, ask women directly? Hot Brit has given me the chance to ensure this show isn't a disaster for every woman who hits play on episode 1. I can choose the vocabulary and the format and the discussion around what it means to date and fall in love. I walk right up to the producer's door, push it the rest of the way open, and witness his expression morph from irritation to horror as he registers that I've just heard him. "How badly do you want me for this?" I ask bluntly. He swallows, glancing to the other man in the room, who seems to want to be absorbed into the wall. Hot Brit considers his words carefully. "I suspect you are the only person who could make this project worthwhile." I can't tell if that's ignorant or thoughtful. It occurred to me in the elevator that perhaps my answer was too hasty. He stares at me, not understanding. "I'll do this show, but only on my terms." "Terms," he repeats, "such as?" I work to not break eye contact. "I have no idea what my terms are. I'll send my ideas to you through my agent. If you want me for this, you'll agree to incorporate what she sends over." He wears silence easily, doesn't rush to speak, and I begrudgingly acknowledge that I respect this about him, because it's something I've never mastered. "Can I trust that you'll choose these terms in good faith?" he asks at last. "You'll keep the audience in mind?" Holy shit, this condescension. Literally the only thing I care about is this audience. The edge to my voice is so sharp it could draw blood. I don't think you have the same priority. Other than some of them being female-shaped, whatever the fuck that means, I don't think you even know who this audience is. "Felicity, what you heard," I hold up a hand. I don't need to hear his excuse. I'm not doing this for him anyway. It's a yes or no, Corey. Your call. He blinks away, giving me a view of the defined jawline, the long neck. Finally, he turns back to me. "Yes, then." I reach out for him to shake on it. "Good." With understandable hesitation, he reaches out and wraps his hand around mine, giving me a very perfunctory British handshake. Shifting my purse on my shoulder, I turn to leave, but he speaks again. "One more thing, if I might." I turn back around. "My name is Connor." He doesn't smile this time when our eyes meet. Not Ted, or Colin, or Corey. Connor. This jerk has just passed me the baton. He doesn't have any fucking clue what he's agreed to. I'll call the poor guy anything he wants. After all, his name is the least of my concerns, because now I must figure out what my terms actually are. How I'm going to make time for this reality TV circus when I'm already 3 months late on my manuscript deadline. And how on earth I'll reconcile the way his solid, warm grip and steady, attentive gaze didn't feel at all like those of a villain.
7. Connor. "Any news on scheduling?" Natalia asks from the kitchen. "We've put a deposit down on that cabin in Yellowstone, but I don't want to take Stevie if you're going to have a window of free time then." Next to me, dressed in her new Wonderland tee and crowned with a pink tiara, the child in question searches through dozens of tiny, greyish taupe puzzle pieces, intent on finding the corners of an elephant's ear and the tip of a lion's tail in our African wild after the rains jigsaw puzzle. I wonder about the chances that an elephant and a grown lion would stand this close to each other, but it seems a minor quibble. "Unfortunately, no," I say. It's already June. Our holidays would normally be passed out and set in stone by now, but with my filming schedule still up in the air, summer plans are as well. And I'm sorry, Nat. I know it's a pain. I've been going back and forth with Felicity's agents for weeks. Just make your plans and I'll work around them. Nat crosses the room and sets down lunch for each of us before taking a seat on the floor across from me. Normally, my daughter and I would be at my place for the weekend, but Stevie's social circle seems to be ever expanding, with a birthday party tonight and another in the morning. Co-parenting means compromise, and I'm happy to hang out here if it means time together. The food doesn't hurt either. It smells amazing. For the 2 years Nat and I were married, I was deeply spoiled by her cooking. When we split, I had to get my shit together. I couldn't feed my toddler ramen and Happy Meals every weekend. Now I appreciate nothing more than food I don't have to prepare myself. "How's everything going with her?" she asks, pulling my attention up from the steaming bowl of pozole. I haven't shared much with Nat, because there isn't much to tell. Felicity has been communicating with me through her intermediaries, attorney and agents. She has me by the balls and knows it. I swallow a too-hot bite, wincing. She's tentatively accepted. What are her conditions? Her agent is supposed to be sending them over. You sound thrilled. I wipe my mouth with a napkin. Let me ask you something. Weeks ago, I asked her to do this thing. I offered. She could have turned it down, but didn't. Isn't it weird that she still seems to be sort of questioning my commitment a bit? With a little laugh, Nat takes a bite and pokes at her bowl with a spoon. I don't know that much about her in real life. I mean, she shows us what she wants us to see. She seems playful and funny and adventurous, but a reality show doesn't seem like something she'd do. There must be a reason she's considering it, and if she called you out for seeming less than enthusiastic, you'd better get your attitude squared away. Natalia looks at me straight on. You're a wonderful guy, Con, but you've been acting a little snobby, like this is beneath you. I turn back to the puzzle. How is it snobby if it's accurate? I would never do this if Blaine wasn't forcing me to. I know it's a mistake as soon as the last word is out of my mouth. Even Stevie pushes a somber whistle through her teeth. Natalia stares at me. Connor, do you think I'm dumb? What? I say, horrified. Of course not. You're the smartest person I know. Well, I watch reality TV. I read romance. And when you say stuff like that, it's belittling. She tilts her head towards Stevie, and the unspoken, especially when you do it in front of our daughter, lands like a mallet. I just meant that it's not my bag. Of course it's cool if it's yours. Her eyes go round. Wow, thank you. That is not at all. She waves this off. Have you watched any dating shows or read any of her books since you agreed to take this project on? I ordered them. She looks unimpressed. And, I continue proudly, I had Brenner do write-ups on Felicity's 5 top sellers. Stevie shakes her head again. Natalia gives me a disappointed frown. Okay, I hear how that sounded, I say. I'm the arsehole executive pawning my work off onto my assistant. That was shitty. But Nat, the show isn't even about Felicity's books. It's about her, about how charismatic she is, how good she is in front of people. It's about the audience rooting for her. Are you really so thick not to see that her audience roots for her because of what she gives us in her books? Before I can answer, she continues. If you told me you didn't like Wonderland's music, I'd say, fine, to each their own. You've heard all their songs at least 100 times, so you would be making an informed opinion. But you've never even read a romance novel or watched a reality show and have formed this opinion based on what you think they are. I slip another piece into place, bridging a large elephant ear to its head. Come on, Nat, you've got to admit romance novels are a touch predictable. Why? Because the couple ends up together? Exactly. That's a rule of the genre, Connor, she says, which you would know if you'd bothered to even Google it. I wave her on, hearing the way she's frothing up over this. Go on, get it all out. You describe them as my guilty pleasure. Do you have any idea how condescending that is? Well, don't they bring you pleasure? I ask, confused. How is that condescending? Yes, but why should I feel guilty for reading something that makes me happy? I open my mouth to respond. and she pins me with a look so clear in its meaning it might as well be a warning shot fired overhead. You treat the things I love as if they're silly or something to be indulged, she says. My point, Con, is this. You asked me if it was weird that she's questioning your attitude. But if I see your condescension, and I'm someone who knows what a good man you are in a million other ways, what do you think she saw when she doesn't know you at all and her entire career is centered around something you believe is beneath you? I close my eyes as this one settles in. I worked on a project once where an expert said intolerance is a failure of curiosity, and it's always stuck with me. Am I being quick to judge things I know next to nothing about? Okay, yeah. Read one of her books. Nat picks up her spoon again. Keep an open mind, and you might even like it. I know that she's right, and I'm about to tell her so when my phone buzzes on the table with an incoming email. I open it, and immediately my brain locks up. What the fuck? Dad? Stevie glares at me. Sorry, but I gesture to the phone. It's the list of Felicity's conditions. I do a quick scan of the text. She wants to keep shooting to 4 days a week. I look up. I thought it was standard to keep people sequestered or something on these shows, to keep the results hidden. They are on The Bachelor, Stevie offers. Nat reaches to adjust Stevie's tiara. It's almost like knowing how these shows work would make his job easier. Stevie giggles. Okay, you, I say, and continue scrolling through the email. Looking at all this, I immediately know it'd be easier to cast someone who's only concerned with fame and exposure. But if I'm stuck doing this, I'd rather do it with someone who has something to say. I realize I expected her terms to read like a writer, requests for time away from the cameras, a list of dietary demands, marketing money, or specific stylists, as much promo of her books as possible. But there's none of that. Her list of conditions reads strangely like a dare. She's given me a very specific casting list. I look up at Nat. What the hell does cinnamon roll have to do with casting? Oh, Natalia says with quiet thrill. Oh, Fizzy Chen, you are my goddamn hero. Mom, language. I frown down at my phone. Himbo? Is that a typo? Nat doubles over, absolutely howling in laughter. And it's going to take forever to get clarification. I'm supposed to go through her agent. I break off when I reach the end of the scanned PDF and spot a handwritten note from Felicity near the bottom. Text me if you have questions. Good luck. I suspect you'll need it.
8. Fizzy. Honestly, Jess says across the table from me at Twigs, if I was this nose-deep into something on my phone, you'd tell me to share the porn or put it away. In ye olden times, it was our routine to meet up at Twig's coffee shop a few days a week to work. I would write like a madwoman, and Jess would do numbersy things. We were, usually, very productive. These days, our work sessions are more ceremonial. Jess is taking the summer off, and I'd be more likely to grow a third ear than write a compelling kissing scene. But even though the vibe is more casual than business, Jess's words are my cue to slide my device into my purse and return to bestie time. Sadly, even if Oscar Isaac were standing tableside naked, I'm not sure I could look up from this text exchange. It's like watching Connor Prince III's slow spiral into insanity. Darcy, he texts. I don't even know what that means. I smother a laugh with a hand, typing, think taciturn. Felicity, shaking my head, I tell Jess, I don't think you want to know what I'm doing. My phone vibrates again. Phone sex? Better. What's a hot nerd? Do you really need me to explain that one to you? Fine. Silver fox? Daddy kink. Vampire? A laugh rips out of me, and a few of the other regulars toss a dirty look my way. I'd forgotten that gem. But this time I've come so close to spraying a mouthful of coffee across the table at Jess that she finally tries to reach for my phone, and I have to dodge her grasping fingers to finish typing my reply. Be creative. Gingerly, I put my phone down. Hello, friend. Are we not even pretending to work today? I look at the chair to my right where I set all my things when I came in a half hour ago. I haven't even bothered to unpack my laptop. No wonder I can't get anything done. Grinning at her, I say, I promise this is work-related. Uh-huh. Jess knows I've been avoiding social media and work emails like the plague, so she's understandably skeptical. I elaborate. My terms for the show landed in Hot Brit's inbox this afternoon, and he's got some questions. Jess frowns. What did you do? What do you mean, what did I do? Why am I immediately the bad guy? Let's see, Jess says, cupping her hands around her flat white and leaning closer. There was the time you talked me into going to the nude beach for your birthday before realizing we were walking around naked on private property. Blame GPS, not me. You handcuffed me to the bed for research, and then realized the key was back at your house. You were only alone for like a half hour, and I made sure you had plenty of water. Okay. How about when you set me up with a guy who was out on parole? For tax fraud, it's not like he killed anybody. Really, Fizzy? Well, it sounds bad when you say it all together. She waits patiently. Finally, I nod because, fair. I'm just trying to make a good show here. The skepticism deepens, and I remind her. You didn't want to hear about the TV show because you didn't want information you'd have to keep from River, who predictably flipped out when I mentioned over burgers a couple of weeks ago that I'd been approached to star in a reality dating show based on his very serious scientific research. There was some intense staring down at his plate, followed by some agitated pacing. I'd assured him that there was no way North Star Media would ever agree to my terms once they saw them, and River had been slightly mollified. But he also requested to hear no more about it, which means I can't tell Jess anything either, or she'll internally combust over having to keep anything from her husband, and which is why she's pretending to be uninterested. The thing is, if you ask Jessica Marie Davis Pena what her favorite TV show of all time is, she'll say Breaking Bad or Downton Abbey, because those are socially appropriate answers. No one says their favorite show is Married at First Sight, just like nobody says their favorite restaurant is McDonald's. But somebody's buying those 550 million Big Macs a year. Jess eats those shows up, feeling smugly entertained with a globe of red wine in her hand on her giant sectional in the living room. No matter what River wants to happen, Jess is intrigued by this. Dare I say, she is secretly thrilled. Which means I can count down to the moment when she breaks. In 3, 2. I'm almost afraid to ask what your terms are, she says, tapping a casual finger on the side of her laptop. Knowing you, they're insane. I lift my drink to my lips and realize it's gone lukewarm. Is this you asking? She adjusts her computer glasses. No. Okay. I glance down at my phone to find a new string of texts. You want at least 2 of the heroes to have experience knitting. I don't understand the exclusion term regarding poets. Felicity, my understanding was that you would enter this negotiation in good faith. Are you free to talk? I giggle, typing as gleefully as if I'm sexting. Sorry, I'm slammed at the moment. When is a good time? That depends. Are you in or are you giving up? A plastic clatter echoes across the table as Jess tosses down her glasses in defeat. Just tell me everything. But it's about the dating show. River might not like it. He can cry into his giant bags of money. You're right, I say in a burst. Well, in case you didn't realize this already, I'm a genius. And so admirably grounded. Listen, I tell her, the more I get into this idea, the more I like it. The hot Brit executive wanted me to do a dating show, right? Put me and 12 dudes in a house, roll me out in a push-up bra, and let the audience decide each week who should be eliminated. Right, Jess says, nodding. The gimmicky piece is, of course, that they'd use the DNA duo to find a range of matches for me, I say. She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms. 3 weeks ago, you didn't even want to date one man. Now you're going to live with 12? 12 prime-of-their-life dongs just walking around looking for Fizzy to hide it? I'm only human, Jess. How do I say no to that? She shakes her head at me over the top of her coffee cup. Do you hear the things you say? Like, at all? I ignore this. Real talk here. 12 might be too many. Even for me. I pause. I can't believe I'm saying that. But I am, so I'm going to suggest cutting it to 8. I also don't like the idea of being totally sequestered in a house with these guys for the duration of the shoot. So I told Hot Brit I'd give him 4 days a week to shoot. And during those days, the heroes and I will just date. Each week, audiences will eliminate a couple of them, and I'll go on new, more elaborate dates with the ones who remain. We'll get to know each other the way we would in real life, with the rest of life happening around us. Jess frowns. Will they go for that? Isn't the point of these shows for it to be this intense, forced proximity experience? And if you're led back to your real lives, you might talk to your families about the show and get tips and feedback. Yes, but that's how dating works. If I went out with one of them in the real world, we'd go home after and talk to our people about how it went. Especially if it went well, we'd want to talk it out and include our community in the excitement. I'm tired of these portrayals of romance in a vacuum, making people think once you find that special person, you don't need anything else. That isn't a healthy take on love. I want to date the guy who has the support of his family and friends the entire time, not the one who tells his loved ones they have to accept this new person they know nothing about, who he swears he's in love with after 3 weeks. Haven't these people ever read a romance novel? A supportive community is like half the happily ever after. Oh my God, Fizzy, take a breath. I pause and take a calming sip of my tepid vanilla latte. The dating structure is easy. Do you want to hear the best part? No, of course not. Boring details only, please. I sent over a list of romance hero archetypes that Hot Brit has to cast if he wants me. Her expression flattens. I'm sorry, what? I sent him a list of 20 archetypes. Hot nerd, professor, rock star, Navy SEAL, etc. He'll cast 8 heroes that fit those categories. Off her dubious look, I add, it's not that hard. Jess waves her fingers for me to hand it over. Let me see the list. I pull it up on my phone and pass it across the table. Jessica's blue eyes scan the screen, widen, and then she starts again from the top, reading some of them aloud. A prince? Or royalty more generally, I say, casually examining a fingernail. I'm not fussy. A pause. Then she snorts. Scottish rogue. Fizzy, my God. Keep going. The one that got away? She laughs. Talk about casting a wide net. You sure you want that? Frankly, I didn't want any of it, but if they managed to pull this together, it would be amazing. I can't write a damn word lately, which means the coming soon page of my website is getting about as many visitors as my vagina. But if I can reach a romance audience with this, it would make my readers and Amaya happy. My literary agent, Amaya Ellis, is a badass worth more than her weight in gold, and absolutely does not deserve the headache I have been for the last year. Amaya thinks this is a good idea? Jess asks, skeptical. I don't know if I'd go that far, but both she and my film agent think it could be great exposure. And since I have literally nothing else going on, I was strongly encouraged to consider it. She also reminded me that the whole reason I did the DNA duo in the first place was for research, and I should go into it with that mindset. She briefly looks up. And, the whole possible soulmate thing. Yeah, sure, I say, watching her absorb the list and work to keep her shit together. So what do you think? I put some real thought into it. That much is clear, her gaze snags. Vampire? You expect them to cast a vampire? Hot Brit tripped on that one too. How they do it isn't my problem, is it? Her eyebrow points skyward and she looks over the top of my phone at me. Dom, gotta respect the genre. She reads some more, smothering her smile with a hand. 20% or more need to have gone to therapy. 30% are required to have a female friend they have never had sex with? Fizzy, you're such a troll. She shrieks briefly. No poets? This might be the greatest idea I've ever had. Unfortunately, it's never going to happen. She tilts her head side to side. Maybe not gesture. What do you do if he agrees to your terms? I wave this off. I won't get my hopes up. And even if he did, I'd really have to wrangle my shit into order and bring my A game. That truth sinks in. I hadn't actually imagined a situation where Hot Brit would agree to these preposterous terms. There's been safety in my outlandish demands. Literally any other woman on planet Earth would make this show easier than what I've just requested. To think, even briefly, that I might end up doing this makes my stomach clench. I'd have to be funny and engaging and, shit, convincingly fake being open to love. There's absolutely no way he wants me bad enough to say yes to all of this. I tend to agree with you. Jess hands me back my phone, nodding to the screen where a text has landed from my new contact labeled British McCaw Pants. Except, I think he just did.
9. Connor. The next time Felicity Chen walks into my office, she shows up ready to play. Instead of ripped jeans and boots, she's wearing a black tailored suit and an expression that leaves no doubt she's planning to oversee everything from this point forward. She politely passes on Brenna's offer of coffee and crosses the room to where I'm standing in front of my desk to greet her. "Felicity, it's good to see you." She gives me a handshake alongside her wide smile. Amazingly, she makes the ballbuster aesthetic look like a good time. "Call me Fizzy. No one calls me Felicity except the guy at the DMV." I laugh. Fizzy it is. Instead of sitting at a chair at my desk, she settles down onto one of the small leather sofas framing the coffee table. I remember reading once that confident people use furniture wrong. They sit sideways, they loop an arm over the back of an adjacent chair, or sit on the edge of a desk. Fizzy isn't doing any of those things, but she's still a portrait of confidence. Her posture is relaxed, one leg crossed over the other, hands casually crossed at the wrist, one index finger and thumb tapping, as if she's counting down to something. Her shoes are bright blue suede, with heels at least 4 inches tall. It takes more effort than I'm comfortable with not to let my eyes linger on the tiny glimpse of her exposed ankle. "How are you?" I ask, dragging my eyes away. "I'm great." I sit down across from her, working to look as casually confident as she is. Normally, I am. Normally, I'm hard to fluster. But the duality of the intensity of her demeanor and the ease in her body is distracting. "Thanks for taking my meeting," she says. Her hair is up in a bun, a few tendrils have come loose, and they fall softly against her long, delicate neck. She wears minimal makeup, I guess, but her lips are this perfect soft red. However much of a shit show this program will end up being, this woman is going to be beautiful on screen. "Absolutely," I swallow, trying to get my voice to sound less strained. "We still have a lot to hammer out." An understatement. The requests her agent sent over read like a foreign language, but Nat told me to trust her, so here we are. I feel like I'm stepping into a dark, foggy alley with nothing but a rolled-up newspaper to defend me against surprise knife attacks. This will either be an inconvenient but brief project that gets me what I want from Blaine, or the worst mistake of my professional career. But before we get too deep in the details, I say, I wanted to ask if you have any experience with the DNA duo. Past user profiles are obviously confidential, but our legal department needs to know if we have any previous gold matches we should filter or add to the list for the one that got away. "I'm familiar with the app," she says, smoothing a hand down her thigh to straighten a soft wrinkle there. "And I stopped checking my matches before I ever saw any gold ones." "Okay." I jot down the note, sensing there's more beneath the surface there, but she doesn't elaborate. Closing my notebook, I meet her eyes across the table. "Well, if you think of anything that seems worth discussing, let me know. We don't need to know your dating history, but also don't want to put you in an awkward position with someone you've met and didn't like." "Thank you." She keeps nodding, but doesn't take her eyes off my face. Needing something to do under her scrutiny, I sit forward in my seat, reaching to pour us each a glass of water from a pitcher on the coffee table. "Is there something you wanted to discuss?" I ask. "I can't quite figure you out." "What would you like to know?" "What's your background?" She runs a thoughtful finger beneath her full lip. "North Star's website doesn't go very deep. Google doesn't tell me much about you. All I know is you usually make documentaries and grew up a young pirate in Northern England." I laugh at the callback to our first meeting. "Blackpool, that's right. I had to quit the looting and pillaging industry at 15 when my American father brought me to the States. 15, she winces. That's rough. It was, but no reason to linger. I went to USC for film and ended up here. And yes, until recently, I've worked on documentaries, coastal climate change, marine animals, you know. USC for film, but ended up in San Diego at a small production company, she says. Either you aren't very good at your job, or you have a personal reason for being here. It seems like an important distinction if I'm your newest collaborator. I smile, not rising to the bait. I had a very good job at Sony in LA. I moved here because my ex-wife got a job and I wanted to be close to our daughter. Her expression falters, softening, before she reaches for her water. Why did you agree to take on this show? Coastal climate change to a reality dating show? Not really a natural transition. It was assigned to me. So you're being forced. I go for honesty. We barely know each other, but I can already sense I don't want to be caught lying to this woman. It wouldn't have been my first choice, no. Are you at all excited about it? I reach for my water, taking a sip as I formulate an answer that is both honest and encouraging. I'll say this much. I'm truly glad you came aboard. This makes her grin widely, brightly. I know you are. You said yes to all my ridiculous requests. If you thought they were ridiculous, I say, setting my glass down, why did you make them? Because they're hilarious. They'll make the show different, fun. We could all use a little more fun. I can't disagree there. You said at our first meeting that one of the reasons you've brought me on is because our audiences intersect almost entirely. Tell me a little about this audience. About 80% of the people watching dating shows identify as female ages 18 to 55, but about half of them are over 45. This is similar to the readership of romance novels. A third of all fiction sales are romance, and about 40% of that market is women over 45, meaning a whopping 12% of all pure fiction sales are women over 45 reading romance. I pause, wondering what else she wants me to say. It hasn't been my demographic, historically, but I'm trying to learn. Fizzy's gaze has an intensity I've seen in some of the most powerful executives in Hollywood. What does that mean? She isn't being harsh, but I still don't like being put on the defensive, don't like how carefully I need to tread here, because she hasn't officially signed the contract yet, and I need this before I let her leave today. After going over Fizzy's ideas, Blaine gave me 2 months of pre-production, with 5 weeks of filming, the finished episodes airing at the end of each week. That means crash editing every week. I've never made something with this kind of editorial pressure before. We've already spent so much time waiting for her terms and running everything through our legal department. I can't start over again. It means I'm learning this the way I learn about any new audience, I tell her. Market research, in this case, studying what other things that audience does in their free time. She stifles a smirk, and I lean back in my chair, inhaling deeply, getting my bearings. Ask what you really want to ask me, Fizzy. I don't want to sign up to do this if your only research here is reading Nielsen reports. The documentaries you've made help convince me that your heart is in the right place. But why you? Why this? Why you for this? It seems the company is taking a new direction. I shrug, choosing transparency. We're small. There are only a few of us. That's probably why me. Have you read anything I've written? Or did you ask me because your ex-wife had some of my books on her shelf? I'm finishing Base Paired right now. It's funny, sexy, creative, and... I trail off, searching for the word that eludes me. I began reading per Nat's instructions, looking for what it is about romance she loves so much, trying to find that kernel that has built such a huge following for Fizzy. If I can understand it, I think, I'll be able to unlock what we need to make this show a success. And? Fizzy prompts sardonically, like she's expecting an insult to wrap up my list. Joyful. It comes out in a burst. There's a lot of joy in your writing. I can see I've hit something important. She leans forward, happier now. Yes, now we're getting somewhere. Romance is joyful. What brings you joy? My daughter. My work, historically speaking. I dig around for something that makes me sound more dimensional. But sitting here with this best-selling author talking about joy and connection makes my life feel like a lather, rinse, repeat of arid routine. Watching footy, mountain biking, exercise. As I speak, I see her point. None of this really qualifies me to speak specifically to this audience. It's true that, other than my time with Stevie, nothing in my life brings me outright joy anymore. Most of it, I realize, is a way to pass time when I'm alone, and none of it is about seeking connection. I think about the chapter in her book I read last night. It was a love scene where, afterward, the heroine admitted that she was afraid of how fast things were moving. It wasn't that this type of conflict felt groundbreaking, but the way it was written with such vulnerability and self-awareness after the most scorching sex scene I'd ever read left me feeling pensive all night. Fizzy is the playful, wisecracking alter ego. But I'm beginning to see that Felicity Chen is smart, brilliant, clearly, and I must give her more than just a confident smile and measured responses. She reads people expertly, and right now she needs to be convinced she won't be stuck with a two-dimensional Hollywood stereotype. I sound like a boring git, I laugh. There's something about reading your book that has made me hyper-aware of the sterile banality of my current life. I am, I admit, sifting through words because I rarely get personal with relative strangers, and never with colleagues. A bit of a workaholic, but I am not an egomaniac. I brought you on because I know you are connected, literally and figuratively, to this audience. I want this to be a success. I want that too. Fizzy's posture eases and she leans back. Listen, hot dilf, I need to confess something. I'm good friends with someone involved in the DNA duo technology. He's not thrilled about this show happening, but because of the way the deal was structured, he doesn't get a veto on media use. Will that be a problem? I ask, ignoring for the time being that I think she's just called me a hot dilf, or the fact that I wouldn't have understood that phrase a few weeks ago. No, but this show needs to be smart. It needs to be delightful. It needs to be irreverent. It needs to be sexy and real and relatable. I agree. An edge of vulnerability appears in her next words. The problem is, even though I've just interrogated you, I must admit I'm a little worried about whether I'm even the right person to do this. Oh. The power in her posture, the shine in her eyes, both of those things have dimmed without me noticing. I sort through the words in my head. I completely understand that you'd want to do right by this technology, given your personal connection to it. And I wouldn't expect you to do all the heavy lifting here. But even knowing you just the tiny bit that I do, I know you will absolutely delight the viewers. You have a magical quality that is rare, Fizzy. I'm sure you know that. It translates in your writing, and it translates in person too. Well, thank you, but no. She reaches up, pressing the heels of her hands to her eyes. I used to be fun. I used to have a million ideas. I used to be spontaneous and playful and sexy and inspired. I haven't felt any of those things in ages. My pulse slows, and then rocket launches up my throat. So, what are you saying? Did I really go through all of this for her to back out now? Joy, she says behind her hands, and then drops them onto her lap. What? Fizzy takes a deep breath, and then exhales slowly. I'll sign the contract on your desk under one condition. What's that? In the 2 months we have before this show starts filming, you and I get out of this office, away from our keyboards, and rediscover joy.
10. Fizzy. So much for joy. I took off a black and gray striped sweater and hurl it with just a touch of rage onto the mountain of clothes forming on my bed. I must be insane. I'm headed to my first book signing in months. I'm not feeling myself. I'm worried my mojo has permanently abandoned ship. I'm going to have to face my readers and be as perky and excited about the next, still non-existent, book as I can be. And in a moment of weakness, I invited a hot Brit dilf along on some impulsive quest to find our joy. Like we're buddies. God, tell me why I told this television executive to come pick me up for my signing tonight instead of just driving myself. In my bedroom doorway, my little sister shoves another handful of chips into her mouth and crunches loudly through them before answering. Because you seek out power struggles with men to avoid being vulnerable? Wow, drag me, Alice. I reach for a sheer-sleeved black dress in my closet. Am I wrong? My answer comes out muffled as I wrestle my way into the dress. No. Also, Amaya called again while you were in the shower. Grimacing, I brace myself. Did you pick up? No way, I don't want to get yelled at. I duck back into my closet to dig for shoes. She's cool with me doing the show, and we got an extension on the manuscript, but I need to give her some more concrete timelines, and I just don't have them figured out. You're really going through with this reality show? Alice asks, badly feigning a totally chill vibe. My pregnant, overachieving sister has been told to cut back on work and take it easy, and is already painfully bored. This explains why she's following me around my house instead of relaxing with her feet up in her own. I suspect she cares less about this dating show being successful than she does about it being the greatest rubbernecking opportunity of her lifetime. I signed the contract, so yeah. Do Mom and Dad know about... I emerge in time to cut her off. No, and let me tell them. My gut immediately clenches at the thought of that conversation. 37 years old, and I still stress about disappointing my parents. They immigrated from Hong Kong in the early 80s, and have obviously lived here long enough to have grown comfortable with many Western ideals. But given how my mother still considers my romance novels to be training wheels for the literary masterpiece she's sure is yet to come, I can't really imagine how she'll react to the news that I'll soon be dating 8 men on reality television. Pointing to the bed, I remind Alice, "You promised to relax." She finds an empty sliver of mattress and settles down. Isn't Dad going tonight? I pause, struggling to find the zipper pull, and realizing that's why I haven't worn this dress in so long. Oh, good point. So get this producer guy to tell Dad, she says, and let Dad tell Mom. None of us would have predicted that the man whose sex ed talk with his teenage daughters consisted of him finding us while we were doing dishes one night, putting a hand on each of our shoulders, and awkwardly muttering, "Your virginity is sacred," would one day be the very proud father of a steamy romance author. He retired 2 years ago, and much like Alice and her doctor's orders to slow down, was immediately bored out of his mind. A former workaholic, instead of putting in 70 hours at his lab at Scripps every week, Dad now spends his weeks reading 3 books, walking a cumulative 30 miles, helping my baby brother Peter restore his vintage Carmangia, playing chess with friends, and keeping his garden meticulous. Not to mention bringing Alice whatever pregnancy concoction Mom finds at the market, and dropping off meals for any of his 3 children that his wife tells him to deliver when she's on a cooking spree. My dad is also a beloved fixture at almost every signing I've had in the Southwest. Readers love taking pictures with him and getting him to sign their copies of my books too. Some photos of him cheekily pretending to read The Pirate's Darkest Wish or Dirty Deeds on the High Seas have gone viral online. So, Alice's idea is smart. Introduce Dad to Hot Brit, let the Brit do his flashy sales pitch, and let Dad take the information home to Mom. Boom. Genius. Tell me about this guy, Alice says, watching me fiddle with the broken zipper. What's he like? Tall. I think of some other adjectives. Dark hair? Well-dressed? I mean, is he nice? She asks, laughing. I guess. Is he excited for the show? Not overtly. How long will you be filming? She asks. 5 or 6 weeks, and then I pick who I want to take on some flashy trip at the end. Oh my God, what about Peter's wedding? Can you still go? Our baby brother is getting married in a matter of weeks, and it promises to be an opulent circus with the most ridiculous menu I've ever laid eyes on. Brother or no, I wouldn't miss those 8 courses for anything. I'll be there, Amoy. This won't interfere with any of that. I I stand in front of the mirror, surveying. The dress is fine. It does great things for my boobs and is super comfy. The problem isn't really the clothes. It's knowing this is my first public event in 6 months. That I have to face my readers and smile and pretend like everything is fine and the next book release is right around the corner. That the producer dude will be there watching and that it was my idea for him to come pick me up. It's weird that I did that. He'll be coming over. Will I invite him in? I don't need to, right? It's been ages since anyone other than Jess, Juno, or my family stepped foot in my house. Moi, does my place look like the home of someone who lets their cat casually stroll around on kitchen countertops? Alice sits up. Did you get a cat? I mean, the overall vibe. No. Alice returns to the plush array of pillows and digs back into the chips. But can we talk about the show? What is it? It's me going on dates with some guys they've screened for DNA duo compatibility, and the audience gets to vote on who they think I'm most compatible with. Will you stop eating chips in my bed? She ignores me and angles a few more into her mouth, speaking around them. Why do you need to go on a dating show, though? I don't need to. I break off, unclear how to best explain to the most competent woman I know that I'm stuck in my writing, stuck in my dating. How the only thing I'm sure about is that I love my readers, my family, and my friends, and doing this show takes care of 2 of those things. I'm the floppy windsock in a family of sturdy street signs. My sister and her adorable belly follow me into the kitchen, where I've just pulled open my nightmare of a junk drawer to find a safety pin for the broken zipper pull. I spot the shiny foil corner of a sealed condom and pull it out from beneath an avalanche of paper clips and broken pencils. This moment feels like a perfect metaphor. You keep condoms in your junk drawer? Ask that again, I say, and realize how funny it sounds. She snorts behind me, and I feel a wave of protectiveness. Alice's life has never been out of whack for even 1 second. When she was 15, she made a milestone list, complete with goals, ages, sometimes even locations. Begin Stanford at 18, graduate at 22, medical school at Johns Hopkins, residency in San Diego, marriage at 30, first baby born at 35. So far, she hasn't missed a single one except for maid of honor at Fizzy's wedding at 28. She dutifully crossed that one out with a thick black marker a few years ago, and we celebrated my book hitting the New York Times list instead. But pregnancy hasn't been her favorite experience. And I wonder if she's feeling even a tiny bit of what I do right now. Like she's facing a future with unknown complexity, wicked blind curves, scary blank spaces. Have you ever felt like you've lost track of yourself? She points to her big pregnant belly. This kid isn't even here yet, and I don't remember who I was 6 months ago. Did I really used to run every morning? For fun? I've been so aimless lately, I admit. And I'm sure it's weird for her to hear. I feel like this show might be a way to get back to myself. Even if it's a colossal failure, at least it's something different. I get that, she says wistfully. I've been having skydiving dreams lately. You? She nods. Sometimes I'm skydiving into an ocean of Oreos. Last night it was beer. This makes me laugh, and I turn to wrap my arms around her middle. Tell me I'm not making a huge mistake doing this. You're not. In fact, I wrote it on my list, don't you know? Fizzy does crazy romance reality show when she's 37 and has the time of her life. 11. Fizzy. An unexpected upside to bringing a hot DILF to my first signing in months is that readers are much less concerned with when my next book will be published and much more interested in who the giant man lingering in the background is. There were a few murmurs and glances during the Q&A portion of the event, but by the time the signing starts, every person in line is trying to figure out who the 6'5" piece of ass over there talking to my dad is. I know this because they're all breaking their necks trying to keep track of him as the line weaves around bookshelves. Several have come right out and asked me. My answers have ranged from, he's my security detail, to, he's my mail-order groom. Listen, I get it. Catching sight of the casual DILF on my doorstep earlier caught me off guard. Gone was the man in the starched shirt sitting in a pristine office. This version of Hot Brit looks more like a hot lumberjack, in a soft, faded flannel shirt and worn jeans with much-loved sneakers. His hair falls over his forehead. His eyes seem unbelievably bright for someone standing in the dark corner of a bookstore. In One for the Road, I described the eyes of the hero, Jack Sparling, this way. Illuminated from within, I think it was, but I've never really seen it in person. Except I'm mentally jerked backward, tunneled in reverse to the moment with Jess a couple months ago in the bar, when I looked across the room and met eyes with the man in the suit, rumpled hair, jaw like a blade. He looked at me like he wanted to meet in the hallway and fuck me into next month. Is this really the same guy? I can't believe all this was hiding under that stiff, gelled hair, bright toothpaste ad smile, and crisp black suit. I look down at my lap, daring the flutter to linger. But it fades out, and I'm dropped back into the present day when the reader in front of me asks if I'm okay. Gas, I tell her with a grin, and she laughs a familiar, fizzy laugh and takes her signed books. But I'm still feeling the echo of interest in my lower torso. Was the pants flutter because I was thinking about Jack Sparling? His sex scenes were some of the most fun to write, that dirty little rascal. Or was it from him? Intrigued, I look up across the room at Connor again. He's so taken with my dad, he's barely seemed to register how much mental salivation is being aimed in his direction. I knew he'd get along with the unstoppable Dr. Ming Chen. My father is an objectively charismatic man with a million stories for every situation and has the most infectious laugh you've ever heard in your lifetime. It's a sort of bursting belly laugh that honestly should be recorded and trademarked as happiness. But what surprises me is how much talking Connor seems to be doing. I don't see Dad waxing poetic, telling jokes, doing all the heavy conversational lifting. When I glance over in tiny, furtive glimpses, I see Connor doing much of the chit-chatting, and Dad is cracking up. Almost like Connor's got stories. Almost like he's interesting. He's also grinning, and the way it exaggerates the lines around his eyes and softens the angles of his face makes a flutter happen up near my chest, too. The heart flutter is doused by a cool, reactive flush spreading across my skin, panicky and jarring. Wait! My brain screeches. I don't want to actually like him. Who's that guy over there with Papa Chen? A reader asks, and slides an impressive stack of books onto the tabletop. A quick inspection tells me the only ones she's missing are from the High Seas series, which honestly is full of fantastically filthy pirates. And it is a truth universally acknowledged that pirates are not for everyone. I won't hold it against her. He's my dad's new boyfriend, I answer. And this earns me another, fizzy laugh. Especially because Dad chose this moment to come kiss my cheek and tell me he's heading home. Clearly, if he heard me announce that he has a new boyfriend, he knows to ignore it. He gets an enthusiastic burst of applause as he ducks out of the bookstore. Who is he really? The reader prods, leaning down so I can confide in her. We haven't announced anything about the show yet, so it's not like I can tell her specifics, but saying he's a friend would raise too many eyebrows. He's on the publishing team. I give an apologetic wince, like I know she wants a juicier answer. But the time it takes me to make my way through her stack of books gives me the perfect opportunity to work past my weird, ew emotions moment. This is good, actually, I tell myself, signing my name with a flourish. This isn't about emotions. You're just experiencing a long overdue Fitzgina reawakening. You need to get the flutters back if you're going to have any success on this show. You need to get the flutters back if you have any hopes of writing romance again. It's okay that Connor is good looking. The fact that you notice means you're one step closer to being back to the old Fizzy. The pep talk works. When I hand the hefty stack back to the woman, I feel the twinkle of a real smile in my eyes. I find Connor after the crowd is thinned, standing alone in the horror section, awestruck as he turns a gilded hardcover over in his hands. He looks like he's about to lick it. Do we need to run a DNA compatibility test between you and that special edition of Salem's Lot? I didn't know they released this, he says, running a long finger down the spine. This was one of the first books I can remember being unable to put down. This edition is gorgeous. Why is it so sexy when he says gorgeous like that? Like he's staring down at a lover? Overcome? I was hoping the power of his attractiveness would lessen up close. Bad skin, weird odor, yellowed teeth that I'd somehow missed. But I'm irritated to discover that none of those things are true. He smells like a yummy man, and the trace of whatever deodorant he's wearing. I bet it's called Ice Zone or Sports Hero or Silver Blade. And I'm disgusted with myself for liking it. I can't even locate the hot millionaire executive archetype in Connor anymore. He's all soft and brawny. Soft Lumberjack is his new name. Why does he ever approach that head of hair with even a drop of gel? I might have to take one for the team and pretend I know him well enough to advise him on styling. I wonder idly, on a scale of get it girl to only if you never want to work again, how bad it would be to sleep with my reality romance show producer? Get back on the horse and whatnot. Squeezing my eyes closed, I do a hard mental reboot. I'm glad to see the old Fizzy rearing her head, but she's a bossy one. And even I know that hooking up with Connor Prince III would be not only professionally brainless, but probably astonishingly mediocre. It would have to be, right? His hot lumberjack vibe today is likely a one-off, while his suits and Lego hair are at the cleaners. My first sex after the dry spell should leave me walking with a limp and recuperating for an entire weekend with a giant bottle of Gatorade and Nancy Meyers movies for company. Why are you staring at me like that? Like what? I ask, immediately swapping out whatever my expression was doing for a relaxed smile. He frowns, his gaze doing a brief circuit of my face, searching for whatever he saw a moment ago. Never mind. Redirect time. Did you have fun today? I did, he admits. You're funny. Your readers are so enthusiastic. I can tell you genuinely love being with them. He's right. And in hindsight, I'm annoyed with myself for being so nervous on the way over here. Sweaty palms, bursting too loud answers to his polite questions in the car, over-explaining as we entered the bookstore. Connor was calm and easy at my side, this steady, sturdy presence to my jittery stress. But the second the room filled, my pulse slowed and I came home. Romance readers are my absolute favorite brand of human. I grin at him. You see how much they love what they love. They show up, it's a Monday, and see how many decided to leave their houses and fight traffic, maybe find childcare just to come here? I gestured to the now empty bookstore. You had everyone here tonight. Homemakers, attorneys, hourly employees, scientists, retirees, students. He whistles, looking back at the checkout counter as if remembering. I saw someone with 2 copies of every one of your books. And I've signed those 3 times before, but she still shows up for every local event to say hi and get them signed again. She didn't buy a book. She bought one tonight, but not one of mine. Off his surprised expression, I add, Fangirls show up, Connor. These are my people. He nods, studying me. I'm seeing that. With a smile, I say, I'm glad you took a break from flirting with my dad to study your show's demographic. Connor's energy dials up a few notches. I did, but it was hard. Your dad is great. He's literally the cutest human to ever exist. By the way, I didn't realize you hadn't told him about the show yet. I hope I didn't make that weird for you with your parents. No, I was completely using you as a shield. He gives me a mock stern look that I like more than I should. He was into it, Connor says. But he said he's not telling your mum. Shit. Connor laughs. We need to find a way to get him on. A cold flush spreads down my arms. On the dating show? My dad? He nods, thinking it over. Family visits with the final contestants, maybe. My stomach tilts. Whew, I'm about to say that's terrifying. Because just the idea of bringing multiple men over to my mother's house for her to inspect makes me want to roll into traffic. But for the first time since we started talking about this, there's a light in Connor's eyes that looks genuine. And if hanging out with Papa Chen did that for him, who am I to pour water on the fire? That's a great idea, I say with a limp smile. Connor laughs. Don't worry, we'll figure it all out. Right now, we're just suggesting loads of things to see what sounds right. Adrenaline seems to dissipate all at once from my bloodstream, and I lean against a shelf, exhaling slowly. Signings are the strangest paradox, the most energizing, fulfilling experience, but also the most exhausting. I want everyone who comes to the table to feel like the most important person in my life. Because for those handful of minutes, they are. But keeping that energy up can be draining. Add to that the stress about not knowing whether I'll ever release another book, and I'm absolutely wiped. And starving. I press the heels of my hands to my eyes, and I feel him lean in. You okay? Taking a deep, steadying breath, Shit. I really, really like the smell of his Zone Sports Hero Silver Blade deodorant. I'm great. When I drop my hands, light pops into the periphery of my vision. The only tiny hit of adrenaline remaining is the one I get when I stare right up at him, towering over me, soft and lumberjacky and flashlight-eyed. But I'm about to be even better. I tell myself not to be too interested in the way he flicks one curious eyebrow, saying, "Do tell. If you trust me, then let's go."
12. Connor. I get the strong sense that the types of directions Fizzy gives are the ones we warn our children not to blindly follow. Trust me, sign here, eat this. And yet here I am, following her out of the bookstore and into my car, where she directs me 20 minutes south to a taco joint in San Isidro, just on the Mexican border. In an unremarkable parking lot, in front of an unremarkable building, she climbs out, stretches long, happily groaning, and then grins wickedly at me. "Are you ready to have your world changed?" Sure." As she moves with ease toward the building in her black dress and heels, there's something thunderous about her. Objectively slight, Fizzy has the ability to take up space in a way I've never mastered. I was always relatively tall growing up, but having been raised by a single mother, I felt conscious not to appear imposing in any way. It was this tendency of mine that drove my father insane on the rare occasions when he would visit. He would lecture me about entering a room with power, about the importance of claiming space. By the time I turned 14 and was well over 6 feet tall, and taking up space was a foregone conclusion, he turned to other things to criticize. My lack of ambition, my deference to others, my protectiveness of my mother. Later, it was my career choice, my shotgun wedding, my job title. But as much as my father exhausts me, I can't help but think that admiring Fizzy would be one thing we'd have in common. "I'm going to order for us," she says over her shoulder. "I'm going to put joy in your mouth, sexy lumberjack. Trust me." Is trust required? She ignores this, stepping up to order for us, and I look down at my outfit. From Brit to DILF to sexy lumberjack. I can't know for sure if this transition in nickname signals a good wardrobe decision on my part, but I changed 3 times before picking her up today, prompting Stevie to ask me whether I was going on a date. It's not a date. I mean, of course it isn't. But there's something about being this close to Fizzy that makes me want to impress her in the same way. As she orders, I hear the words lengua, cabeza, bush, and tripa, and am aware that I'm going to be eating some things I've never before put in my mouth. With a bulging paper bag in one hand, 2 drinks in a cardboard tray in the other, and a little nod for me to trust her yet again, we climb back in the car and drive a few minutes to a small road leading us to a coastal wildlife refuge. At a weather-worn metal table overlooking an empty stretch of beach, Fizzy opens the bag and lays out an enormous selection of tacos. "Take your pick." She points to each, describing what's in it, from grilled beef and cactus, to pork belly, to trife, to beef head, to tongue. And as I take my first bite of the pork belly, she watches me with anticipation, waiting for a reaction. Letting out a low, involuntary groan, I feel my eyes drift closed. The sharp tang of fresh cotija and bright lime, with crisp bits of meat and a soft handmade tortilla, this is easily the best taco I've had in my entire life. It takes a minute for my senses to settle, and I realize she's still looking at me. "You like?" she asks, smiling happily. bloody lovely. I wipe my mouth. Are you just going to watch? She breaks her stare and blinks down at the selection in front of her, choosing what I think was the lengua. I like seeing you like this, outside of that office and that suit. This is a good vibe. She motions to my clothes, still Dilfy, but without the uptight CEO thing going on. Not sure a coworker has ever called me a DILF before. She shrugs. You didn't bring me on because I lettered in propriety. Fair. I smile, taking a sip of my fountain drink. But you seem awfully intent on pegging me. She barks out a laugh. I don't think that means what you think it means. Jesus Christ. I flick my eyes upward in mock exasperation and then finish the small taco. You know what I meant. It's a struggle not to stare at her while she eats. She hums happily as she chews, licks a tiny bit of salsa from the side of her mouth, and studies the food in her hand with pleasure-drunk eyes. So far, in only this first outing alone, I've seen two very different sides to Fizzy. Effusive and public-facing, and this more intimate, quietly playful version. Both charismatic, both sexy, both mesmerizing. First, I was resentful to be assigned this. Then I was resigned. Now I feel a flicker of excitement over the challenge of capturing her brand of magic on screen. You're going to be setting her up with other men. The reminder crashes into the forefront of my thoughts, and I blink away. I had a thought about the show. She glances up at me and laughs. I hope you've had more than one. This is specifically about the title. What do you think about calling it The True Love Experiment? I think I'm mad I didn't come up with it myself. A sunburst of pride spreads quickly through my torso. Brilliant. I reach for a mystery taco. So, to recap, we'll cast the 8 hero archetypes. Filming will be Monday to Thursday, with Friday for crash editing and a Saturday broadcast. Voting will take place over 24 hours after the episode airs, and the following Monday will reveal to the cast who has made it through each round. She mumbles a happy sound around a bite. And, I continue, I think we should go in with the understanding that the show won't be so heavily produced. I don't mean from an aesthetics angle, but the actual storylines. I've been thinking quite a bit on this, and I really want to do something different, as much as we can. From what I gather, some of these shows are plotted out from episode 1, which makes me question the sincerity of any relationship that comes out of them. Since viewers will be voting on our outcome, we want to give them the truest possible narrative we can. She nods, licking her lips again, and it splits my focus into foggy tendrils. I squeeze my eyes closed for a beat to recapture the thread. Because it's a limited series, you'll only really be tied up for about 5 weeks. Tied up, huh? Fizzy grins. Sounds fun. You're trouble. She laughs. I think that's why you chose me. I chose you because you're beloved by your fan base. But yes, I am excited to do this in part because you're also a bit mischievous. Excited? She drops her balled-up napkin and plants her elbows on the table. That's a new development. I take a bite, chew. What can I say? I am continually evolving. I see that. I know this matters to you. I tell her. I want you to know it matters to me too. Fizzy takes a long breath, opens her mouth to speak, and then seems to change track. You said you moved here when you were 15? A flicker of unease quells the vibrating hum in my blood, and I take a bite to delay what I suspect will be a gentle but surgical interrogation. Yes, that's right. And your mother is the Brit. I nod. She lives with her parents now, just outside Blackpool, but she met my father when she was studying abroad in the States. She got pregnant, and my father wasn't interested in being a father yet. He'd visit every year or so to pop in and tell her what she was doing wrong. Wow, sounds like a nice guy. He's a mixture of unbearably selfish and unremittingly dutiful. She laughs at this. Why'd you go live with him? I narrow my eyes at her, calculating whether I want to get into it, and she smiles under the inspection. What, she asks, is this story escandaloso? Perhaps a bit. Oh, well, now you have to tell me. My mum and I were in a very bad car accident when I was 12. We were both fine eventually, but the entire thing really shook her up. Fizzy's expression straightens. Oh no. For a few years, I explain, Mum didn't leave the house. I had to, for school, of course, and to take on odd jobs, but she suffered from a great deal of anxiety. This whole period is when I got into film, so I can't resent the solitude, but in hindsight, I do see how much I missed of my adolescence. Before this can veer too bleak, I wrap it up. Anyway, my father visited when I was 15 and didn't like what he saw. By then, he'd married and had a couple of kids with my stepmother, but eventually Mum conceded that I needed a change of scenery and agreed to let him take me until I was ready to go to university. Do you ever go back to England? Of course, I say. I spend some Christmases there. I speak to my mother regularly. I'd planned to move back after I'd graduated uni, but life had other plans. And what about present day? She asks. Are you remarried? Out every night, living the hot single life? I clear my throat, frowning as I adjust the napkin on my lap. No, neither. I admit. My daughter is still quite young. I only have her on the weekends, and I work late most weeknights. So I haven't. I don't. That is, I don't date much. I hear the stumbling clutter of my words and squint past her to stare at a flock of birds picking at something on the sand. What's her name? I'm grateful that she's letting me move on. Stefania Elena Garcia Prince. Fizzy bites back a smile, and I laugh in understanding. I know. My last name always sounds like the sad friend at a party. She's a trip, though. Part princess, part evil mastermind. She sounds like my kind of girl. I genuinely fear the day you two meet. I think Nostradamus wrote about it. When I look up at her, I register that she's been studying me. Her dark eyes are wide and gently set on my face. Anyway, we should be talking about you, not me. She doesn't look away as my gaze holds hers. It's this, and the way her voice goes a little hoarse when she says, I'll tell you anything you want to know, that make me suspect I am absolutely, irrevocably, and undeniably fucked.
13. Fizzy. I assume we all have the proverbial angel on one shoulder and devil on the other. But in my case, they're very real. And the devil is a shouter. I know that it's stupid to flirt with Connor. I know how absurd it is to develop sexy desires for this man in particular. But it's been so long since I've been attracted to anyone that I feel like a starving dog staring at a T-bone. Connor licks his lips, pulling them in between his teeth. And I realize he's reacting to the weight of my stare. Blinking away, I focus my attention on the waves crashing into the smooth sand instead. I need to get my shit together. As much as I'm glad I'm a butterfly coming out of the cocoon of sexual stagnation, I probably shouldn't fly directly to the first flower I see, especially if that flower's professional goal is finding me a soulmate. Well, he says after our odd, lengthy showdown. Let's start easy. I stretch, pretending to crack my neck. Tell me what you look for in a guy. Taking a deep breath, I look out at the waves in the distance, thinking. Have you ever gone to the grocery store hungry? Connor laughs in understanding. Yes. Cheese plate, carrots, chips, salsa, Cocoa Pebbles, and sugar cookies, whatever sounds good at the time? Right. I'd describe my dating energy a little like that. I don't have a type exactly, but maybe that's part of the problem. He nods, but doesn't take this opportunity to speak. Again, hot. I initially did the DNA duo for fun, I say. To try out the technology from a romance research perspective. I got matches and went out with everyone. I wanted to see if a base match felt different from a silver. Did it? He asks. It did. But in romance, love is often about getting past our core assumptions. So if someone told me I had a titanium match, wouldn't I subconsciously work harder to make it successful than I would with a base match? That's always the question with this technology. He hums, nodding. That makes sense. I think doing this show is the perfect way for me to get back into the dating scene, I won't know what kind of matches I have. I won't overthink it. I'll just have to go on how we vibe and let the audience worry about the rest. I mean, I'm not having any luck on my own. Why not let a bunch of strangers give it a shot? And you never went back to the app? You haven't used it at all in the past couple of years? Oh, I haven't had much interest in dating for a while. My desire to find a partner crashed and burned entirely around the same time I was doing my DNA duo dating spree, unrelated to the app, I should add. He seems to chew on his next words before finally asking, "What's the unrelated bit?" Connor smiles, if you don't mind me asking. Well, there are very few things I hate discussing, but high on the list are the word moist spoken aloud, people who use FML or LOL in actual conversation, and my tumultuous yet brief relationship with a man named Rob. Around the time the DNA duo was launching, I went to a party with a friend and met this guy. We were together for a little while, and I thought things were really going well, until I found out he had a wife. His expression crashes. Oh. It was awful. I was devastated. All of the expected things from a situation like that. But then, a little over a year ago, she confronted me. Connor winces. What happened? It wasn't on purpose. Or, well, she didn't intentionally seek me out. I was on a date, and we happened to be in the same place. She recognized me from some photos that had been on Rob's phone, I guess. Walked over to my table and said she divorced him and that I was free to have him if I still wanted him. Fuck, he mutters. In any other situation, I would have clarified that no, I absolutely did not want him. That I hadn't even known Rob was married when we started dating. But I was totally frozen. It's one thing to have made a mistake and live with it in an abstract way. It was totally different to see the fallout right there in front of me. That must have been awful. I'm sorry that happened, Fizzy. I had spent so much time wondering what happened to them. Did she forgive him? Did they split up? So it answered those questions at least. Anyway, I pick up my drink, and the ice rattles against the styrofoam as I raise it in a toast. My therapist was able to remodel her kitchen with the money I paid to work through it, so I guess there's a silver lining. Connor smiles a little at this. I get why you were scared off dating for a bit then. But what about now? Are you ready to be in a relationship? A long stretch of silence follows his words as I run into this question like it's a brick wall. I've known that finding me a match is the entire goal of the show, but I haven't internalized it at all. If Connor and I are successful, it will be more than just entertainment for my target audience. I could end up with a lover, a boyfriend, a soulmate. A chill climbs up the back of my neck, and Connor sees the shiver pass through me. I think so, I say, willing it to be true. Connor balls up the last taco wrapper and drops it into the paper bag. When you met those base and silver matches, tell me what you were looking for. What worked for you? What didn't? Basically, who am I looking for when I start casting tomorrow? Well, I want to know who they voted for and where they stand on several political and social issues. I know I'm supposed to say that I can look beyond that, but I know I don't work that way. There are some things that are non-starters for me, and overt political questions aren't on the DNA duo intake forms. He nods and pulls out his phone to write in his notes app. I agree. And I guess I want what most women want. Someone who makes me laugh and doesn't take themselves too seriously. Someone who's ambitious, but good. Who's supportive of me and the things I love. But mostly, I want us to be head over fucking heels for each other. I look out over the water and think of Jess's face when River walks into the room. It's the same way my dad's eyes light up when he sees my mom. It's how completely whipped my brother-in-law is for Alice. I know what love looks like, and I've written it so many times, but I've never felt it myself. He looks at me across the table. There's no judgment in his eyes, no pity, only empathy and compassion. Those seem like pretty reasonable requests. I have no idea what this will be like, but I hope I end up being what you wanted for the show. I'd started to wonder if maybe I was going to find peace with being single. I was wrapping my head around that when we first met that day in your office, you know. Yeah, he says, with gentle understanding. I also think we both said yes to this project for reasons that weren't all about us. His eyes meet mine, and I see unspoken agreement there. I was worried North Star had no idea what they were doing, I say. I thought you were a dick. This time, his yeah is carried on a laugh. I grin at him. See? Core assumptions. I don't think that anymore, if that helps. Connor offers a knowing smirk. It does, thank you. I don't say the other part out loud. That not only do I not think he's a dick, I'm actually deeply attracted to him, and wonder if I can ignore it for the sake of the show. I know myself. It's unlikely. We gather our things, and I use the public restroom while he waits for me nearby. When I return, he's ending a call. Everything good? I ask. Just saying goodnight to my daughter. He motions for me to lead the way as we head back toward the car. It's one of the most beautiful nights in recent memory. The air is warm, heavy with condensation. The briny ocean breeze feels like a gentle cloak. This weather is so perfect, I say, taking this last moment to soak it all in. I'm finally coming back into myself, and the beast part of me wants to throw myself into his arms just to thank him, to tell him he has no way of knowing that he's helped me just by being attractive and laid back and a good listener. But I manage to contain the impulse, continuing only to say, I want to stuff this happiness in a pie crust and eat it with ice cream. I close my eyes, pretending to take bites of the sky. Nom, nom, nom. When I look back at him, he's staring down at me with an unreadable expression. A haze of electricity settles around us, and I don't know where to look. My eyes keep getting dragged back to him, to his throat or lips or shoulders or those massive hands. I'm never in the gray area like this, where I'm attracted and I think he's attracted, but I'm not sure. And even if he is, I don't think we're supposed to do anything about it. My romantic life before, I realize, has been so black and white. Accept or refuse. Take to bed or don't. No subtlety. Nothing nuanced. At his car, he reaches past me, and it's only after I've tilted my face to his that I realize he's not coming in for a kiss. He's unlocking the door for me. But then he doesn't pull back immediately. He stares down at me, looking a little lost. Should we head home? He asks. I guess. Even coming from San Isidro, the drive is too short, and I watch out the window as the car slows at my curb. Connor looks at me across the console, and it suddenly feels like making out. This eye contact, the way his gaze softens and makes a circuit of my face. But then he sucks in a sharp breath, turning and bursting out of the car. Okay. I follow him out, and we make a slow death march to my front door. You okay? I ask. Great. That was some night, huh? He laughs, but doesn't say anything. Now we're on my porch. Are we going to pretend it didn't totally feel like a date? He turns to face me. Good practice for you, he says lamely. I reach up, daring him to dodge my touch, but he doesn't. He lets me brush his hair off his forehead. Wear your hair like this more often. It's messy. It's great. It gets in my eyes, he says more quietly. It's sexy. He closes his eyes. Fizzy. Come inside. Slowly, he opens his eyes again, and his gaze dips to my mouth. What for? You know what for. He laughs, but it's not out of amusement or mockery. It's a laugh of defeat. It's agreement. And for a flash, I'm elated. But then he says, You know we can't. Technically, we can. My contract prohibits me from dating or any outside romantic involvement only during filming, I checked. Fizzy, we absolutely cannot. He shoves his hands into his pockets, and they're hidden, but I remember them like they've been imprinted in my retinas. And all I can think about is those big hands gripping me, walking me backward, bossy and directed, pushing me up against a wall or down on a bed. His strong arms bracing over me, those long fingers exploring. I want him above, blocking out every light source. I want to know nothing but the heat and scent of his skin, the rough sounds he makes when he comes. Why not? I aim the question at his throat, and it bobs with a swallow. You know why. Our goal is to find your soulmate. He breaks off. We can't. The show hasn't even started yet. Consider it more homework. I reach forward, resting my hand on his side. God, he's so solid under my touch. Finding joy. I promise you'll enjoy it. That's not what concerns me. It's been so long, I admit. I'm so relieved to want this. Fizzy, trust me, I'm great at compartmentalizing. That's the thing, he says, and bends to press a soft but definitive kiss to my jaw. I'm not.
14. Connor. What does a man do after being propositioned by one of the most beautiful women in San Diego and then turning her down? 1. He considers slamming his head into a wall because he's an idiot for deciding casual sex doesn't work for him. 2. He has a wank so many times imagining it that he wakes up a bit chafed the next morning. 3. He goes to work, where he has been tasked with finding the soulmate of the very woman he wants, and who apparently also wants him because his livelihood and access to his child depend on it. 4. He makes a mental note to get very drunk afterward. And a plan for drinking later is wise, considering the once familiar office I walk into suddenly looks like a beefcake sweet shop. There are men everywhere, in the lobby, clustered in conference rooms, and just casually, albeit attractively, leaning against cubicle partitions. In front of me stands every possible male phenotype: businessmen in suits, surfer dudes in shorts, inked-up blokes in torn jeans, cuddly-looking lads in jumpers. And each has the potential to be Fizzy's soulmate. Wonderful. My phone rings as I round the corner near my office. I take a calming breath, unsure whether I'm ready to put out any fires yet this morning, but relax when I see a photo of Nat and Stevie filling the screen. Hello. I have a favor to ask, Nat says immediately. Go on then. Insu was asked to speak at a convention in Vegas this weekend and invited me to go. I'd have to leave Thursday, so I was wondering... Of course. You know I'll always take her early. Thank you, she says, on a relieved sigh. Stevie mentioned you had a date last night, and I didn't want to assume anything. I told her it wasn't a date. I told her several times, in fact. I should probably be concerned that my 10-year-old is getting this invested in my love life, but I'm neck-deep in 26 to 48-year-old eligible bachelors and just do not have the time. It was a work thing, I say, and then add, with Fizzy. The line goes quiet. I can practically hear Nat's grin. I regret the clarification immediately. Ah, she says. So it's Fizzy now. My first instinct is to tell Nat it was nothing, but I've never been able to keep anything from her. We turned into adults together. We're forever connected through Stevie. She's seen me at my best and my worst, knows me better than anyone, and loves me anyway. Ducking into a vacant office, I close the door behind me. It's not as exciting as it sounds. Then why is my heart beating like I walked the 8 flights up here instead of taking the lift? All right, maybe it is, but it shouldn't be. We spent the evening together after her book signing and talked about the show over dinner. Then she invited me to spend the night. Are you telling me that you and Felicity Chen... I said no, Nat. It sounds just as stupid the second time. I told her I couldn't. I'm the producer on her dating show. Okay, she says, processing. Right, I get that, but there's no but. Even if I wanted to, I can't. Do you want to? Well, the easy answer is yes. The answer that's based in reality and the way my life works right now is more complicated. How did she take it? Was she upset? I'm not about to flatter myself into thinking Fizzy's proposition was anything more than a moment of mutual attraction and wanting to scratch an itch. But it's nice to know I wasn't imagining it. I don't think she was too upset. Fizzy can have any man she wants. I'm not going to delude or torture myself into thinking it was anything more than it was. Anyway, I say, searching for a change in subject. I can absolutely pick Stevie up and keep her however long you need. More time with our kid is never a hardship. I'm sure I'll have to pull in a few favors myself once the show starts. Speaking of which, I check my watch. I need to get going. Thanks, Con. This speaking thing is a big deal for Insu, and in Vegas, there will be buyers from all over the country. Tell him congratulations, really. Insu and a friend started a fledgling software company a few years ago and have been working on a VR game. He must be over the moon at this opportunity. I'm not sure he's old enough to gamble, but you kids will have fun either way. Didn't you say you had work to do? We ring off, and I continue to my office, pausing as I stop outside my door. My hard-working, straight-from-Kansas assistant has two very fit-looking young men moving her desk from one end of her workspace to another. "Good morning, Brenna," I say. She spins around, cheeks flushed. "It certainly is." Trent rounds the corner, briefcase and car keys still in hand. He looks as tired as I feel. Confused, he surveys the chaos around us. What in the fresh hell is happening? "Casting," I tell him. "We're narrowing down the final contestants for my dating show, The True Love Experiment." He continues to look around, and I imagine his bewildered expression looks much like mine did barely 10 minutes ago. "What are you doing here, anyway?" I ask. "I thought you were on a bus for 6 weeks." He runs an exhausted hand down his face. "I've got to meet with some lawyers and fly right back out tonight. I've barely slept in 4 days. These contestants never shut up, and there are just so many rules. Did you know there are insurance clauses about different protective cups for this type of show?" Brenna tilts her head, confused. "Different... Oh. Right," he nods. "I'll never forgive Blaine for putting phrases like testicular degloving in my vocabulary." At both our horrified expressions, he adds, "It's absolutely as bad as it sounds. Learn from my mistakes and don't Google that one." Brenna gently turns Trent back toward the kitchen. "Why don't we get you some coffee before your meeting?" Trent continues to mumble about penis dislocations as they move down the hall. "Be grateful you got a dating show, Connor," he says over his shoulder. Later that morning, I'm set up with Brenna, the casting director Kathy, and our director Rory in North Star's largest conference room. We've successfully signed on a viral YouTube sensation named Lanelle Turner to be the show's host, an intermittent role requiring her only to pop in at the beginning and end of each episode. But the bulk of the day's work stretches ahead of us, with a call sheet approximately 70 beefcakes deep. Fizzy insisted that she doesn't have a physical type per se, but having walked through the halls of North Star Media today, I think it's safe to say these men are everyone's type. Our first possible hero is Isaac Moore. He's tall and fit, black, with short, cropped hair, and a smile so arresting it makes Brenna flush from head to toe when he shakes her hand. Isaac has 2 sisters, collects vintage board games, and works in AI modeling and development. I make a note, checking a box next to Hot Nerd. "What does that mean exactly?" Kathy asks, looking at him over the top of her tortoise-shell glasses. She's in her mid-50s, with curly red hair and a diamond on her ring finger that's so large I'd imagined her left arm is significantly stronger than her right. Kathy has been brought on as a consultant. She doesn't usually cast the kinds of things I make. Obvious, perhaps, given that the kinds of things I make usually feature marine mammals, so we've never worked together before. AI modeling and development. I work with artificial intelligence systems that build and implement engagement algorithms. Specifically, I program the ethics and accountability that come with those systems. "So, like, dealing with trolls on Twitter?" Kathy asks. "Exactly." His smile morphs into a small laugh. "Yeah." Brenna giggles again, and I catch her eye. Keep it together. Even Rory, who rarely cracks a smile, glances up from her notes. Rory is also new to me, though not by reputation. She's worked on some of the most popular unscripted shows of the last few years, and seems to be nice enough, if a bit intense. She has a reputation for things getting a little dramatic on set, but once her name came up, Blaine was like a dog with a bone, until we had her signature on the dotted line. She also wasn't cheap, but thanks to North Star's new flair for throwing money around, that wasn't a problem either. Together we go over Isaac's questionnaire, ask about his family, his reasons for doing the show, his political leanings, per Fizzy's request. I listen to all of it, taking more notes and asking my own questions, while the camera silently captures everything in the background. Isaac, what do you think men want in a partner? I ask. He tilts his head thoughtfully, tenting his hands on the table. I think most men want someone who's smart, loving, and kind, open to adventure. What I want is a companion, someone to share the good and the bad, to laugh and hang with, to respect and support and share all the things that make us who we are. He's perfect. Charming, interesting, thoughtful, and supportive. He even manages to pull off a sweater vest. Fizzy will love him. It's irrational, but I hate him already. He's in. Man number 2 is in skinny dark jeans, a distressed black band tee, and worn black Converse. Is this what Fizzy meant by vampire? Somehow I don't think so. As soon as he's gone, I write no next to his name. The next few hours are pretty much the same, a lot of caricatures with a couple of keepers along the way. Some a quick nose, the potential tattooed bad boy who is obviously just here to be on television. A Darcy who'd 100% show up at a white nationalist rally. There's a terribly cliché millionaire CEO who looks like he intentionally put white powder under his nose to really nail the trope. I'm very interested in the names Fizzy gave us for the one that got away. I'd like to say my motives are altruistic, but even my sweet mum wouldn't believe that. In the end, however, these interviews proved to be mostly anticlimactic. There's no common thread or characteristic I can pinpoint in any of the men we meet from the list. Some are good-looking, some are not. A few have money, and some don't. Most of them are nice enough. No great Fizzy mystery is unlocked, and I am just as bewildered and fascinated by her as when I started. We do end up putting one Evan Young into our A group, however, and it takes me all of 2 minutes to realize he's the bloke that Fizzy mentioned during our first meeting, the one with the terrible Bart Simpson tattoo. He's apparently picked up the pieces of his Fizzy-less life. He's gone back to school to get an engineering degree, and when not in class, works as a barista part-time in a small coffee shop. Evan is also attractive and charming, and just like Fizzy said, incredibly nice. He has nothing but glowing things to say about his ex-girlfriend. I cannot wait to see her face when he walks in. I'm tempted to whisper, "Ay caramba," into her earpiece. By the end of the day, we've narrowed our top picks down to 7, with all Fizzy's highest-ranked archetypes included, but one. The cinnamon roll. Our final guy is Nick Wright. After a long day of waiting, he's got to be as tired as the rest of us, but he walks in with a bright, bashful smile. On paper, he's 6'3", 182 pounds, likes basketball, and has a small veterinarian practice in Orange County. In reality, he looks like he stepped out of the pages of one of Fizzy's books. We've seen a lot of good-looking men today, but there is an audible gasp from both Brenna and Kathy when Nick walks into the room. We go through the standard questions, and he has all the right answers. He was engaged, but it ended when she wanted to move abroad, and he felt he owed it to his staff and clients to stay. He's the oldest in a family of 5, feels like marriage is the one thing he's missing in his life, and he knits while watching BBC procedural dramas to unwind from a long, stressful day. Houston, we have a cinnamon roll. Nick, what do you think men want in a partner? I say, reaching the final question. He smiles down at the table, paradoxically looking both shy and like a lab-created hybrid of Chris Evans and Bond-era Pierce Brosnan. I think most people would say men want someone who makes them feel good about themselves, he says, but I want someone who challenges me. He rests his very tan, very toned forearms on the table. My grandparents have been married for over 60 years, and when my grandma walks into the room, my grandpa looks at her like he's still 19 and trying to figure out how the prettiest girl in school is giving him the time of day. He laughs. I want that, to be as head over heels in love at 80 as I was at 30. To be together and just feel joy. I wonder how it's possible that this is the moment all of this finally feels real. The show will start, Fizzy will meet and eventually date these guys, and if all of our efforts pay off, it will be a success. Fizzy will fall in love, and I get to keep my job and stay in San Diego. When I blink back into the moment, everyone is standing. Kathy shows Nick out and closes the door behind him. "Holy shit," she says, eyes wide in disbelief. "That was great, right? He was really great." I don't think I blinked the entire time he was talking. Brenna stands and rounds the table. "Can you imagine him on screen with Fizzy?" "Can you imagine her with Dax, or Evan, or Isaac?" Kathy says. "I've never seen a reality show with a group like this." She turns to Rory. "And we've done DNA duo screenings on them already?" Rory nods. "They've all been binned. We've got a good spread." "They all feel so real," Kathy muses. "Genuine, I mean." "If Fizzy doesn't marry one of them, I'm going to." Brenna turns to me. "Connor, this could be huge." Rory is still staring at the door Nick just walked through. I had my doubts, but we might actually pull this off. They're right, I think. The pieces are coming together, and if my gut is correct, it could be good. I got exactly what I wanted, and I have nobody to blame but myself.
15. Fizzy. Whether or not I ever have children of my own remains to be seen, but what can be stated without ambiguity is that I am the most embarrassing adult to ever attend a child's soccer game. Even Jess and River don't want to be seen with me. They march ahead onto the field, lugging chairs, a cooler, and a sunshade to a point that seems like the farthest distance from where we parked. I know the marching can't be because they're grouchy that I've declared myself to be Juno's biggest fan with bold black letters on a fluorescent pink shirt. Because it's objectively true. Only Juno's biggest fan would wear this in public. But my sweet little dancer has decided to try something new. And even if she's too mentally sturdy to tremble in fear, rumor has it she hasn't been sleeping well in the nights leading up to her first soccer match. So if I can be a bigger idiot than anyone else out there, then maybe Juno won't worry so much about whether she'll mess up. I have pom-poms in my tote bag, but they're a break in case of emergency kind of thing. Hopefully it won't come to that. But once we're set up at the sideline, I think I might have overcompensated. This entire operation doesn't seem that intense. Of course, there's the one kid in high-tech gear with shiny new cleats and ribbons in her hair that match the uniform. Her parents are easy to spot too. They're the ones taking a million pictures of warm-ups and shouting encouragement/instructions across the field. But this is, after all, a group of 10-year-olds. So there's also the kid who's obviously in her older siblings' shorts, which are cinched tightly at the waist and balloon out past her knees, as well as the kid whose parents must be as sporty as I am because they've sent their daughter to a soccer game in jeans. I spot Juno and a small group of girls gathered around a sequoia of a man who's bent and drawing something on a clipboard. He's too far away for me to ogle properly, but his dark hair and upper arms that seem to test the physics of his t-shirt sleeves. Hello, sir. I make binoculars out of my hands and pretend to zoom in. Oh, gah. I've been a mess since dinner with Connor. An absolute horn dog. I haven't mentioned it to Jess because I think she's so unsettled by my admitted loss of sex drive and inspiration that she'll be the worst enabler. It's been hard enough not texting Connor a daily, "How about now?" The last thing I need is Jess's brand of ride or die yelling, "You deserve good sex," in my ear every day. "That's the coach," Jess says, pushing up one of the arms of the shade tent and clicking it into place. "Let me tell you, my kid would never miss a game." She laughs. He's one of the parents, actually, Stevie's dad. Stevie is one of Juno's newer friends. And although I've only met her a few times, the two of them are hysterical when together. Too smart and cute for their own good, and more fun than many of the adults I know. Who knew they were making kids so great these days? I adjust my imaginary binoculars. Well, Stevie's dad is a hot piece. He is, indeed. River ducks inside the sunshade with the 3 folding chairs in one big hand. Who's a hot piece? You, Jess stretches to kiss him. And Connor. I think River gives this fair consideration. I think he says, Stevie's dad? I could see that. But I'm not entirely sure because all motion in my brain has halted. Did you just say Connor? I ask, stomach falling. Jess is distracted by a folding chair that won't open. Yeah, Connor Prince. He's the coach you're checking out. No. Jess slowly looks up at me, sensing danger. Yes? Absolutely not. I immediately shove my imaginary binoculars away. What's wrong with you? River asks me, laughing. That's Stevie's dad out there? I point in the distance at the giant whose shadow now, I admit, looks strikingly similar to the man I wanted to bend me over the kitchen counter the other night. Adorable Stevie, who told me the sad story about global warming and sea turtles, so I threw a bunch of money at the Oceanic Society? Oh shit, that actually tracks. I groan and sit in the chair Jess has just coaxed open. Have a seat, she tells me wryly, opening another and sitting down beside me. This is a plot twist I should have expected, I grumble. Am I a writer or a block of wood? Is someone going to tell me what's going on? River asks. Jess holds up her hands. Don't look at me. Do you know what Connor does for a living? I ask them. Wincing, Jess admits. I think Juno said something about conservation. I look over at River. What about you? He presses a surprised hand over his chest. Me? Yes, you out of any of us. Why of any of us? Because Connor Prince III is the creator and executive producer on my upcoming dating show. The one that uses your life's work as its central hook. Jess presses her fingertips to her lips, speaking from behind them. Oh my God, you've been fucking with Connor this whole time? I've been nicer lately. I invited him inside after the signing. Jess's wince tells me she's read this right, but she gives me an out. Please tell me you mean inside for a cup of coffee? No, inside my vagina. River coughs out a sip of water. Sadly for him, he turned me down. River's low, mournful whistle says awkward. It's fine, I say. Honestly, it's probably good one of us had our heads on straight. I was just feeling sexy for the first time in forever, and he was conveniently there. Nice one, Pinocchio. My best friend nods dubiously. Right, he was just there. Just a hulking, muscled Adonis that you were attracted to purely because your dry spell has gone on so long. I'm glad you get it, I tell her with exaggerated gratitude. Sorry, wait. It's just sinking in. Jess presses her fingers to her forehead. You proposition the guy who's running the show where you try to match with a soulmate? It was just a mood, I insist. One and done. I've interacted with Natalia more because she's got Stevie during the week, Jess says. But Connor seems like a really sweet man. He doesn't strike me as one and done. Are you suggesting sweet men can't also have moods? I swing my smirking eyes to River. They can, right, hot genius? He busies himself with opening the cooler, saying a distracted, sorry, just a sec. I just mean, Jess continues, you thought this guy was an asshole. You called him hot millionaire, then hot Brit, she cuts off, narrowing her eyes at me. You did the typecasting thing with him, didn't you? In my defense, he was very hard to pin down. He had a different vibe at first. He was absolutely a hot millionaire executive the first time we met. Connor? Not even a little, she protests. I mean, obviously I'm not going to win this argument today when he's showing muscular thigh and shorts and wearing a t-shirt that's like 4 sizes too small, but you just have to take my word that first impression Connor was a mix between Kendall Roy and a Lego figure, including the hair. As usual, my mouth is moving too fast. These last words come out just as I register the long shadow in front of our chairs isn't from the sunshade. Well, Connor says, at least tell me I'm Lego Batman or the hot life god.
16. Connor. I'm sure I'm imagining it when I see her across the field. But here she is, 10 on a Saturday morning. Felicity Chen ranting about my shirt being too tight and my thighs being too... there. I'll ignore the Kendall Roy jab, but I'm taking the muscular thighs comment to my grave. Before today, I would have thought she was impossible to ruffle. Fizzy says what she thinks, takes what she deserves, and makes no apologies for either. But when she finally turns to face me, she's visibly flustered. Batman is a bit too toxic masculinity for me, she says, and brushes the hair from her face. I think it's supposed to be one of those casual and carefree gestures, but I remember her doing it at the bar that first night, and wonder if it's something she does when she's anxious. But lifeguard Lego could work, she continues, eyes moving over my entire torso. You're both hard workers and clearly have great upper body strength. Thank you, I think, and for the record, this shirt is not too small. The corners of Fizzy's mouth turn up, all traces of embarrassment gone, and replaced with the spark of challenge. It wasn't a complaint. There's technically nothing inappropriate about any of this, someone says, but it still feels like we should cover all the kids' eyes. I follow the woman's voice, and it's only then that I notice the couple watching from the side, Juno's parents, Jess and River. I read the words on Fizzy's shirt, and it suddenly makes sense. Wait, you know Juno? I do. She throws an accusing look at Jess before turning back to me. What I didn't know was that you know her. She and Stevie just started on the same football team. I pick up the whistle hanging around my neck. I'm the coach. Hi, Connor, Jess says, abandoning all pretense of not listening and coming right over. Hi, Jess. Awareness lands. Ah, River must be the friend Fizzy mentioned is involved in the DNA duo technology. I get it now. And you must be the hot TV guy Felicity hasn't shut up about. Jess turns to Fizzy with an exaggerated grin. I get it now. I bite back a smile, sensing backstory here, and that Jess is getting some long-awaited revenge. Okay, Jessica, Fizzy says, take your gorgeous husband and just sit down over there. Still grinning, Jess waves and ducks back into the sunshade. River extends a hand, and I meet him with a quick shake. Connor, he says. River. He opens his mouth, but with a quick glance in Fizzy's direction, he seems to recalibrate. Good luck on the game, he says instead, before joining his wife. I don't know either of them well. Jess has always been friendly and is the first to volunteer rides for the other kids and snacks. I've seen River once or twice, but we've never spoken at length. When it's just the two of us again, the silence feels loaded. You called her Stefania, Fizzy says, accusingly. Stevie is her nickname, I explain. Yelling Stefania Elena Garcia Prince around the house would be rather a mouthful, don't you think? The silence stretches. It's not awkward exactly, but aware. I might have said no on Fizzy's doorstep, but I suspect we both know I wanted to go inside. How do we move on from this? A breeze darts across the field, ruffling the trees and sending umbrellas and blankets tumbling along the grass. When I reach up to push my hair off my forehead, Fizzy's eyes follow the movement. I'm reminded that she said I should wear it like this more often, that she likes it. I clear my throat, ready to steer us in a less dangerous direction. I forgot to tell you, callbacks were great. I think we found our heroes. Her entire face brightens. Oh my God, tell me everything. Wait, first tell me they're all insanely hot. I mentally stumble at the shift in her enthusiasm and just how much I dislike it. Ratings through the roof hot, I say. I don't want to say too much because nothing's finalized, but we narrowed it down to 8 men, all approved archetypes. She's about to reply when there's a blur of movement and 2 small tornadoes collide into our bodies. Stevie looks up from where her arms are wrapped around my waist. Juno is hugging Fizzy. Can we have ice cream after the game? Stevie asks. I bend to kiss the top of her head. Sure. Can you say hello to Fizzy? She's starring in the show I've been working on. I turn her around and Stevie tilts her head back to look at me. I already know who Fizzy is, Stevie says. She's walked us home a few times. Fizzy reaches over to twirl the end of Stevie's long hair. Sometimes we stop for hot chocolates on the way. Sometimes for cocktails. Depends how the day went. Both the girls giggle, but then something catches Stevie's eye, a sticker on the back of Fizzy's phone, and she steps forward to examine it. You never said you liked Wonderland? She loves them, Juno says. How have we never talked about it? Fizzy says. They are my happy place. I look closer at the small holographic logo, wondering how I missed it, when there's a similar one attached to 50% of Stevie's belongings. Probably because when I'm with Fizzy, the last thing I'm looking at is her phone. Have you seen them in concert? Fizzy asks. Stevie shakes her head. I've never been to a concert before. They're coming in 2 weeks. You should go. It's sold out, I say. Fizzy swats this detail away. I could get us tickets. I dated an executive over at the stadium, and let me tell you, she stops, noting my apprehension over what might come out of her mouth, and settles on, I know a guy. That's a pretty late night. I'm already imagining carrying a sleeping Juno and Stevie across a mile-long parking lot. They'd be exhausted the next day. She scoffs. It's summer. Besides, being exhausted after a night of screaming your face off is a fangirl rite of passage. She gives me a silent, pleading look, adding quietly, Joy, remember? I exhale, unable to resist any of these females and their sweet persuasion. If Fizzy knows a guy, I hesitate long enough for my common sense to rescue me. It doesn't. I guess we're going to see Wonderland. We are? Stevie and Juno scream in unison, already jumping up and down. We are. You're the best dad, Stevie says, and throws her arms around me. Thank Fizzy, not me, love. And while I watch Stevie embrace Fizzy next, I can't help but think this is a terrible idea, for at least 100 reasons. The last thing I need is to spend more time with Fizzy. Happy time, joyful, enthusiastic Fizzy time. My guts twist in dread and anticipation. It's going to be great, she says, as the girls sing and dance around us. She gives me her widest smile, the one that makes me think of words like effervescent, sparkling, fizzy.
17. Fizzy. I can't even complain to Jess that this entire debacle just landed in my lap, since she was there when I very explicitly said I would take 2 10-year-olds and a sexy DILF coach to a Wonderland concert. But the lines of people waiting to get into this venue are so horrendous, I would love to have someone other than myself to blame. I check Instagram while we stand. I reply to reader DMs and dutifully avoid my inbox. But with every passing second, the number of bodies around us grows. There are only 8 entrances and 30,000 people trying to cram through at the same time, with no barricades or even any real signs about where a line begins or ends. The unending strings of people wind and weave, snaking around posts and crisscrossing with each other until we are essentially trusting that the person in front of us believes that the person in front of them is in the right place. And going off the way his jaw looks tight, Connor is thinking exactly the same thing. I'm sure he can see over most of the heads in the crowd, but I definitely cannot. And Stevie and Juno seem tiny in the middle of the giant mass of bodies, their eyes big and round with confusion. As the clock ticks down, there's a vibrating undercurrent of panic, as if the crowd is sensing that Wonderland is about to take the stage and we are all potentially going to miss it. I tug Connor's sleeve, urging him down so I can tell him, "Put me on your shoulders." He leans in closer, not understanding. I'm sorry, what? So I can see where this line goes. I'm worried it's a giant clump of people up there pushing their way in, and I'm not letting our girls miss this. He doesn't hesitate, crouching down into a squat, and with a giggling Juno and Stevie steadying me, I climb on those broad, muscular shoulders. Connor stands seemingly without effort, sending me well over 6 feet into the air. I let out a terrified squeak, clutching his jaw with both hands. I take back every wish I ever made to be tall. Connor laughs. Relax, I've got you. He curls his hands around my bare shins, gently coaxing me to hook my legs back, tucking them under his arms. I'm now aware not only of the chaos ahead of us, but of the warm solidity of Connor's neck between my legs, and the unreal stability of his shoulders beneath me. I wonder if he feels the heat of me too. And if he's thinking what I'm thinking, which is how great it is to have his head between my legs. I could obviously stay up here all night, but duty calls. Okay, I've got it. You can put me down. He does, staring quizzically at me once we're both standing again. Helpful? Very. I put my hand atop Juno's head and bend to meet her eyes. I'll be right back. And with that, I duck into the crowd. 20 minutes later, we are inside, holding beers in the small suite the venue executive who once asked to be called Doctor in bed booked for us, and watching a delighted Juno and Stevie dance on the glass-enclosed balcony to music being piped in through the speakers before the show begins. Connor is smiling at me like I'm a superhero. But really, all it took was dragging the bewildered security team to the entry gate where an enormous cluster of people were cutting in line and wedging in ahead of everyone. Once they sorted that situation, concert goers started filing in, happily organized. You could have been trampled, he says now. Unlikely. I sip my beer, wiping away the foam on my lip. When I'm determined, I look much bigger. I bet I was at least 6'2" walking through that crowd. Aren't you afraid of anything? I laugh when Juno and Stevie begin pretending to twerk. These tiny dummies. No. And then I reconsider, looking up at him. Wait, yes. I'm afraid that at some point in the past I've accidentally FaceTimed someone while masturbating, and they're too mortified and polite to ever tell me, so I will live out the rest of my life not knowing whether I actually did that, but always suspecting that I have. Connor stares blankly down at me. What? I ask. Don't you ever worry about that? He smiles, shaking his head as he tips his plastic cup to his mouth. A rare flush of self-consciousness takes root. I know I'm a lot to take. And I suspect if Connor found me unbearable, he wouldn't ever let on. He couldn't. He'd grin and bear it. Maybe just like he is right now. He has to put up with me because he wants this show to work. And he wants his show to work because if it doesn't, he's out of a job and likely has to move 2 hours away from his daughter. This tiny bundle of barely contained energy, dancing over there like a sparkler on New Year's Eve. Sorry, I mumble into my cup. For what? The masturbation thing, I whisper, and then add with a smile. And the Kendall Roy joke at the soccer game. You're not nearly that broken. This makes him laugh. Don't be so sure. And now I'm wondering if I've ever accidentally FaceTimed someone during a wank. I look over at him, grateful at his attempt to ease the tension, but emotionally obliterated by the mental image that's now being projected in HD in my brain. Connor shrugs, taking another sip of his beer, and affection clutches at me as I register yet again how easy he is to be around, and how much I genuinely like him. The words are out before I've given them time to marinate. Sorry about the other night, too. Oh. And now tense awareness falls like shrapnel from the sky. Connor contemplates something in the distance, squinting. Yeah, no, you don't have to apologize for that. Yes, I do. I do everything I can not to fill the answering quiet with jokes or innuendo or even remarks about the weather. I just stew in the awkwardness of it, wanting him to know that I'm capable of gravitas and sincerity, even if I'm outwardly terrible at both. I declined for several reasons, he says finally, and my mortification bottoms out to dungeon levels. Please don't feel obligated to list them. He turns to face me, expression sober. But none were because I wasn't interested. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. Oh, I have to break eye contact from those hypnotic, fresh leaf eyes. Suddenly, my brain is nothing but the static white noise of 1,000 sexy songs blaring over each other. Connor has no idea that he's toying with barely controlled fire, that flirtation is my love language, and that I haven't gotten laid in a very, very long time. Frankly, I was just being polite by apologizing. Tell me about Jess and River, he says, blessing us both with an escape route. How do you know them? Jess and I have been friends forever. River used to come into our coffee shop every morning, and they do this whole Pride and Prejudice, flirt but not flirt thing. It was entertaining, but ultimately exhausting. I forced her to do the DNA duo. I'm telling you, if it wasn't for me, she'd still be single. I should get a finder's fee. I wasn't really paying attention to the technology yet when the company first launched, he said. But they had a very high match, right? Diamond. A score of 99, in fact. Still the highest score in company history. The executives actually paid her to get to know him. Honestly, I couldn't have written a better happily ever after myself. I make the mistake of letting my eyes wander down the length of his body. He seems strangely fidgety, and when he pulls his sweater up and over his head, folding it on the back of his chair, my brain short-circuits for at least a second. A new emotion invades my blood. Soft fondness. I blink at his chest, and the 5 grinning male faces there beneath Wonderland in the branded swooping font. You're wearing a Wonderland t-shirt? Stevie and I got some merch when you and Juno were stuck in that abysmal porta-potty line earlier. I laugh, whisper, merch. You've got the lingo. He grins at my slack-jawed awe. We were on a quest, right? A quest for joy. Do I not need to attain certain knowledge? For a beat, I'm speechless. I have a tight feeling in my chest, like twine around my lungs, seeing him in this t-shirt. And not just wearing it, but proudly wearing it. I've agreed with Jess about how hot it is that River is such a good dad to Juno, but it's a truth I can't look at straight on. I celebrated for her obliquely, on the sidelines. I want a family, of course, but who knows what that'll look like for me? The meet someone plus love someone plus be together long enough to want to have a kid together math isn't really mathing for me. I assume my role is being the auntie everyone comes to when they need to learn how to do the perfect winged eyeliner, hide a hangover from a parent, or cry about their first broken heart. I think every child needs someone who adores them unconditionally, but is not biologically obligated to. Being attracted to a proud dad is doing weird, painful things to my breathing. It's only attraction, I remind myself. Don't make it into a big deal. I didn't realize their merch sizes went up to giant, I say, pushing my voice out past the cork of emotion in my throat. I make the mistake of reaching out to touch the shirt absently, curiosity guiding my movements, and realize how firm his body is underneath. At least this one doesn't look like it came from the kids' department. Holy bicep. I jerk my fingers away like he's on fire. The sizes are confusing, he admits. I take a small step back, willing my skin to cool down. I bought a shirt in a women's large a while ago, thinking I'd have something to sleep in. It fits me like a wetsuit. He laughs. I assumed that's why this one was available. The woman said it was the last size to sell out. Most of the fan base. He holds up a hand to stop me from correcting him. No, I thought everyone would look like Stevie and Juno. Connor motions for me to follow him to where the girls are standing at the edge of the suite, overlooking the crowd. We see a group of women fully decked out in Wonderland merch below us. The suite to our left has 3 30-something couples standing at the ledge like we are, laughing and sipping cocktails. The one to our right has a group of teenage girls and a lone dad scrolling on his phone. And throwing my gaze out farther, I see a large group of women of all ages. A group of men in LED necklaces singing along to the pre-show playlist. A pair of white-haired older women taking photos in front of the giant screens. It looks like one of your signings, Connor says. Just a little bigger, I say, laughing. Only for now. He looks over at me, his eyes dropping only briefly to my mouth. Once the world sees you, Fizzy, they're going to fall in love.
18. Connor. Stevie has always been an exuberant child, driven by her emotions. She dances around the house, does cartwheels in the aisles at the grocery store, and was so overcome when we brought Baxter home that she held him and cried into his silky puppy fur for a full hour. I'm familiar with her squeals of delight when we get the back car on Big Thunder Mountain, and the non-stop giggles that come from her room during a sleepover. But I have never seen my kid like this. The show hasn't even started yet, and Stevie and Juno are already up on their feet, dancing and singing along to music videos with the rest of the audience. Fizzy wasn't kidding when she said that she had an in. We are in a suite, high enough to see the arena, but still reasonably close to the stage. There is also complimentary food, drinks, booze, and our own private toilet. We may never leave. And Fizzy. I can't seem to keep my eyes off her. Logically, I know it's self-sabotage to entertain thoughts about how good she looks, or how tempting her neck is with her hair pulled back like that. But my brain doesn't seem to care. When she climbed up on my shoulders outside the arena, it was like a pin being pulled from a grenade. I could feel the heat of her through her shorts. The strength of her thighs gripping my neck sent a sharp bolt of desire through my body, one I'd rather not experience in front of a few thousand people. I wanted to be alone with her, to run my fingers up the inside of her thighs, feel that heat pressed against my hand. I wanted to drop to my knees and show her with my mouth just how much I had regretted going home alone the other night. Job? Who needs a job? But of course, we weren't alone. It only took one glance at Stevie, her eyes locked on Fizzy and shining with absolute awe, for reality to come screeching back. Thankfully, it's the erupting screams that break me from my swimming thoughts, as the lights are snuffed out and the arena explodes into a blast of unbelievable sound. It's nearly overwhelming. I know that sound doesn't have color, but when I close my eyes, stars pop yellow and red on my lids. It is deafening, a tangible thunder that moves through my chest, rattling the ground beneath me. Stevie and Juno are jumping up and down, joining in a growing chant of the group's name. Fizzy pulls me close, her hand clutching my forearm. I see her lips move, but can't possibly hear her in the cacophony as she nods to the girls. When I shake my head, she stretches and I lean in, feeling her lips move against my ear. I am so happy you're here to see this. I'd like to put a pedometer on them and see how many calories they burn by the end of this thing. Just wait till it starts. She's so close, I wonder how I'll be able to think about anything else. But when the first note rings through the dark, it easily yanks my attention away. I have never voluntarily listened to a Wonderland song, but it is impossible to be in the middle of all this and not be affected by the collective anticipation around us. This is the joy that Fizzy talked about, the shared adrenaline, everyone here for the same thing. Even the dads near us have decided to stand, some with arms folded across their chests as they observe, others shifting from foot to foot to get a better view, curious to see what all the fuss is about. Fireworks erupt from the stage, and the group emerges to a thunderous reaction. When the first song starts, Fizzy, Juno, and Stevie know every word. I'm surprised to realize I know most of them too. The girls lose themselves to the music and the euphoria of the show. Fizzy dances where she stands, entirely unself-conscious. Somehow Stevie knows every beat of the show before it happens. She knows the set list, when the members will venture out into the audience, and at exactly what point they'll pass right in front of us. I'm so caught up in it that when she attempts to hold up her small sign, I'm ready to take over and hold it up higher. During the final intermission, sweaty and surprisingly exhausted, I walk from the balcony and through the suite to use the loo. When I step out again, Fizzy is making herself a drink. We can still see the girls, but the glass walls close us in, dulling the noise from the show. I join Fizzy at the bar, refill my water bottle, and close my eyes as I take a long, cold drink. When I open them again, she's watching. So? She leans casually against the countertop. What's the verdict? To be honest, I expected noise and traffic and 2 tired, cranky 10-year-old girls, which I'm sure we'll still get. But I was also sure I would hate every minute. I was wrong. You may now gloat. You were dancing, she says with a grin. I was swaying. She lets this one slide. I'm pretty picky about who I'll bring to a concert, but you were a good sport, hot dilf. I may invite you again if I find myself needing a concert buddy. But know there are usually fewer 10-year-olds, more booze, and the occasional bad tattoo at the end. I look forward to it, I say, and glance back at the girls, unexpectedly struck by Fizzy's praise. The group launches into another song, and Stevie looks over, searching for me. This one's her favorite, the song that plays on my way to work every Monday morning because it was the last one Stevie played Sunday night. She excitedly points to the stage before turning back to watch. She totally adores you, Fizzy says. I don't know why that word in particular stings the backs of my eyes. Most kids love their parents. I don't like my dad, but I do love him in my own way. It's a love tangled up with grief and hurt and a messy pile of other complicated emotions. But it's there. To adore is to cherish, to treasure. And for Stevie to visibly feel that for me after all the ways I've fallen short fills me with so much pride, it's almost hard to breathe. If Fizzy catches any of this, she's polite enough not to say anything. Thank you for bullying me into bringing her, I say. I've never seen her like this. Fizzy gazes at both the girls fondly. She's definitely in her element. How did she know everything that was going to happen? The set list? Even what they'd be wearing? Where'd she learn all that? It's what fangirls do, Fizzy says with a shrug. It's the same way you know when a new Shimano derailleur is coming out for your fancy mountain bike. My attention snaps back to her and I grin. Look at you, talking about bike parts. She reaches for a cookie and breaks it in two, handing half to me. Some might say I'm an expert at typing things into the Google search. She studies her cookie. Even went hunting for pics of you. Me? You know, on set, mountain biking. She pauses, shrugging casually. With girlfriends. And? I lean against the counter at her side, smothering a smile. She is so bloody obvious. What did you find? One side of her mouth turns down into a frown and carves a small dimple in her left cheek. Nothing. Your Instagram name is a bunch of random letters and numbers that I was only able to track down because I know Jess, who knows Natalia, who happened to tag you in something like 5 years ago. You have 4 followers and 2 posts. It was both a relief and disappointing. We're supposed to be focusing on your love life, Fizzy. Just feels unfair, she says, and her smile is easy, but her eyes are tight when she looks at me. Now that we're becoming friends, that we're only focused on finding someone for me and not you. I look out to where the show is winding down, and Wonderland is saying their final goodbyes. Nothing good can come from this. We both know it, and yet we keep ending up here. Well, I'd be surprised if there are photos of me with women anywhere. I don't date much these days. Have you ever tried DNA duo? Me? Definitely not, I say, shaking my head. It's not that I don't believe it or anything, if I had a match, I'd want to take it seriously, and I just can't right now. Jess was the same way. With Juno, she says, clarifying. She wasn't interested in getting involved with anyone until Juno was in college. Sounds familiar. I'll tell you what I told her. That makes for a boring fucking book. Well, maybe one day, I say. I tried dating a few times when Stevie was younger, but any woman worth pursuing wants more than the occasional weeknight together. Plus, whoever I'm involved with gets me, Stevie, and Nat. How long have you been divorced? Stevie was 2. Oh wow, she was so little. There was a time when a comment like this, no matter how well-meaning, would have sent me down a rabbit hole of guilt. Stevie was young, and going through the divorce was the hardest thing I've ever done. But that doesn't mean it wasn't the right thing to do either. She was. But you and Nat are close now. I've heard Stevie talk about her a few times, and I'm pretty sure I've seen her at the school during pickup. She's hot. I laugh. She is. And she has a very young, also very hot boyfriend, whom I expect to propose to her any day now. How nice for her. The moment stretches out, tense and knowing. I expect her to look away. She doesn't. Instead, she clucks her tongue sympathetically. Too bad for you, you're no good at compartmentalizing. I decide to stop dancing around it. Specifically, I'm not good with casual sex. The word sex flares out between us like a flamethrower, and she grins. Yes, actually I meant too bad for me that you're no good at compartmentalizing. I laugh at this. You are an honest-to-God menace, Felicity. You like it? I pretend to think about it, and she comes right up on tiptoes, growling in my face. Finally, I relent. You are tolerable. She sets back down on her feet and leans against the counter beside me. Delightful, she says. Bearable. Gifted and charismatic. Pushy and opinionated. Your new best friend. Say it. Her hand rests near mine. My pinky twitches, brushing against hers. If I move away now, I could pretend it was an accident. But I can't, and instead shift my finger so it rests on top of hers. She curls her finger around mine. Heat spears through me, and the urge to turn into her, to press her against the counter, lift her up, step between her legs, and I pull in a slow, deep breath. My new best friend.
19. Fizzy. Juno is no longer a tiny child, which means when we pull up outside Jess and River's house and both girls are passed out like sacks of flour in the back seat, there's no way I can carry Juno to the doorstep. Truthfully, I'm not even sure I could get myself to the door right now. Not to toot my own horn, but I've written sexual tension that could peel wallpaper, and none of it comes close to the last 20 minutes in the car with Connor. I've got him. Connor ducks around me, bending to unbuckle Juno's seatbelt. His thighs flex beneath his jeans, and his shoulders strain against the soft cotton of his new t-shirt as he easily lifts the floppy kid from his back seat. I really don't think my ovaries can take anymore, I mumble. He turns, adjusting her weight over his shoulder. What's that? I cough delicately into a fist. Clear night. I don't think there's rain in store. Connor looks skeptical, but seems to trust that if I'm filtering myself, it's probably a good thing. He turns and heads up when I gesture that he should lead the way. The door opens as we approach. Jess stands in the frame, backlit by a warm golden glow, and seems to entirely miss the mental flare gun I repeatedly fire into the air. River comes up behind her, reaching to take Juno from Connor, who murmurs a soft, "Gotta," as he passes her off. My heart launches itself out a 10th story window. The little girl reveals her level of consciousness by snaking her arms around her dad's neck and mumbling, "Thank you, Mr. Prince." I get it together enough to frown in feigned defense. "Hey, what about me? Ticket hookup, hello?" Her response is a sleepy grunt as she's carried down the hall to her room. With Juno situated and Stevie asleep in the back seat, Connor jogs down a couple of front steps and then looks back at me expectantly. Ready? I start to follow, propelled like there's a silken rope connecting us, but hesitate. I think about the warmth of the car and the soothing mood of the music. I think about Connor's big hands wrapped around the steering wheel, gripping it like it was a vine tethering him to the top of a cliff. I think about his forearms that are corded with veins and muscles, and how when he's 2 steps below me, we're finally at eye level. I think about how his eyes lit up with joy tonight, watching his daughter in her element. And I think about how his shoulders felt beneath my legs earlier when he lifted me. I think about the defeated growl of his, my new best friend. And I think about being in the front seat beside him for 1 second longer, and I'm not sure I can do it. I am but a mortal woman after all. And once again, I want Connor Prince III to crush me beneath him like a delicate flower under a fallen tree. But sexily. I think I'll crash here tonight, I tell him. It's not out of my way, he assures me. Really, it's not that. His eyes narrow. He gets it. I am very specifically not going with him because it's not the kind of ride I want him to offer. Instead, I'm going to go inside and tell my best friend all about this suffocating chemistry between us. If you're sure, he says, smirking. Oh, I say, I'm sure. With the smirk still in his eyes, he says goodnight to Jess and then jogs his hot body back down the front steps. We watch him, rapt, like it's the final few moments of Squid Game. And then I exhale 15 metric tons of air from my lungs. Jesus. You're doomed. I follow her inside, kicking off my shoes. I'm not doomed. I'm awakened. I'm revitalized. Sure. Jessica, hear my words. Connor is a catalyst, a spark, an amuse-bouche for the libido. Aren't you glad? I've been an emotional robot. That doesn't make for interesting television. Jess collapses on the couch. Do you remember when I fake dated River? Of course I remember. Every time he walked into Twigs, you looked like you were going to eat his face. And still, I swore I wasn't into him. I see where this is going, but I disagree with the parallel. Yes, but you were delusional. You were already halfway in love with him. Like you are right now with Connor. Absolutely not, I reply. You were falling for River. I just want to ride the hot producer's dick. Having just entered the room to join us, River makes a quick U-turn at this, disappearing back into the hall. Good night, he calls. Come back. I value your opinion. The only response I get is the sound of his footsteps echoing away. I grin over at Jess. Whoops. She shakes her head in exasperation. Why do you always insist everything is just casual sex? Because my last relationship was with a dirtbag. And for the past 3 years, I'd rather eat a literal bag of dirt than risk breaking up someone's marriage again. You say it like you're joking, but it's true. Rob was a dirtbag. He was the monster. You didn't do anything wrong. It is true. I know it intellectually, even if it took all this time to really feel the truth of it in my gut. I'm finally over the fatal sting of his duplicity, even if there will always be a fiery asterisk beside his name. I sit down beside her on the sofa. I know. Not every guy is a Rob. Well, I certainly hope so, because I'm supposed to be optimistic that my soulmate will appear beside me on camera soon. She stands, crossing the room to the ornate bar cart and pouring us each a small glass of whiskey. So, you're confident that Connor's team has done a good job casting? Seems like it. I take the tumbler with a smile and sip, letting the heat trail down my throat and settle gently in my stomach. I get the sense that he's being very, very picky. That's good, she swirls her drink. He seems like a thoughtful guy. A long, quiet pause. I wonder how this is for him. I got the sense tonight that maybe he's into you, too. I mean, I think he's attracted to me. I tilt the glass, letting the light catch the amber liquid. He admitted earlier that he didn't turn me down because he wasn't interested. Of course not. Look at you. Now that I'm in Connor-free air and can think clearly again, I sort of wish I didn't know, though, I admit. Knowing he's attracted to me, too, has made me into a demon. I want what's in his pants. She shakes her head at me. Focus on the show. When does filming start? 5 weeks. And did you settle on a schedule? Nodding, I take another sip of my drink before answering. He sent it over this morning to see if I had any notes. The first week is coffee dates. We all do testimonials about how it went. Then the show airs, and the audience votes to eliminate 2 based on who they think I vibed with most, and so on. The final 2 contestants will meet my family. I'm pretending that part isn't happening. Jess makes a sympathetic, good luck with that face. After that is the finale, where we find out if the audience picked my soulmate as predicted by DNA Duo. The winner of the audience vote gets $100,000, and then I get to choose who goes with me on a trip to Fiji, so yay. Funny. That doesn't sound like excitement I'm hearing. I dig around in my head and my gut, searching for a convincing reply. Sure, I'm excited. Fizzy, this is such a cool thing you get to do. You get to have 8 romance heroes compete for your heart. I know, I whine, but Connor's thighs could crush me like a grape. I want that, just once before I meet a different kind of prince. Jess laughs as I lean my head back against the couch, sighing. I swear I just need to get him out of my system. That is literally your least favorite romance trope. Lifting my head again, I lament, yes, but who knew it was a real thing? No one, she yells back, because it isn't. She throws up her hands. Okay, seriously, no more of these dates with him. They aren't dates, I argue, they're joy excursions. Fizzy, be serious. What? I am being serious. He does ocean conservation documentaries. I want him to know this audience. Do you feel like he does now? A shiver spreads through me, warm but still unsettling. He does. And watching him not only open his eyes to this side of the industry, but also enjoy it has been, it's been really nice. It isn't just that he's hot. I like being around him. He's fun. He's funny. And maybe my favorite thing of all is how he isn't cowed by my shit. I dare say he might like it. Gross. Feelings. That's important for a producer, too, Jess says. Groaning, I fall sideways into the couch beside her. If he would just fuck me, I'd be over this already. Jess runs her fingers into my hair, scratching gently. Actually, I don't think you would.
20. Connor. I should have foreseen that extremes are the norm with Fizzy, and that our time together would be the most fun I have ever had with someone, but also the most torturous. Over several weeks, the true love experiment begins to take shape, and Fizzy and I skive off every Friday in our continued search for joy. We take the train to the Broad Museum and talk about quiet, introspective joy. We visit the Last bookstore nearby, where she buys me a collector's edition of Salem's Lot, and I buy her a framed cover of one of her favorite romance novels. The following week, she treats the entire crew to tickets to a live showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I get home that night and drink more than I probably should, all in an effort to clear my head of the way her entire being lights up inside when she's letting loose, how badly she sings, and how much I adore that she does it with gusto anyway, how she takes the adoration from the crew and returns it to them, doubled, and how I'm beginning to abhor the prospect of her finding true love in only a handful of weeks. Shooting officially begins tomorrow, but even knowing my workday will likely begin before dawn, I've got one more place I want to take her. Fizzy and I blow down the freeway, windows open, wind whipping. The orange globe sun hangs heavy and seductive at the horizon. It's our last joy outing, at least the last one we've planned, and I'm sure the plan I've made is actually quite daft. We will be alone. It will be dark, with the sounds of crashing waves all around us. I can already imagine Fizzy running barefoot on the sand, tackling me, pushing through the pathetic restraint I'm clinging to. Torrey Pines is a 4.5-mile stretch of coastline located between Del Mar and La Jolla. Traffic is uncharacteristically light, and we make it to the parking lot just as the sun is beginning to dip into the water. As I park and meet Fizzy at the front of the car, I'm unprepared all over again for the sight of her in simple jeans and a t-shirt, sneakers, and a fuzzy sweater tucked over one arm. There is so much riding on the show, but there are moments like this when I look at her walking toward the sand and can't remember what any of it is. When she talks about something she's passionate about, or bursts out laughing, when she hands someone their ass, or lets her tiny fissures of vulnerability show, I find myself rationalizing the reasons I should just give in. Maybe it's inevitable. Maybe nobody needs to know. Maybe I'm overthinking and it won't ruin everything. We're both adults. We've both had sex with people before and it was just sex. Maybe I can compartmentalize. During the day, gliders and parasailers launch themselves from the red sandstone cliffs in the distance, and sunbathers, surfers, and swimmers crowd the beach. Tonight it's mostly empty, with only a few stragglers along the shore or straddling their boards in the ocean, bobbing along with the incoming tide. The sky seems to change by the second, a melting canvas of blue to purple to red to orange. So, Fizzy stretches, revealing a swath of skin between her shirt and the waist of her jeans. The beach. I smile at the disdain in her voice. Not a fan, I presume. Oh, I get it. It's beautiful. She sits on the sand. But it's a little like sex on your period. It sounds like a lot of work, and you definitely don't want to do it every day. But once you get going, you're like, hey, this isn't too bad. Oh my God, Fizzy, I say with a small laugh. She looks up at me. What? I sit down next to her, swallowing down the way infatuation rises like a sleeper wave in my chest. I'm not even going to touch that one, I think. She laughs, slipping off her shoes and wiggling her toes into the cool, damp sand. Now that we know how I feel about the beach, tell me what we're doing here. Well, I grew up on the water, so I brought you here because I feel very peaceful at the shore. But tonight's not about the beach specifically. It's a moment. She tucks her knees to her chin, wrapping her arms around her legs as she listens. Around us, the sun has dipped below the horizon, the sky darkening like a bruise. My weekends with Stevie can be pretty routine, I explain. We go for a bike ride, take Baxter to the park or somewhere he can run and play. We watch movies and do homework and cook together. Basic stuff. When she was about 6, Baxter had surgery on his paw and couldn't come with her for the weekend. We decided to try something different. We packed a picnic and came to watch surfers and ended up staying most of the day. We should have gone home once the sun set. It was getting cold, and I knew she'd be a bear the next day. But she was having so much fun just running around and doing cartwheels in the surf that I decided to stay a bit. It got dark, and we were just getting ready to leave when I saw this blue spark in the water, and then another. When the waves crashed, it was like there were hundreds of fireflies in the surf. Oh, I know this one. She snaps her fingers, trying to recall the word. Bioluminescence. It's algae, right? Right. Some types of algae use bioluminescence to avoid predators. So when it's disturbed by something moving through the water, or even something getting too close, it produces this burst of blue light to scare them off. I point. Look over there. She leans in and follows my gaze to where a surfer is leisurely cutting across the surface on their way to the shore, leaving a swirl of blue light in their wake. Doesn't look real, she says. I remember the amazement on Stevie's face and how I wanted to bottle that moment and experience it over and over again. Fizzy looks up at me. That's the answer you should have given me in your office. Answer to what? When I asked you about what gave you joy. My eyes move like magnets to her mouth. But then how would I have monopolized all your time these past several weeks? She laughs. Besides, I say, I never asked you what brings you joy. Fizzy leans into me, bumping my shoulder. This. Hanging out with you. But before I became the best thing that ever happened to you? Jess and Juno, my family, travel. She inhales deeply. Sex. Writing. Still feeling stuck? She nods. I can't remember the last time I opened a Word doc. Well, to be fair, you've been busy. There's this whole reality show we're planning. But maybe that's a convenient excuse. She picks up a small piece of seaweed and drags it across the sand. Every idea I come up with fizzles before I can even get started. I don't pretend I understand what this is like, but is it something you've been able to talk about in therapy? Oh, for sure, she says. But I got so tired of going over the same thing and not getting anywhere. I would do little writing exercises, but they felt pointless. She stares out at the water for a long moment. I know I'll be okay if I don't write again. I know that the death of my writing wouldn't be the death of me. But I missed that me. I liked that me, and I'm not sure how to find her. Focusing on it in therapy started to make it worse, if that makes sense. It does. I'm normally pretty self-aware and can work through most things, but this... She shakes her head. It's got me beat. I'd all but lost interest in any man until you... She pauses, and then squints out at the ocean. Until, the show. Until you, she was going to say. My heart twists uncomfortably. She clears her throat. But yeah, love stories. My current brain block. Maybe your brain needs to live one for a change. Look at you, producer. She smiles over at me, bringing us full circle. I watch her tilt her face to the sky, eyes closed as she takes a deep breath. Finally, tonight, Our last night, before I endeavor to help her fall in love with someone else. I can admit it. I am falling in love with her. What can I say? I murmur. I try.
21. Fizzy. I'll be the first to admit that I'm a talker, but I'm good with silence too. Jess and I have spent many a workday sitting across from each other in productive quiet. I love the gentle moments with Juno on my couch, her little head in my lap while she reads. I love the big sky serenity of a hike with my brother, Peter, or the leisurely peace of mahjong with my mother. Truth is, you'll never meet a book lover who hates the quiet. But after the easy, overlapping flow of our conversation tonight, this silence with Connor is heavy. Side by side, we sit in the sand, our legs stretched out before us, toes wiggling up at the sky. He's rolled his pants up, exposing feet, ankles, the lower half of his calves. His legs are tanned and lightly dusted with hair, muscled. The way he leans back on his hands, face tilted to the night breeze, it's like he's offering his body up for worship. That geometric superhero chest, the long corded neck, the bunching density of his shoulders. I feel my brain shrieking all the breathless, desperate thoughts, like, your body is unreal, and I want your hands on me, and fuck me into the sand. But what surprises me is that the silence has quieter thoughts too. Things like, I really like you, and you're sort of my favorite person lately, and I want to be excited for tomorrow, but all I can think is how I don't want tonight to end. Of course, this final thought lands just as Connor coughs into his fist, breaking the stillness. So, he says, and smiles shyly over at me in a way that acknowledges how heavy things just got. How there is something hot and tangible in the air between us. But maybe if we talk over it, it will dissipate. You ready for tomorrow? Inhaling sharply, I sit up straighter. Right. Get yourself together, Fizzy. I am. I hope I can sleep tonight. I really don't want to show up all puffy and shadowed tomorrow. I was going to say, he says, smiling. You've appeared very calm for someone who's about to be on television. I won't deny that I've had regular facials since I agreed to do this and invested in some new gravity-defying bras. He laughs. But I've also done so many signings where people have taken and posted photos of me from awful angles, there's really no point pretending to be a supermodel now. You don't have to pretend, he says. You always take my breath away. We both go still, staring straight out at the surf while the echo of his words spirals around us. My pulse goes quiet for a moment, and then it roars to life, a walloping throb in my neck. And I can almost feel it in him, the way he wishes the waves would stretch up here and wash that moment away. Well, so... Anyway, his voice bursts out now, jazz hands. Distracting. You seem more excited for the first day of filming, at least. That's good. I'm still raw from his declaration. Connor is an oak tree, and the more time I spend with him, the more I register how frequently I feel like a stray leaf blown at the whim of my impulsive decisions, and my roller coaster job, and even my own moods. You always take my breath away, he said. He doesn't do casual, isn't good at it. Of course he isn't. Unfortunately, that's partly why I like him. He moves steadily, with intent through the world. I'm so drawn to him it feels magnetic. I am excited, I admit carefully. And I know you did an amazing job with casting. That said, I hope there's a contestant in the group who makes me feel even a fraction of what I'm feeling tonight. I've kept my eyes fixed on the water, but I can feel him turn and look at me. What does that mean? He asks. Instead of answering, I shift, and, slowly enough that he can stop me if he wants, I climb over him, settling on top of his thighs. It means I'm like insanely attracted to you. I feel something with Connor that I don't want to label quite yet, but it scares me to think I'd ever have to give it up. Fizzy. Yes? He stares at me, eyes shadowed, and adjusts his posture to set one warm palm on my hip. Haven't we already decided this is a bad idea? His tone isn't accusatory. It's gentle and curious, and maybe the tiniest bit hungry. Yes, I swallow, getting my longing under control. But I was sitting here thinking how much I wanted to touch you, and how scared I am at the idea of going home tonight and never feeling this way again. Connor reaches up, coaxing a few flyaway strands of hair away from my face. Do you really think that's possible? I don't know, I admit. I used to be attracted to people all the time. I used to love sex. I liked that fun and adventurous side of me so much. Being near you, it makes me feel like myself again, but a much more grounded version. That's a good thing. Sweet, he says gently. And may I add that maybe what you're also feeling lately is growth. The wind blows another strand of my hair across my eyes, and he gently tucks it behind my ear. You are so much more than your playful, sexy, adventurous author persona. You are that, of course. But you're also a woman with thoughtful depth and sensitive layers. And I wonder whether the way you feel lately is less about me and more about connecting with a new side of yourself. I can't blink away from his steady gaze. My blood seems to vibrate with what he's just said. That's probably the deepest thing anyone has ever said to me. He laughs at this. In any case, I'm glad for you to be reminded before the show that you are a sexual person, that you can connect with someone this way. And here I am, I say, grinning, connecting with you. His gaze searches mine for a second, and his expression softens. I'm not asking you to kiss me or do anything more than this. I just wanted to be close to you one time. I reach up, tracing the shell of his ear. I'm going to miss you, starting tomorrow. This makes him smile, but he directs it at my lips. But starting tomorrow, you'll see me more often. You know what I mean. I do. I'll have to share you, I say. It'll be weird. It's the way he tilts his chin, I think. He just lifts it slightly. A tiny, unspoken, come on then. I lean in, slowly, so he can lean away. But he doesn't. And the second my lips meet his, I have the spiraling sensation of never having been kissed before. Connor is a mountain of a man, warm and massive, solid as bedrock beneath me. His mouth is soft and strong, commanding and pliable. Pleasure spears a sweet arrow through the center of my chest, and in a flash, our simple kiss flares, all the pent-up feelings pouring out as our mouths move together. My God, it is the best kiss of my entire lifetime. He tilts his head, coming at me better somehow, and deeper, his lips parting to slot between mine, one hand wrapping around my hip to pull me flush against him, the other sliding up my neck, cupping my face. I know passion. In the heat of many moments, I've collided with walls and broken furniture, but already this is something else. This is more than just urges and instinct. It's connection and longing uncorked. The feel of Connor's body beneath me leaves no doubt we could break anything in my house. But this hunger is intimate too. Sacred. Burning me up from the inside. I am undone by the way his breath shakes against my lips, and the quiet groans he strangles down when I sweep my tongue across his. When I wrap my arms around his neck, threading hands into his hair. I feel a desperate ache spiral through my torso when his hand leaves my hip and slides up under my sweater, big palms smoothing out my ribs, cupping my breast, coaxing my bra down as he kisses me with his hungry, teasing mouth. I sense that if we do this only once, he wants to feel every inch of me. I want it too, pressing into his hand, encouraging him with sounds, with my teeth scraping over his lower lip, his chin, down the sharp line of his neck. The ocean roars behind us, waves rolling over themselves to break against the sand. My hands wander the width of his shoulders, down his chest to the flat plane of his stomach. His cheeks are flushed in the glow of the moon, lips full and bitten, eyes heavy with lust. A mark blooms on the skin of his throat, as clear as if I've graffitied my name there. This spot belongs to Felicity Chen. I want to put my mark all over his body, claiming. I reach between us, pressing a hand over the solid shape of him, my mind bottoming out when I register what I'm feeling. He's big, and my body clenches, suddenly painfully hollow. I roll my hips against him, but instead of bringing relief, it only makes me wilder. His mouth chases my kiss, swallowing the sound I make when he rocks up, the thick line of his cock pressing exactly where I need him. His hands cup my ass, pushing me away and pulling me closer, back and forth, again and again. I know I could come like this. It's right there, shimmering on the edge of sensation. And I'm torn between letting my greedy body have its way and dragging him to the car so I can take my time. But before I can unbutton his pants, he guides my hands away and pulls my hips closer again, arching into me. "Take me home," I tell him. "I want you so bad, Connor, just one time." He breathes against my throat, mouth open, the shape of my name pressed into my skin. It seems to take a monumental effort for him to pull away long enough to gaze up at me. Only an inch between our faces, but it's enough for the cold, wet ocean air to invade the space. His eyes clear, and he takes a deep, shaking breath. Bending, he rests his forehead to my shoulder, exhaling in a long, slow stream. Finally, he says, simply, "No." Inside, I'm a beast with sharp, gnashing teeth. My clawed hands grab at the bars, shaking my cage. "Why?" "Fizzy, we can't." But he doesn't let me go. He pulls me into his body, holding me. Connor takes a deep breath, chest expanding against me. And then he seems to deflate. "We just can't." In his arms, with his deep breaths setting a rhythm for my own, my fevered dust settles. "It wouldn't have to mean anything more than two friends scratching an itch," I whisper. "Unfortunately, I suspect it might mean a good deal more than that." I go still, feeling rattled by his words. "Fizzy." A gentle surrender hangs between us. "I really need this show to work," he says quietly. "I don't regret this, but it can't happen." Leaning back, I frown, drawing a line from his forehead down the straight angle of his nose, over his lips, and release a low growl. "Fine. Just take me home and I'll dig in my nightstand for the biggest vibrator I can find." He laughs, and I hug him again, pouring all my gratitude into the embrace. Connor is awesome. I think about this friend I have now, this open, curious, steady man. I might not get to have him, but at least I get to keep him. "I had fun on our quest for joy," I say into his neck. "Yeah," he says. "Me too." "But you're the one who ended the insanely good groping, so you're obligated to carry me to the car." "Is that right?" "I don't make the rules, I just follow them." I can feel the relief in his laugh that comes out warm against my hair. "Okay, then." It takes some awkward shifting, hard parts sliding against soft spaces, and his face in my boobs, but he manages to stand up with my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. With one tiny, final peck to my cheek, Connor carries our overheated bodies back to the parking lot.
22. Connor. I didn't sleep a wink last night. And I don't mean that I tossed and turned and eventually nodded off at some offensive hour. I mean that I dropped Fizzy at her place, had an internal crisis as she walked inside and closed the door, drove straight home, tried to read a few things for work and failed, went to bed, replayed every detail of the moment she climbed over me, had a wank, and then another in the shower, and not once from the moment I stepped inside to the moment I put the kettle on this morning did I enjoy a moment of blissful unconsciousness. It's only 6, but this day has already been 100 hours long. Thanks to our ridiculously padded budget, our set for the next few days is a cozy coffee shop in the Gaslamp Quarter. We've got the whole place to ourselves, but have paid the staff to supply craft services and hired actors to unobtrusively chat in the background. It's a nice place with a green awning out front, local artwork on the walls, and quirky mismatched tables and chairs scattered throughout. The front counter is made from beautifully worn wood, and a pastry case is stuffed full of mouth-watering sweets. The baristas are being paid handsomely to keep everyone caffeinated, and the smell of coffee and sugar, along with the 3 espressos I've had since I arrived, is nearly enough to make me forget that I could have fucked Fizzy into the California coastline last night. Well, anyway, let's find her soulmate, shall we? Of course she looks fucking incredible today. She walks in and my heart drops down my body and through the floorboards. I'm relieved to see that she followed directions. With Fizzy you never know, and arrived in comfortable clothes, sans makeup. Yet somehow seeing her sweetly disheveled, barefaced, soft and warm makes this 1,000 times harder. The crew cheers for her, guiding her in and toward the back, where hair and makeup has set up a little station out of the way. 3 women flank her, one focusing on her makeup, another pulling a brush through her hair, and a third showing her wardrobe choices. Around me is a high-octane, bustling energy, but I feel like the stagnant rock in the center of the white-capped river, stuck in place. Because amid the chaos, there's another observation to be made. She's not yet looked at me. Beyond a casual wave when she walked in, there's been nothing. Obviously, I need things to be easy between us on set. The last thing we want is for anyone to sense tension after we've been quite chummy for the past few weeks. But perhaps more important, I like her. I more than like her. I don't want things to be off between us. Stepping up to the counter, I order 2 drinks and make my way to where she's scowling down at her phone. You all right? I ask. She closes the email app and slides the phone into her bag. You don't happen to have a sexy manuscript completed and handy, do you? I'd only need to borrow it for forever and permission to publish it under my name. Deflecting with humor, how very Fizzy. Nah, sorry. I hand her a coffee. But I do have this. She tilts the cup, reading vanilla latte, written in beautiful calligraphy on the side. These baristas are going all out. How do you know what I drink? She asks. You ordered one of these after the broad. At this, the small team of beautifiers steps away. I wonder if there is a vibe that reads, "Privacy, please," here. And I take a sip of my cappuccino before putting it down again. More caffeine is the last thing I need right now. One of the sound guys approaches with Fizzy's small mic in his hand. Ready? He asks. At her nod, he reaches for the front of her silk shirt, and the words shove their way up my throat. I've got it, mate. He hands it over without any indication that he's heard the edge in my tone, but Fizzy has. Her smirk is louder than her bursting laugh could ever be. Quiet, you, I mumble, smiling, and hand her the cord. I motion for her to slip it under the hem of her top and out the neckline. Sensation echoes down my arm, sending electric pulses to my fingertips. I remember the way her breast filled my hand, the gasp she let out when I closed my finger and thumb around her tight nipple. She brings the end of the cord up and out of her collar and holds it out for me. I take it and bend, attaching the clip to the front of her shirt as unobtrusively as possible. Speaking into her chest, I ask, "How are you, Fizzy?" "I am fine, Connor," she says like a robot, and when I look up at her, she's smiling at me. Still a menace, I see. The backs of my fingers inadvertently skim her neck and collarbone, and she sucks in a quiet breath. "Sorry," I whisper. "It's okay," she whispers playfully back, and I connect the cord to the mic. Tension thrums between us. Her skin is so warm and soft, smooth and kissable. This close, I can smell the subtle scent of her shampoo and body lotion. It makes me lightheaded. Straightening, I adjust her collar to hide the mic. "Should we talk about last night?" she blurts. Behind me, there's a cough, a gasp, a snorted laugh, the clearing of a throat. A glance over my shoulder confirms that every headset-wearing member of the crew has just given us their undivided attention. "You mean our conversation about today's run of show?" I ask. Awareness lands, and Fizzy nods slowly, and then with more conviction, calling out loudly, "Yes, of course, that conversation. What other thing would we have to discuss?" I gaze down at her, fighting a laugh as I reach forward to turn off the live mic. "I guess we don't need to test your sound levels." She winces. "You should hold up a sign or something when you need me to be covert. Subtlety has never been my strong point." I think a safe rule of thumb is to be covert when we are together on the set of your dating show. She snaps, pointing at me. "Good call. This is why you're the boss." Pinned to the front of Fizzy's blouse is a custom-made tag with the logo for the True Love Experiment, and her name printed above the word heroine. Each of the heroes will have a name tag too, along with his archetype. It's all a fun gimmick to make the show stand out, but it's also a reminder of who I'm supposed to be. In fact, I should probably wear a name tag as well, though I'm not sure there would be enough space on it for all the reminders I'd need. Connor Prince III, hot DILF only as an inside joke, executive producer, not boyfriend, not even lover, do not covet the heroine. But yes, about last night, I start, and her expression falls, worry creating a gentle crease in her forehead. Words evaporate from my brain, which is to say, that is, it was lovely, and I know you know this, I'm just confirming. She stares up at me, waiting, her eyes softening as I struggle. We should probably not do it again. Fizzy nods. I agree completely. In fact, I got home and didn't think about it again. Not even once. Definitely not twice in a row. I glare down at her. Can we at least endeavor to go about this with sincerity? Rory calls that we're 2 minutes from rolling, and Fizzy does some sort of scout gesture. I am endeavoring, I promise. Besties only. But may I say one more thing before you go? Of course. She points to her mic. We're sure this thing is off? I eye her warily and reach for the cord hanging limply from her open collar and show her. It's disconnected. I promise you that I will do my very best today. You don't have to worry about my commitment to this project. A tiny seductive smile curves her lips. But let me just say... Her eyes drift lazily down my body, lingering at my zipper, and then slowly back up. Well done. She pats my chest chummily, smiles, and walks toward her spot as I'm left staring after her. I think, did she just compliment my dick? It's crazy that my face can suddenly feel hot when I know for a fact that most of my blood has just been diverted in the opposite direction. Discombobulated, I take a moment to deposit my cup in the dish bin, where a barista cheerfully retrieves it. As shocking as Fizzy can be, it's refreshing to have someone simply say what they think. Things are weird? Let's talk about it. We'd like to fuck, but can't. Let's admit it and both move on. I've never met anyone like her. As Rory shouts directions, gives Fizzy a pep talk, and shows her marks, a flurry of activity erupts. Makeup and hair rush in to do final touch-ups. Fizzy's mic is in fact tested once more, and background actors get into position. There is a vibration in the room, a pulsing thrum of excitement. It's all going to work. The show is going to succeed. I feel it in my marrow. It will be hard to move on from Fizzy, but I will manage. I feel self-possessed, in control, creatively alive. Taking in a deep breath, I give myself a moment to appreciate that hard work has landed us here, and to be proud that I stepped up to this challenge. Everything feels pretty fucking good. And then the cafe door opens, and Fizzy's first hero walks in.
23. Fizzy. I am very skilled in the art of denial. For example, I'm consistently surprised when it's time to pay quarterly taxes. I sing karaoke with Jess and Juno and am convinced that I sound exactly like Adele. I'm confident that if I walk 4 blocks to get my morning coffee, I have also earned a cookie. And today, too. I've known this show was coming for so long now, but it isn't until the makeup artist Liz comes in for touch-ups and the light warms my skin and everyone's chatter simmers down to a hushed hum throughout the room that I realize, oh shit, I might actually look terrible on TV. I might not have my mojo back. I might be awkward or boring or too old for this. Liz steps back, examining the makeup she applied earlier with such care and quantity that I started to feel like I was a wall being spackled. Just beyond her, I see Connor in the background, his attention fixed on one of the cameras as he quietly talks to the director. He looks so calm, so ready. He's probably been thinking about this moment, strategizing this entire shoot for weeks. And here I am, only now fully realizing that I'm about to be on TV. Are we actually doing this? I ask Liz, perched before me with a set of brushes fanned between her fingers. The show? Today? Yes? Okay, I say numbly. Cool. I feel her studying me while I stare at the very interesting pattern of grain in the wood floor. Are you okay, Fizzy? No. I look up at her terrified face and realize what I've just said. Yes. I'm great. She disappears, unconvinced. Oh my God. I'm going to be on television. Why didn't I put on a sheet mask last night? Why did I let them put me in such tight pants? Why did I kiss Connor? Why am I looking at Connor right now? Cameras are aimed at me, preparing for my reaction to the first hero to walk through that door. I should be breathless with anticipation, but my eyes are fixed on Connor's profile, fascinated by how hot he looks when he's concentrating. Oh my God, this is going to end in a flaming disaster. Focus, Fizzy. The director calls to me from her chair next to one of the larger cameras. I've already met Rory several times, but here, surrounded by cameras and lights, I'm struck again by how young she looks. She can't be more than 30, and with her ripped jeans, black Keys t-shirt, and long dark curls covered by a faded baseball cap, she has the Hollywood laid-back vibe down perfectly. But my favorite thing about her, and the thing that seems to vex Connor the most, is the way she continually calls him bro without any intentional humor whatsoever. Okay, Fizzy, she says. Just do what you'd normally do on a first date and you'll be great. Wild horses couldn't keep me from checking Connor's reaction to this potentially scandalous piece of advice. And just as I expected, he's biting back a knowing smile. He speaks into his mic. Take that advice with a grain of salt. My bursting laugh lands just before a hush falls over the set, and it echoes a few beats before everything goes silent. I'm sitting at a table for 2 in the middle of the room, primped and ready for the first of 3 dates today. Portable lights are set up just out of shot, and the heat is already suffocating, heightened under the pressure of everyone's expectations. I mean, listen, I've been the center of attention before. Usually I thrive on it. I've delivered keynotes and been on panels at countless conventions. I've done small morning shows and spoken in front of readers all over the world. But this is different. This is glossy, big scale, big money fantasy television. This is the show where the pettiest among us will watch and critique and judge and think, why her? I've taken on a huge responsibility. And sitting here when it's way too late to back out, I suddenly don't feel prepared. With effort, I turn my face to the cafe entrance as a beautiful Asian man pulls the door open, stepping in with a heart-stopping smile. His eyes meet mine, and that smile dials up, turning real at the corners. He's dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt, with full sleeve tattoos on both arms, and several winding up his neck from beneath his collar. When he gets closer, I can make out what's written on his name tag. Dax, tattooed bad boy. I swallow the laugh, but the smile stretches wide across my face. It takes intense focus not to turn to Connor, to let him see in my face how much this delights me, and to see, in turn, how proud he must be of getting this right. Connor worked so hard for this. He really listened. But speaking of listening, Dax is here, and so I stand, greeting him with a half hug, receiving his gentle peck on my cheek. With an understandable touch of self-consciousness, we settle into our seats across the table from each other and reach for our waters at the same time. Ice clinks against glass as we lift and take a sip. Hyper-aware now of the cameras and crews and lights and complete unnatural spectacle of this all, Dax and I laugh into our drinks. I didn't want any of this scripted, but now I'm wishing I'd practiced something, literally anything, to open this first date. Come Saturday, millions of people will sit down in their living rooms and watch me fumble my way through this moment. But if there's an expert in dating anywhere, it's Fizzy Chen. So I shove this tiny, terrified instinct back into its dusty corner and look Dax right in the eye. We're setting the bar high, I see. He laughs and gives me a playful once-over. I'll say. I reach my hand across the table. Nice to meet you, Dax. Nice to meet you too, Felicity. He holds on to my hand for a prolonged, flirty beat. His voice is naturally low and a little raspy. His fingers coarse and dry, palm calloused. Everything about him is rough around the edges, and I like it. He's a perfect balance of hot and sinful. Well done, Connor. But do I tell Dax to call me Fizzy? I like the way Felicity sounds in his voice. It sounds dirty and playful, and that's the role he's been given, the one he's been sent to embrace. And I think of the audience watching, how they won't know my thoughts unless I say them aloud, and how I don't want them to think keeping things formal is a measure of my interest. Everyone calls me Fizzy, I tell him, releasing the handshake. But I like the way you say Felicity. Felicity it is, then. I smile in agreement. So, tattooed bad boy. He nods. The tattooed part is self-explanatory, but why bad boy? Let's see if you can guess. I lean in, humming, studying. There's a sharpness to his gaze, an overt confidence. I think of his calloused hands. Daredevil? I bet you're into extreme sports. Dax laughs. Skydiving, rock climbing, you name it, yeah. Holy shit. I smack the table. I'm good. A production assistant waves a red card just behind Dax's shoulder, a technique Connor set up to remind me not to swear like a sailor. It has the added effect of reminding me that Connor is right there watching, that his hands are enormous and warm, and of the way he sent one up under my sweater last night, cupping my breast, the pad of his thumb circling the tight peak as his kisses grew impatient and rough. Focus, Fizzy. I want to know something, I say, leaning in closer to block out the shape of Connor's broad shoulders in the background. Dax leans in too, smiling coyly. Anything. What is your ugliest tattoo? When he throws his head back and laughs in surprise, the old Fizzy would notice Dax's long throat, that masculine spike of an Adam's apple, and about 100 other things about him because he is gorgeous. Old Fizzy would be breaking the rules left and right, planning meetups with these contestants after hours. My trailer in the alley out back would do nicely. Now, no matter how charismatic he is, no matter how much I appreciate his sex appeal, the idea of meeting up with Dax later leaves me feeling blank inside. All I can do is focus on not turning my eyes up to Connor in the background to gauge his expression while he watches us flirt. But in the end, the date with Dax is objectively great. The glee he exhibits when he shows me a truly awful tattoo of a mermaid on his shoulder says so much about his sense of humor and willingness to be silly in front of the camera that I find myself genuinely enjoying talking to him. He's third-generation Korean-American, has won all kinds of BMX trick competitions, which I'm sure are very impressive to those who know anything at all about BMX, and turns out to be a surprise foodie, with friends in the restaurant business all over town. The next hero date, if possible, is even better. Isaac, hot nerd. He walks into the cafe, a bespectacled 6'3" black man, and an appreciative hush falls over the room. He sits across from me. His hero name tag slipped over a pectoral I can see outlined beneath his plain white t-shirt, and manages to make artificial intelligence sound only moderately terrifying before turning every ounce of genuine focus on me. When I finally find my words again, we discuss books, oldest sibling woes, favorite memes, and our shared disdain for having to go into the bank or post office in person anymore. For the first time in over an hour, I forget there are cameras capturing every single expression that passes over my face. I like him. And at the end of our time together, I'm genuinely disappointed to see him go. The third date is the first real miss. Benji. Cowboy. Physically, Benji, who goes by Tex, is great. But the energy is all wrong. I can see Connor pacing in the background behind a wall of screens as we struggle and jerkily interrupt each other, trying to fill silences in unison. When he asks me what my dad thinks about his daughter writing romance for a living, I ask him in return what his mom thinks about him riding horses for a living, and watch the confusion play across his features. When I'm blessed with the end of our date and Tex leaves, I'm on autopilot. Without thinking, I make a beeline to Connor, where he's standing at a monitor, reviewing footage. He turns at the feeling of my hand on his arm, following me to a shadowed corner. "What's up?" he asks, concerned. He bends a little, coming eye to eye. "You okay?" I realize I don't need anything. I was just following an instinct to be near him, to feed this ghoul inside me that is recharged in his presence. I want him to calm me down. And this time, I'm smart enough to turn off my mic. "Just wanted to say hi." He smiles. "Hi. Are you okay?" "Yeah," he says brightly. "Why?" I see the lie and the tightness across his forehead. But maybe I'm reading too much into this, and it isn't about watching me on dates after our orbit-bending dry hump, but the pressure of, having his livelihood hanging in the balance of this entire project. "Nothing. Good." I look past him out the window of the cafe and to the street, where a few people loiter outside, clearly curious about what's going on inside, what all these cameras are doing here. "You seemed stressed when things with Tex were stalling." Connor's deep laugh sends vibrations down my arm. "It was getting a little awkward, which doesn't make for good television, but you lecturing him about what BDSM really is circles us right back to great television." I preen as if he's just paid me the greatest compliment. "So, I guess it's good to have a few duds?" "Absolutely. There's no standout if you have chemistry with everyone." He scratches his chin. "You seem to really hit it off with Isaac." "Of course I did. Your casting skills are unmatched." He smiles tightly. "Cheers." "But," I say, "you know what only occurred to me today?" "What's that?" "You might know who my best DNA duo match is." He shakes his head. "Nope." "Really?" I'm relieved. I would be relentless, pestering him constantly. Connor laughs. "Really? I know the range. No, there are some good ones in here, but only Rory knows who scores the highest." We both look over at the director, who seems to be using this break to talk Brenna's ear off. Connor looks back at me. "But you're welcome to speculate and think out loud in the confessionals." "When are we doing that?" "We'll shoot the first tomorrow night, after the final day. Does that sound good?" "Will you be interviewing me for these?" "Me?" Adorably, he points to his chest. "Why?" "Because you're hot and have an accent. This might surprise you, but chicks dig both those things." "But I'm a producer." "Wait, what?" I ask with mock alarm. He laughs. "You'll be in the confessional trailer solo. You'll just need to give a recap of each date. We'll prompt you through an earpiece with questions and..." "You're going to put me alone in a room with a camera and trust that the entire thing won't go off the rails?" Connor stills and pulls a deep breath in through his nose. He lifts a hand, waving it to Brenna, who jogs over immediately. "What do you think about having our host, Linnell, interview Fizz?" "I want you, Connor." Glancing at Brenna, I quickly say, "That came out wrong. This is purely a professional want." I have no idea what we're talking about, she says, but you just pulled me away from hearing about the time Rory lost a contact in the mosh pit at a social distortion show and the entire mob stopped to help her find it. I'm just happy to be over here. Connor and I both give this the sympathetic moment of silence it deserves. And then he turns and offers an apologetic smile. Fizzy, I can't be on screen. Have you met Linnell yet? I have, and she's great, but I know you better. That will come across on screen. I'm not an actor, he says. Neither am I. I motion to him, from the top of his sexy head and all the way down the length of his solid bod. And you're fooling yourself if you think all of this wasn't made to be in front of a camera. I turn to Brenna. What do you think? Imagine the female audience's reaction. Not realizing she was called over to referee, Brenna looks like she'd rather go back to listening to Rory's mosh pit escapades. I mean, she says with a wince, Fizzy isn't wrong. You're just as hot as any of the heroes, in a totally objective, still my superior at work kind of way, of course. And you two have chemistry. I motion to her. Give this woman a raise? Connor says, but I jump in again, going for the kill. You said yourself that you didn't want the show to be overly produced. Wouldn't that include editing interviews to look like I'm talking to someone when I'm not? Let's talk it out for real. Viewers should see me hearing the questions and reacting in real time. Connor runs an exasperated hand down his face and then turns his green eyes on me. All right, then. I have my own request. A quid pro quo. I respect it. I was thinking how great it would be if you could talk River into appearing in the first episode. Have him walk the viewers through the science. I pelt out a laugh. This poor, naive man. You don't know River Pena. He'd sooner die. I assumed as much, he said. But I also know how persuasive you can be. There's an awkward beat of silence. I'm just going to... Brenna points behind her before heading in the other direction. I look at Connor again. River is pretending that none of this is happening. Nobody is that persuasive. Based on personal experience, I disagree. Connor gives me a knowing smile. And while I'd like nothing more than to stand around and flirt with him all day, he has a point. I'm not sure I can convince River to do anything, but a good idea is a good idea. No promises, but I'll try. Likewise about the confessionals. I can't promise anything, he says, and extends a hand for me to shake. But I'll try. Connor wraps his hand around mine, and we shake once, twice, and reluctantly let go. He glances briefly over his shoulder, then back at me. You good? I nod, and watch him walk over to Rory to discuss something. Liz comes to find me to ask if there's anything I need before we wrap for the day. I tell her nothing, but that's not exactly true. What I need is for Connor Prince III to do something that makes me not want to be near him every second. And I need him to do it soon.
24. Connor. I wake up before sunrise on Tuesday and get a brief shot of professional bliss before dread hits me like a shadow chaser. Yesterday's shoot was good, brilliant really. But if I thought watching Fizzy flirt with a bunch of gorgeous, interesting men right in front of me would be difficult, I was only partially right. It was unbearable, and we've only just begun. The truth is, if we thought we were onto something with the guys during the casting call, that awareness was amplified tenfold, seeing them on camera with Fizzy. There were a handful of awkward moments, and not everyone clicked, but her chemistry with a couple of them was off the charts, palpable enough to feel all the way in Video Village, where some of the bigwigs were watching on the monitors. They congratulated me at the end of the day with dollar signs in their eyes, already feeling the tendrils of something great. I should be ecstatic, buoyed by their enthusiasm and plotting how to capitalize on it. And I am, but I'm also a touch lovesick. No better way to get my mind off things than exercise, and it's early enough that I have time to kill even after my run. I call Stevie and test her a bit and wish her good luck on her state capitals test. I've just hung up and am walking out the door when my phone rings. Thinking it's Stevie again, I answer without thinking. It's not Stevie. Hey, Dad. I jog down the stairs. I'm on my way to work. Can I call you back? I just need a minute. At the driveway, I pause, taking a calming breath. It's always the same shit. My time isn't important. His call is urgent. And I know what's coming. I climb in, the phone connects to Bluetooth, and my father's voice fills the car. I talked to Stefania last week, and she mentioned you're doing reality TV now. That right? I swear I don't have to tell anyone anything anymore, because my daughter will always do it for me. I'm also not sure if I'm more annoyed that he's been stewing about this for a week and is just now asking, or that the last time I talked to him was more than 4 months ago. I'm glad he has a better relationship with Stevie than he had with me, marginally, but everything with him comes with a cost. When we spoke, you said you were working on another conservation project. This isn't a conversation I want to have with my dad on any morning, certainly not today. The company is trying out a few new things this year. I'm a part of that. LA has plenty of better shops, Connor. I stare out the windshield. Dad, come off it. I don't want to live in LA. I'd see Stevie once a month, if that. Kids are adaptable, he says. And when I don't say anything in response, he continues, listen, you know how I feel. You could have easily come to work for me, C-suite from the get-go, 7-figure salary, but fine. You were doing important work. I hear his air quotes and swallow down an expletive. Getting into it with him is never worth it. Now I have to stomach that my son spent a couple $100,000 on school so he could film a bunch of housewives? I bite back the rant on the tip of my tongue, knowing it won't make a bit of difference anyway. It's not housewives, Dad. Anyway, this is a one-off. The company needed opportunities for product placement, and they asked me to take it on. It's a huge budget, and they've already given me the green light to do my next doc when this show wraps. I wince at the boast I can hear in my own voice, the pathetic attempt to earn his approval. And then what? You continue to be their cuck the next time they... Dad, enough. He immediately falls silent. I rarely raise my voice to him. Not long after he'd had his holiday fling with my mum, he'd married a woman he'd dated off and on in college, and they'd had a couple of kids. When I moved to the States, I lived with them for 2 years. My father is a multi-millionaire who owns one of the largest real estate development firms in the States. And to me, a teenager raised by a poor single mum, money was power. He was intimidating and strict. Dad and I never butted heads because, like my 2 half-siblings, I never dared talk back to him. He'd lecture us all, while we sat there silently poking at our overcooked pasta. I moved out the second I could, got a partial scholarship to UCLA, and worked as a waiter to pay the rest of my tuition and to pay my way through film school at USC. I thought that when Stevie was born, he might see this perfect little girl and magically turn into a decent human. But of course he didn't. He loves his granddaughter as much as he's capable of loving anything. But the only time he's ever told me I did a good job was when Nat and I split up, and apparently I undid all of that by following her to San Diego. In his words, what kind of a man does that? All right, he says, what's the show? The Bachelor version 10.0? Does Fizzy get this when people find out she's a romance writer? The instant comparison to the one big property everyone is familiar with. Yeah, Dad, something like that. Listen, I've got to ring off. I'm about to head into the dead spot in Mission. I end the call, letting him believe it's been dropped. By the time I walk on set, my blood pressure is as close to normal as it's likely to get today, and I'm surprised that I feel my pulse settling further by association. Fizzy can be found here. It would be an understatement to say the set is similar to yesterday, because it is in fact exactly the same. We want it to look like the dates are taking place on the same day, so the pastries in the case have been replicated, the stacks of cups arranged just so, and the actors are in the same seats as when we called cut at the end of the day. Even Fizzy is in the same outfit, the soft silk top and tight black pants, looking, if possible, even more beautiful. Despite the way my morning started, I am only mildly overcaffeinated when our first hero enters. Evan, the one that got away. If there's one thing you can say about Felicity Chen, it's that she does not disappoint. When Evan steps through the door, Fizzy's eyes fall straight to his crotch before swinging wildly to me. I manage to contain a laugh, but Fizzy isn't quite so lucky. She lets out what can only be described as a guffaw that literally stops Evan in his tracks. A murmur of laughter ripples through the crew as Fizzy claps a hand over her mouth. Rory looks back at me. Without words, she's asking whether we should reshoot Evan's entrance, and I shake my head, confident that Fizzy can save this with a joke and a moment of levity. But it's Evan who surprises me when he continues walking and stops in front of her table with an amused smile. "Don't worry," he says with a self-deprecating laugh and motions to his hip. "It's gone. Bart Simpson is no more." She laughs. "It's for the best, trust me." Fizzy stands, rounding the table to embrace him. "There are probably a lot of confused people watching this right now," she says once they're sitting across from each other. Evan smiles down at the table and blushes. A few feet behind me, one of the female crew members releases a breathy sigh. Looking up again, he grins at Fizzy. Then people should know that I had a rather unfortunate tattoo in a very unfortunate place, and Fizzy was the only person who was honest with me. In fact, I should thank her feedback for 90% of the sex I've had in the years since we broke up. Fizzy laughs into her hands. "I'm happy for everyone involved." Speaking of happy for everyone, he motions to the lights and cameras pointed at them. "How's this whole celebrity thing treating you?" "You know," she says, "I get to sit here all professionally dolled up while scores of suitors are brought in one after another. I've been worse." She smiles, more at ease now. I don't sense any romantic sparks, but they already look comfortable together, which the audience will love. "What have you been up to lately?" "After we dated, and I picked up the pieces of my life," he says with a sly smile, "I tried my hand as a part-time barista while continuing to better myself as a student at UCSD. I've been there about 8 years now." 8 years is a lot of bettering yourself. "Lots of people go to school for 8 years, he says. "And they have their own parking spaces at hospitals and the word doctor in front of their name." Evan leans in. "Have you been talking to my mother?" The crew holds in their laughter, and I let out a long, steady exhale. Fizzy is a bloody star. Arjun, Mr. Darcy. Date 2 of the day shows up in a custom Gucci suit and alligator Oxfords that cost more than most people's first car. Fizzy is visibly unimpressed. At the end of the date, she gives me a flat stare that, by now, I can correctly interpret as, "Mr. Darcy was grumpy but kind. That guy was an egomaniac." Date number 3 is promising. Colby, Navy SEAL. Colby is well over 6 feet tall and a wall of muscle. His black hair is cut short, his tan the combination of an olive complexion and early mornings spent battling the currents at Breakers Beach. When he takes a seat across from Fizzy, I have to tamp down a wave of pure jealous irritation over how good they look together. But their conversation is, well, frankly, it's boring. To her credit, Fizzy really tries to carry the tepid back and forth, but lets out an audible gasp when he admits he hasn't read a real book since The Da Vinci Code was published in 2003. The producer in me really needs this next one to hit it out of the park. But the guy who kissed Fizzy 2 nights ago secretly hopes it all goes down in flames. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't. Enter Nick. Cinnamon roll. Nick is everything he was in his audition, and when he walks in, he drags along with him an aura of affability and a haze of sexuality that seems to shimmer across the room. Fizzy begins to stand, seemingly without realizing it, the second she spots him. They greet each other with a lingering hug, and I'm hit with the sense that I'm seeing something immediate and intimate. It's the kind of connection that makes me want to watch them have sex, and then my reflexes kick me in the mental balls for the thought. The crew is spellbound. At some point, Nick tells her about a litter of puppies they're expecting at his office, and Fizzy makes him promise that he'll keep her updated. In an act of self-preservation, I managed to tune out the rest of their date. Next, we get Jude, vampire. I'm not sure what Fizzy was expecting when she put vampire on the list of archetypes, but I'm hoping Jude fits the bill. I think I might even surprise her. Jude walks through the door and crosses to Fizzy in a few strides. Beaming, she stands and greets him with a hug. His ears glitter with silver piercings. He has a lip ring and a nose ring, and he's dressed in expensive monochromatic black from head to toe. He has the same cool edge about him that Fizzy does. Jude pulls out Fizzy's chair before moving to his own, and I am on tenterhooks, waiting for the reveal. So you're my vampire? Fizzy gives him an appreciative once-over. One of the cameras is zoomed in close enough to catch the way she crosses her legs under the table, her high-heeled foot casually coming to rest against his leg. Great for ratings, terrible for my mental health. It would appear so, he says, with a smirk. It's nice to finally meet you, Fizzy. I was getting so nervous. I didn't think it was possible, but you're even more beautiful in person. There isn't an ounce of insincerity detectable. Watching next to me, Brenna makes a tiny, infatuated squeak before quickly covering her mouth. On the outside, I am completely impassive. Inside, I am flipping off Vampire Jude. He lifts his coffee in a toast. Here's to hoping this is the first date of many. Visibly charmed, Fizzy clinks her mug with his, and they both drink. Tell me about yourself, Jude. What exactly does a vampire do for a living these days? I'm a phlebotomist, actually, he says with a knowing grin. And there it is. God, I've been waiting for this moment. Fizzy slaps her hand on the table with a loud, surprised laugh, her eyes shifting just to the left of Jude to meet mine across the cafe. That laughter is just for me.
25. Episode 1. Confessional Transcript. Connor Prince. Fizzy, how are you? Fizzy Chen. I'm great now that you're here. Connor laughs. Since this is our first show, we should explain to the viewers what we're doing. My name is Connor Prince, and I'm one of the producers of the True Love Experiment. You'll have to forgive me for being a little nervous. I wasn't supposed to be on this side of the camera. Fizzy. An oversight I'm glad I rectified. Connor. As some of you watching may have discovered by now, Fizzy can be very persuasive. Fizzy. You are not the first person to say that. Connor. I believe it. You've met all 8 of your heroes by now. How are you feeling? Fizzy. How am I feeling? Let's see. In my book, Paradise Dreaming, the main character, Jacqueline, has been shipwrecked for 3 years. She's tough, so she makes it through. But when she's rescued and in the safety of the ship captain's cabin, she's so famished and overcome by all the delicacies on board that she gorges herself until she can't remember her own name. I feel a little like that. Connor. Too much of a good thing. Fizzy. Maybe. Connor. Isn't the hero of that book the ship's doctor? Fizzy. He is. And he stays by her side all night and nurses/bangs her back to health. Connor laughs. This is a very Fizzy story. Fizzy. I'll take that as a compliment. Connor. Good, because it is. We don't want to sway our viewers who will begin voting as soon as this episode airs. But tell me your first impressions of each of your heroes. Let's start with Dax, our tattooed bad boy. Fizzy. Oh, poor Dax. He got straight out of the gate awkward, Fizzy. Connor. You didn't look nervous at all. I'd say you two had a connection. Fizzy. I think so too. I'm definitely not going skydiving or rock climbing or bear wrestling with him, but he was great. Connor. Next we had Isaac, hot nerd. Fizzy. Also great. Did you see his arms? Connor. I think all of America saw his arms. Fizzy. All of America is lucky. Would it be too forward to ask that he be shirtless next time? Connor. Maybe a bit. You two seem to hit it off. Fizzy. I think so too. Connor. Hero number 3, Benji, a.k.a. Tex, our cowboy. Fizzy. I know I'm not supposed to influence the audience, so you can cut this part out, but he asked what my dad thinks about me writing romance. Inappropriate and weird. Connor. Moving on. Next was Evan, the one that got away, and the only one of our heroes you've met before. Fizzy. That's right. We dated for a few months when we were in our late 20s, He's a really good guy. Connor, who happened to have an unfortunate tattoo. Fizzy, ay caramba. Connor, indeed. But he seemed grateful for your feedback. Fizzy laughs. That's because Evan is easygoing. His glass is always half full. Connor, I'd wager to say yours is too. Fizzy, that depends on what's in the glass. Connor, cheeky. Let's move on to Arjun, our Mr. Darcy. Thoughts? Fizzy, that I bet he color codes his sock drawer. Connor laughs. What about Nick, the cinnamon roll? Fizzy, this archetype is a bit more inside baseball, so for the viewers who don't know, a cinnamon roll is a hero who is sweet and supportive. He has the heroine's best interests at heart. Connor, right. Fizzy, you know, underneath those suits, you have some definite cinnamon roll tendencies. So many layers, Connor Prince III. One might even say I find you hard to peg. Connor, you know me, like an onion. Fizzy, or a cake. But back to Nick. I liked him. Connor, that's good. I'm sure it came across to the audience. Tell me about Colby, the Navy SEAL. Fizzy, I would really like him to expand his reading choices. Connor laughs. I'm sure he'd enjoy that too. Then we have Jude. Fizzy, the vampire. He was very funny. Connor, is humor important to you? Fizzy, oh, absolutely. I need someone who doesn't take himself too seriously, who can let go and have fun, even if it's out of his comfort zone. Connor, dance like nobody's watching. Fizzy, or sing at a boy band concert like nobody can hear. Both laugh. 26. Fizzy. For the first 20 minutes after I arrive at Jess's on Friday night, I breathlessly download every detail I can remember about the 8 dates. The heroes' faces, clothes, voices, jobs, whether I liked them, what we talked about, what kinds of jokes they made. When I described the hilarious moment my ex walked into the cafe, a knowing grin painted on his pretty face, and an even bigger grin painted on Connor's, Jess nods in recognition. Is Evan the one with the tattoo you hated? She asks. Has that great laugh? Update, he was the guy with the tattoo. He got it removed. And yeah, Chinese-American, played softball with my brother. I put his name on the list because my dating past is littered with landmines, and Evan is a good guy, if not the sexual savior I need. But now I'm thinking past me for including him. I tell her. He's great, and if all these other men turn out to be duds, at least Evan and I can take a fun vacation together to Fiji. Or maybe things will be different this time without Bart Simpson standing between you. Maybe. So give me a rating. Who's the top pick so far? Probably Isaac? He was... I pause for dramatic effect and give my head a shake to clear it. He was so hot, Jess, and so interesting. I see. She leans forward, eating this up. And were there sparks, fireworks, bells ringing in the background? Who knows? That's up to the audience to decide, I guess. If Jess senses the subtext here, that even after only the first round of dates, I'm already considering I might not fall for one of these objectively fantastic heroes because I can't stop looking over their heads at the executive producer in the background, she doesn't show it. She's too busy living vicariously through my crazy dating adventures. Just like old times. So, are we watching the first episode together tomorrow? I just need to make sure that Connor wasn't planning that I would watch it with him, but otherwise, yes. Jess's eyes narrow. Like, just the two of you. No, I say, but the word sounds uncertain, like I might really mean maybe. Fizz, she says in a low warning. Well, maybe he was planning a thing. Why would he plan to watch it just with you? No, like, I exhale, wincing. Okay, I have something to tell you, but you absolutely cannot get mad at me. With that kind of lead-up, I make no such promises. Then I won't tell you. Fine. We stare at each other in a silent standoff until I blink away, casually inspecting my nail polish. Usually the odds of each of us giving in are evenly split. But given that I'm the one with the juicy information, and I know she spent the last 8 hours doggedly running statistics on an enormous numbers thing, I'm confident I can win this one. The silence of the room seems to hum with phantom sound. That spreadsheet must have been a doozy, because she breaks much faster than I would have expected. God, fine. Just tell me. Sunday night, I say, leaning in. The night before shooting started, Connor and I had our last joy excursion. Date. Excursion. We went to Torrey Pines to watch the bioluminescent waves. Her is suspicious. She knows exactly where this is going. Well, spoiler alert, we ended up kissing. Jess face palms. Fizzy, I point an accusatory finger. The agreed-upon terms stated that you can't get mad. She drags her hand down her face, revealing a fake smile. As I was saying, the kissing turned into making out, and I was on his lap, and I widen my eyes at her and lower my voice. Jessica Marie, I'm not positive because I did not see it, but I think Connor might have the biggest penis of any man I've ever touched. Silence. Her expression flattens. Wait, I need wine for this. She disappears for a minute, and then returns, setting 2 glasses of red wine down on the low coffee table and sitting across from me. I don't want to encourage this, or for you to think I'm somehow condoning it, but how big are we talking? I look behind me to make sure there are no impressionable 10-year-old ears listening in. Jess quickly swallows a sip, shaking her head. Juno's at Nana and Pop's house. Reassured we're alone, I hold my index finger an impressive, yet accurate, distance apart, and then make a circle with the fingers of both hands to approximate girth. Probably like this? She whistles. Fizz, that's the diameter of your wrist. It's a fact. I smack a hand on the table. It would be like fisting myself. Jess drops her head into a hand, sighing. And only then do I realize that River had just entered the room holding a tray of snacks for us. He makes a U-turn without pausing and silently exits. Wait, I need to talk to you, I shout at his retreating form. His timing really is amazing. Well, good luck getting him back now. Oh, please, like I can shock him anymore. Remember when he had to undress me? On our group trip to Scotland, Jess was about to get into the shower, and in response to my panicked help me text, she sent River, not realizing my emergency was being stuck in my dress. To his credit, River came in, tugged the offending garment up and off without hesitation, and walked right back out again. The man is unflappable. Anyway, I continue, as you can imagine, I will be unable to think about anything else until I touch it again. She's already protesting. You're actively on the show now. Yes, but it doesn't have to affect the show. This isn't about feelings, it's a distraction. I have a taste for him now. I sigh. I am a hunter. She nods in understanding. Like James in Twilight. Exactly like James in Twilight, I confirm. Except how Alice popped his head off. I slap the table. Why do you always intentionally miss my point? The point is that this is going to end in disaster. I really don't think so. This is purely sexual. It's not like he and I are going to fall in love. I'm a loud, romance-writing, adventure-seeking, opinionated woman. And he is a tall, sporty white man named Connor Prince III. I think we can all agree it's just a matter of time before I do something too shocking, or he'll do something to annoy and or bore me. My phone buzzes on the table between us. Connor's face lights up the screen, and Jess sees it before I can flip it over and pretend it's my brother calling. You even put his picture in his contact info? Her disgust is totally feigned. Under that baggy sweatshirt and sensible shoes, Jess is a giant drama queen. She's living for this excitement. With a bright smile, I answer. Hey, boss. Hey, you. You have a few minutes for a postmortem. That depends. Am I the dead body? Across from me, Jess gives me a disapproving frown. I tap my forehead to remind her that face will give her wrinkles. I'm such a good friend, and she never thanks me for these things. Connor's laugh is a low, vibrating tickle to my lady parts. It's just a saying, Fizzy. I hit mute and whisper to Jess, his voice is so deep. Did I always know his voice was this deep? Returning to the call, I say, I know, I'm only joking. Yes, I'm free to examine a proverbial dead body. He laughs again. Cool. You home, I can come to you. I can be home at 10. With a quiet, "Great," he hangs up. And shit. If we eliminate the possibility that I am excited to see Connor, there is no remaining explanation for the way I bolt up to gather my things. Jess follows me to the door. "What are you doing?" "He's meeting me at my house to do a debrief." I tuck my phone into my purse. "Is that a good idea?" "Is it a good idea to discuss the work we are doing together?" I pretend to ponder it. "I think so." "Discussing it at your house," she says. I open the door, stepping into my shoes. "Guess we'll find out." When her frown intensifies, I add, "Fine. I promise we'll stay out of the bedroom." "As if you need a bedroom," she says. I pause with my hand on the knob. "That is a great point. Okay, gotta go." "Wrist diameter," she calls to me as I jog down the stairs. "I don't need to walk tomorrow." "How's the writing going, Felicity?" "This is research," I call back. I can practically hear her aggrieved groan as she waves from the front door. 27. Fizzy. Connor beats me to my place and is waiting on the porch, one broad shoulder leaning against the column at the top of the steps. He's changed from the nice dress pants and button-down he had on earlier, and is my favorite version of soft Connor. Worn shirt, worn jeans, worn sneakers. In the moonlight, and with the diffuse cone of light from the porch lamp overhead, he looks like a Hallmark cuddle come to life. "How are you?" he asks as I approach. "I'm great." I reach him and stretch to kiss his cheek, before realizing that's not a thing I should do with my platonic producer bestie. His expression when I pull away is a mixture of amused and concerned. "Sorry," I say, and why not be fully honest here? "I was happy to see you and unfortunately did not hit the mental breaks in time." His face does a weird blip through a laugh and a grimace, and finally settles on blankness. "No problem." Soft Connor is now stiff as a board. "I just wanted to check in to see how the first week of shooting went for you, and whether you needed anything." "Me?" I ask, unlocking my front door. He follows me inside. "I'm fine." "On our end, things are looking fantastic," he says, towing off his Vans. "You really are natural on screen, Fizz. Today we cut all the sections we want from the dates, and tonight we finish editing in the backstory intros and the testimonials." "So the episode is done?" "It's done. This is going to be great, and it's all you." I turn to face him after setting my purse down, and catch how his eyes have warmed. "Actually, it's you," I insist. "You're the one who took that hero archetype challenge and ran with it. The casting is perfect. They're perfect." I gently chuck his shoulder. "And hot. Well done. A veritable buffet of beefcake." I say this to compliment him and his efforts, of course. But my words seem to drain the warmth from his eyes again. "Well," he says flatly. "Good. Would you be interested in watching the premiere together at my place? With the crew, that is, not just me." "Sure. I'm excited to see how it all looks on screen. I don't think I had much of a connection with Arjun or Tex." "I think the audience will pick up on that too." "But I think the others were okay. Any one of them could hop on the Fizzy Express." I grin at him as I do a dorky little choo-choo gesture. "This'll be fun." Connor blinks away, studying his shoes by the door, and it means I get to stare at him. I feel light, elated by the success of the first week of filming, and giddy to be alone in a room with him. The sneakiest of thoughts escapes, unguarded. As great as these heroes are, none of them are him. "Do you want a beer or anything?" I say, distracting myself from this truly awful voice in my head. A short nod. "Sure." He follows me into the kitchen, where I grab us each a bottle and lean against the counter. "Who's your favorite?" I ask him. "My favorite hero?" He takes a sip as I nod. "I don't have one." "Come on." I make a buzzer sound. Really? I see you as an Isaac fan."
"They all seem like nice blokes. That's why I cast them."
"Well, so far I like Nick, Dax, and Isaac. Jude is great, but I'm not sure we click."
"Not Evan?"
"It didn't work the first time, but who knows?"
"Okay. Just keep an open mind."
"Oh, I will," I say, waving this off. "But if you're asking me right now who I'm most attracted to, that's my answer, that's all." Connor looks like he's debating something before he finally opens his mouth.
So, this brings us to my one piece of feedback, which is perhaps to tone down the come-to-bed eyes a little.
I feel my smile slip from my face. The what?
Viewers want to see you forging a real connection.
And that doesn't start with flirting? Have I been doing dating wrong this whole time?
It's the way you flirt,
he says, unamused by my humor. The way I flirt, I repeat flatly, and set my bottle a safe distance away. I may need both hands to throttle him.
Only 33% of Bachelor viewers tune in for The Bachelorette. Do you know why that is?
Oh, I know this one. The patriarchy.
Yes. Viewers are far more accepting of a man dating multiple women than they are of a woman dating multiple men. It's not right, but that's the way it is.
Look who's suddenly an expert on pop culture TV.
I told you, I'm taking this seriously.
So, you want me to play harder to get? Romances fought long and hard to get away from the ideal of virginal ingenue heroines. If you think I'm going to play into that stereotype on this show, you're going to be disappointed.
I didn't say that.
Then what did you say? He shifts on his feet, neck red.
I don't mean you can't. Listen, he says, trying again. Never mind. You're fine just the way you are.
Oh, well, thank you.
A quiet falls then, and it's like a match blown out, the way the energy evaporates from the room.
Why are you suddenly mad at me? I ask him. What did I do?
I'm not. He shakes his head, looking briefly miserable. I'm sorry.
I said yes to this show because I wanted to take care of the audience in your clumsy hands.
He laughs dryly. You've made me well aware.
But it's fun because I'm doing it with you, I finish, reaching for his hand. Finally, he looks up. And I think I get what's happening. God, I'm so dumb sometimes. I have fun with you, I tell him, tugging him closer. This first week on set was great because I'm comfortable with you. I insisted you do confessionals because I like being with you. I risked my life talking to River because I believe in your amazing ideas. You're doing your job so well, and I'm sorry if...
My words are cut off when Connor steps forward, cupping my face. His mouth fits to mine, and in an instant, every thought melts away. It is a simple kiss, soft lips, firm pressure. And then he gives me another from a different angle before he pulls away. Connor's green eyes search mine, flickering back and forth in question. My thoughts scream to not let him retreat again, but before I think to tug him back to me, he's already resolved, stepping closer, crowding my space. I stand on my toes as he bends to meet me, his mouth softer and hungrier now, going after those angles we found last time, deeper, his tongue teasing and hot. Connor groans, and the sound drops me into a pool of want, and all I can think about is diving down, finding more of that hoarse need he's hiding away. I keep expecting him to break it off, to pull away again and apologize, remind me that we weren't going to do this again. But the more we kiss, the more his intensity ramps up. Connor lifts me, setting me in front of him on the counter, pushing my legs apart so he can step between them. His hand roams up my back, around my ribs, cupping my breast, while the other pulls my hips forward, pinning me to his body. I'm rewarded with another groan, and another when I grind against him. He doesn't stop me as I unbutton his shirt, spreading it open, flattening my hands against the warm wall of his torso, broad and tight. Connor's mouth is on my neck, his fingers curling around the strap of my tank top, dragging it off my shoulder and lower, stretching the fabric, pulling my bra with it to bear me to his mouth and teeth. The feel of his bite and kiss on my nipple is pleasure undiluted, making my vision spot black as my body greedily steals every available molecule of oxygen. His hair is so soft in my hands, and he seems to like when I pull it, grunting into my skin, biting me in delicious retaliation when I'm rough. When I pull it hard enough, he moves with a gesture, standing again and claiming my mouth. I want his kiss for hours. I've never been kissed like this before, with such command and confidence. with an energy that's nearly angry. He shows no signs of stopping tonight, and adrenaline dumps heat into my bloodstream. Connor's teeth are bared against my jaw, hands digging up my skirt to drag my underwear down my legs. "All right, sweet," he asks roughly into my neck, and I nod. Keep nodding, because he has permission, frankly, to do whatever the hell he wants. I want to put together a coherent thought about what this feels like, the way his hands wrap so imposingly around my thighs, the heat and scrape of his teeth on my skin. But only later will I really be able to process anything but the flood of sensation. This feeling of what it's like to be completely consumed with wanting someone. We're live wires, bare nerves, moving on instinct. His palm slips back up my thigh, teasingly slow. His kiss still rough and playful, teeth tugging my bottom lip. And then his fingertips graze over me, slippery and hot for him. His mouth goes soft and overcome against mine before he pulls away a fraction, balancing care and command, watching my face as he fucks me with one finger. And then two, maddeningly slow. I'm watching his mouth, the way it shapes these half-formed words, the way his teeth bear down on his lower lip when he presses his thumb to me, circling. The cocky smile that appears when I let out an involuntary cry. Under my impatient fingers, his pants are soon down around his knees. Beautiful cock finally in my hand, and I bring him to me, teasing us both until we're a fevered mess, kisses sloppy and biting. The head of him pressing into me, and we pause. Sensibility over sense, fumbling for that stray condom in the junk drawer, laughing into a kiss about how convenient that was, how being a mess is sometimes useful. He does it because my hands are shaking and his are steady, but I watch because I'm smart, and naked Connor is the sexiest thing I have ever seen. And when he steps forward again, I say his name, a question mark in my voice, but he kisses me, says, "Don't," against my mouth. I can't say no again. As he pushes forward. It's slow, perfect torture. Sanity is so fragile, I think, losing my mind in inches, one after another as he works his way into me, carefully, his focus on my expressions and sounds. But then it goes from careful to starving the second he's all the way in, like stone in silk, and I become a wind tunnel of thoughts. Tiny particles and fragments flying by too fast for me to process. I'm a selfish monster wanting more. I'm a wizard toying with time to make this sex last an eternity. I'm the first woman to ever be with a man, I'm sure of it. I'm still sitting on the counter, but it's a formality. His hands are under my ass, arms holding me up, angling me so that he can move in a way that makes us both gasp. There's so much power behind each thrust, so much pent-up need coursing between us. For all my talk about enjoying sex, I've never been a noisy lover. But with Connor, there isn't room for anything else, and there's too much sensation to hold inside. It has to escape somehow. Sharp, rhythmic gasps, surprised cries, the sound of our sweat-slick skin coming together. I hear myself and wonder at it, feeling half out of control of my own body and brain. Maybe I am. I don't care. I'm not worried about anything, not wondering for a second if it's good for him, because the answer is written in the furrowed lines of his forehead, the soft bow of his lip as he stares between us, slowing to watch, moving to touch me, thumb stroking. "Like that?" he asks quietly. I nod, whispering, "Come here," and pulling his face to mine. We should take our time, but it's hard when everything feels strung too tight inside, ready to snap. He reaches up, pressing a flattened hand to the cabinet beside my head, closing me in, watching me take over for his touch. Almost immediately,